the load as they move in towards the B site alongside.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with my Wi-Fi? Why is it fucking cutting out all the time? I just co-streamed the whole of the pistol round, not realizing that my internet died.
Yeah, gonna be retrieving that up.
That's so stupid.
That obviously, Shin was the one who got the majority of the kills in the last, so
okay.
Cosmic Divide might not necessarily be the most helpful thing in the world, but it will at least get them space.
Yeah, not a very good pistol from Narrator Shin towards the end, but the overall idea was good from Kamiko. It died like 5 minutes before that.
It's
Fucking
similar to
hell.
what we've seen from both these teams in the past, just moving as a death ball, trying to trade out effectively and do as much damage as possible.
It's a good idea, trying to catch players
Easy
off guard.
cleanup. Easy cleanup for Heretics.
Really just a disadvantage of having those weapons and the patience of Team Heretics constantly falling back. Miniboo, sure, he gets caught out in the open in the end, but
he's wearing a sign that says "Buy Heretics skin." Someone swapped to the Rian's player POV.
The morale high and their economy looking very pretty.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with both these teams' comps is obviously running that double
Hello,
control.
hello, Honda Indica.
I guess Martin kind of acts as a quasi-initiator, but it's going to be one of those situations where...
Yeah, the hotel Wi-Fi fucked me around there. Missed the pistol round. Oh, good. I came back just in time for the tech pause. Fantastic.
Yeah, Tom, I can't
Alright, so on the pistol round, because I missed it, because my hotel Wi-Fi was messed up, right?
I don't know what to say.
Heretics instantly take control of mid. Karmicor look like they want to counter a B main take. They're holding paranoia. They don't have to use it. They go in.
It's one of those things. I think
the play from Karmicor to get past the cage and the trip is really nice. They use the clone to activate the trip. They trigger out the cage and then they spam down the cipher. Really good play. Narrate then gets into sight, but then swings in a 1vx before his teammates are ready to do anything in the choke point. So, wonky communication there from Narrate and the rest of the team. For some reason, Narrate thought he had to swing, and the others were not ready. And then when they had to get the spike back in the 2v2, Shin smokes off right side pillar instead of just smoking the spike, which I think is a big mistake. Then they have to run through the smoke and they die. So the game plan looked good from Karmicor, but what they had to do when they improvised towards the end didn't.
I'm sort of interested more so with how both these teams are going to run their compositions when it
Calculeur, c'est bleu, bleu, bleu.
Because it feels like it needs to be, especially if Rian's dies. That's where it really becomes problematic.
Yeah, they... So, from Karmicor's perspective, well, I suppose from Heretic's perspective, one of the big things to do is mop up as much map control as you can, which they did on the pistol by taking mid instantly. Because I think KC were doing a lot of heavy executes on their attack rounds. And
I guess the one value, though,
the other big thing to do is try to put enough pressure on Karmicor so that they have to make their own decisions rather than relying on the set pre-planned stuff, because that's where this roster is inexperienced. Yeah, I've seen the front of the Heretics jerseys, this bio team, it looks so daft, it looks so silly. It's kind of funny though.
And Nilzinho sort of slaving away in the back lines to try and come up with some counters, because that's the thing, it's like, that's what we've always...
I haven't bought the Karmicor capsule yet. I haven't launched the game since the capsules were in there.
It looks amazing. You go, okay, they've completely caught them. I think back to Draken playing it on Haven.
I did update Valorant though, yeah.
Cool, yeah, they had that cool Cosmic Divide that got them under Heaven on the A site. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. He did it in the next game and someone shot him in the face. Yeah.
Zeta, yeah, played against Gen G. Dude, this is the problem with round robins, dude. I mean, Zeta themselves underperformed by the look of it. I didn't catch either of their games, but like that final match against Gen G, they're on Ascent. I'm just looking at the VLR page, they got like 2 rounds on attack, like what the fuck.
and then just do it slightly differently. And I think Gentlemates did an excellent job of that, even though
hey, I'm new. I just wanted to know if you did or if you're gonna do a haircut tutorial.
Or you got a tank jumping around the corner on a raise and shooting you in the face because you're like, oh, I've got him. I'm waiting for his TP. It's on the floor.
It's pretty easy.
Just come out of nowhere and kill me. So that's what I'm looking for Karman Colt with this composition is, do you have that little bit of extra depth to almost use what you've done in the past?
Sideshow with a low taper fade. What if Sideshow got a low taper fade?
Over on the side of KC, I believe there was some audio issues, so the league admins have been.
I did see the Chinese results. The Chinese results went as expected.
As the series moves on, obviously,
like I said, big money to be made there, going for Trace.
That's where KC get a real challenge. Of course, their buy round is going to be up next, and yeah, for this squad, there's a ton of questions. I think going back to that with the discussion around.
Will there be a plat chat next week? Yes, there will. I won't be on it because I'm flying that day.
The same way as you would be with the jet or something like that. But we talked a lot, and the audio issues are still persisting. So we're going to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Who's on the desk?
Oh, this is going to be a long
Do you know
tech
what?
pause.
I just knew they
This
were
is going to be a long tech
like,
pause.
There's 100% chance that Tom or Mitch is going to say,
oh, yeah. Okay, so now we have the bracket for Pacific. Okay, wait there. While they're in this tech pause then. So because Gen G went through, they've actually got the playoffs bracket. So T1's playing against PaperX, DRX against Gen G. Oh, the battle of the Susanto brothers. Forsaken against Excurate in the semis. So, wait, who was in Gen G's group again? Oh, it was PaperX. Yeah. So Gen G couldn't play against PaperX. So then, it did work how I thought then, right? Gen G had a 50-50 chance of playing against DRX or T1. And they just happened to random draw against DRX. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's how I thought it worked, but honestly, chat was gaslighting me, gate bossing me for ages. I think... Well, I haven't watched the DRX games, so I'm not really qualified to speak on them. But I think this... I feel so good about T1's chances in that game, man. I feel really good about their chances. What have PaperX been banning? Because if they don't ban Lotus, they're trolling. But maybe they have a permaban. They've only played one game, though. PaperX banned Icebox. No way of knowing if that's a permaban or not. And then they banned Ascent afterwards. I mean, they did fucking pick Lotus in this game. And then they barely scraped out a win against Gen G. If T1 got to play on Icebox, we haven't seen them play on Icebox yet, have we? Like, for example, if PaperX banned Lotus, have we seen T1's Icebox? I don't think we have. They played Breeze, Lotus, Ascent, Lotus. Oh, and Sunset. The thing is, though, I think Sunset will get played. And I think PaperX were cooking. I think that's going to be a great game. I think that's going to be a really good game.
Pass into the subscribers.
Burnamix, thank you for the prime. Why aren't the semis BO5? Don't know, mate. Don't know. I've got many questions, no answers.
looked at the fake Euro TP, and when that happened, the Fade Eye came in, and that's what scanned him out.
Am I co-streaming T1 Paper X?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys.
I'm not sure.
So this is what you spoke about.
I'm
like,
not
both
sure.
Of these teams,
I can't remember if I'm available to do that.
Them, but you know, looking good once on an opening day.
Because I can't stay up crazy late.
Well.
Actually, I kind of can stay up crazy late, but I just have to. I have to pick between EMEA or Pacific. I can't do both and Americas.
Right, because if you win this game, you skip the play-in stage.
What are your thoughts on becoming mascot and brand ambassador for Common Core? Get me in. I don't speak a lick of French. Get me in.
You have more time to prep. You have more time to see what you're going to be going up against. Whereas if you lose this game today, the losing team, you might still be eliminated before the next stage. You're just not safe.
Icebox is T1's perma.
You're never safe. I think it's also very important to challenge everything that you like
Wait, both teams are actually in the worst position to counter each other.
If there's any other, they need to know.
If T1 permas Icebox, whoever gets first ban is at a big disadvantage.
Are you going to be ready? Like, is your map? How is your map going to be looking? How is your team going to be adapting on the fly to everything? Not only the things.
Dude, get me off this setup.
Steel is being naughty over here. You guys can't see this. We will show it in a second. But do you feel like Kukuka and Josh, is the solve when you go to international event is to have as many things as possible that you haven't shown?
Watch on YouTube? No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
When they're trying to see how you play your protocols.
I don't know whether they've said why the tag pause happened, but I did mute the stream for a bit while I was looking at the Pacific bracket.
Or do you think it's more important to get as many reps as you
What
can?
do I think was the biggest upset of BCT so far?
I am personally on the side of reps because you need to test if what you have done is good enough.
Probably Heretics over Foot.
And if you're not able to see past that,
I think that's gotta be it.
That follows in that domino effect, you have to change it, and you better do so before jumping into international events. What do you think?
Well, my personal philosophy with like in-game leading teams and just getting things on the board, it's important to have like you focus your energy on like the most important things that will have the most drastic impact and that will have the longest lasting impact. So obviously going over something like pistol rounds, eco rounds,
G versus Bleed,
and like first gun rounds are very important.
That wasn't an upset, man.
Every single game.
That was just Bleed playing really badly.
Foundation to build upon is really important. And another thing that you need to do is you need to work on like basic protocols. So protocol is a reaction on defense. If you
I haven't updated my thoughts on Gen G since last night because I didn't watch the game. I was asleep. Obviously, they outperformed my expectations. I thought Zeta was going to be able to beat them, but Zeta had already lost the secret at that point. So yeah, not very good from Zeta.
So far, it seems like both teams
by the look of things.
The tech pause is over.
Oh, the tech pause is over. Let's fucking go.
Back into game, I believe, with
let's fucking
Ren and Sideshow, is it?
Yeah, it's me. I'm casting.
Thank you so much, Golden
Let me just fly there.
Yes,
you look
we've
short
got
up, Brad.
team. Whoa. I was having a good day till that.
Vitality beating Fnatic was a bigger upset. No.
That's when the day stopped being good.
Shut up.
Team Heretics versus KC.
We'll see.
Look,
we'll see.
We've seen a little bit of a tech pause, but we're back into things now. KC, they've got Shin popping off. He's got a kill for every teammate that he's got. The only one to show up so far, but it's only been
straight back into the rifle rounds.
And they got absolutely shut down. Now a chance.
I think Paddy dodged the haunt there, so they might think that Vents is cleared. Although they're not scaling quickly, so.
Orb farming of KC as well. Shin has got that cosmic divide.
Panda clashes. Thank you for the 7 months.
Like the big old rocket launcher or pushing your enemies off the site. It can definitely help to cut up some of these angles and at least get you out of the choke points that they've definitely got to face.
All right, nice. Just a little bit of pressure from Boo there draws out the Prowler and the Paranoia. So that means they're missing a large piece of util for the exec. Team Heretics are putting a serious focus on maintaining control of mid whenever they lose control of B main. And this means that they're not worried about a B split when it actually comes through. But, whoopsie daisy, now he realizes there's people in mid, he can't hold on to it. Good work from Miniboo just to give up that space because he wasn't ready to fight it. And now they're going to go back into a B pop, but there's 3 players on B. And they're not splitting.
This is it.
This
Given the hope
looks
being that those players saw
this
the
looks a
presence
little
and moved
difficult.
back, but
That
they
stun
have it.
from
They're
Rians
still
is good.
very much in position, and after the stun, damage is done. Rian's only good for 1
10
to 10
seconds.
They have to quicken the
There's
pace of the way
10
through
fucking
Cosmic
seconds.
Divide. It's a
Miniboo,
safe haven
use
to
your
move,
nade
and
to
the
just
nade
block
will
the
slow them
plan.
down even further. Black
Yeah,
back to
it's
ensure
over.
that no plan
It's
can be
completely
found.
over.
The time is already too far gone. A gorgeous round from Team Heretics as they let KC play against the clock.
Yeah, the Carmine Court playing against the...
Please tell me Carmine Court have not played an amazing game against Giants just to inflate
like that little bit of information that was
our expectations and hopes for them.
Was enough for them to just, okay,
And now they're putting a pin in it.
If they try and rotate that late towards the A site, it's going to leave them in exactly the same scenario.
They took mid control. They didn't at any point put pressure A to pull rotates, so they've pushed people back from mid into B, and then they B pop with 15 seconds left.
He would have pushed them off.
And possibly into the nade. Now, right, taken down very quickly. Perhaps a worthwhile trade with Patatek's utility no longer in play. And we've already seen that Viper util do so much to the side of KC in some of the earlier rounds, just in slowing them down. And that's
Not
been the main
liking
problem,
that.
getting out onto sites.
Yeah, my
4 versus
internet's
4,
fucking
but a rifle
struggling,
picked
but
up,
I'll
and with
I'll
two in
increase the
hand,
quality.
They might stand a chance in some of.
They would have given
Again,
him
though,
footsteps.
Team Heretics have been very patient,
Which
very
VCT
disciplined,
capsule bundle
keeping
are
a
you
lot of
planning
their
to buy?
utility. Certainly, any utility that
I'm
doesn't
gonna buy
refresh, they seem to have that online.
a few of them,
very
I
late
think,
into the
actually.
round, and I don't know if that's both them being disciplined or to how much degree that plays in, or KC not.
I'm not
being
sure.
util.
C9, Lev.
Showstopper is available, might not even be needed. Benji
They used the showstopper to close the round out.
Miniboo has got a couple of their own.
That was a half-buy
Heretics
round for
I love
Carmine
this.
Court, so I
They're
think
not
they'll be
just sitting back and waiting
fine
for their
there.
opponents to come for them.
I think
That
they'll be
said, though, with the
perfectly
composition
happy
they have,
with Miniboo's
they've got
ult
a
being
lack
off
of
the
information
table. That's a
other
pretty
than that
nice
Benji.
silver lining
So
to
they're just going
end the
looking for it,
round.
constantly moving around the map. It kind of relies, it reminds me of like some old school style split where you played like a Reign of Rays, and it's like, okay, you don't technically have any real info, so you go looking, you go hunting, and you have to be dynamic, and you have to have good calls. And that's exactly what they had in that round.
Yeah, especially when we've seen some of those other rounds where they do just sit back and wait. You know, a different flair to it is what we like to see. And for KC, remember though, they had mostly pistols.
So they're making this look like they're taking a ramp
They got
control.
some damage off,
They got the
but economy of
horns.
Heretics
Oh, they
is
are
not
taking a ramp
really
control.
in
I
that
thought this
league
might
of
have been a
position.
fake.
They don't need
But
to
yeah,
be
they've smoked this
terribly
off.
We've
They
seen
now
it.
own all of this area.
KC, the orb
But
farm
Miniboo
looks like
needs
some
to
of the
start
same
getting
as the
punished in
Heretics
mid. If they can't punish Miniboo, he's just going to keep grabbing info for them by jiggle peeking mid the entire time. I mean, look, as soon as he gets smoked off, he looks like he wants to fight it with Paddy. Leviathan, thanks for the 100 bits. What is blue in the eyes of a heretic? That doesn't really work. That doesn't make any sense.
Been able to take this control. They're just having to sit and wait.
Yeah, I think the main problem is, you know, if you don't drop Patatek, if he doesn't get over aggressive here or get caught off guard, he's able to drop back, use his util as he falls back, ignore that control.
They
He
haven't
has to
actually
fight through
taken
or
any
run
space
through
in mid
that
here.
Viper wall. There's just no way
They're just
into that
going
mid
back
split. And I think
into a
they're realizing
5-person
that on the side of
extremity
KC, they've had
push.
too much
At least
resistance
they're going to be
to
able
the
to fight
rotating
over
zone.
heaven. But this is the same as the previous round. They're late hitting a site with 35. They have very little time here. 25 seconds to go for the execute.
There's a lot to work with. That stun has done.
They haven't cleared either of the trips. Rian still has aftershock for the plant position. There's 15 seconds. There's the trap kill. Oh, Benji does get taken out. And I do like that they're holding on to heaven control. So the positioning is good there from Narrate to make sure that they don't, you know, have somebody take them out. But dude, I don't like the way that Narrate is positioning himself in these rounds. I think the heaven position is good, but then after that, he's been caught out
It's still losable.
in a lot of these rounds so far. Good trade by Martin. All right, now Magnum needs to swing.
Magnum even just looking to support takes a lot of damage, but Boo needs to get a move on. Doesn't really have
Magnum has just baited the fuck out of Martin to play the clock. It's probably the right decision. Yeah, he just decides to play the time.
But a lot of damage taken. at least KC have a round.
Yeah, he realized the time was on his side. If he doesn't get that halfway, it was over and done with. One round.
The clock is looking dangerous here for Karmine Corp, because the thing is, they're not actually doing a lot in the middle of the round. They're dragging out a little bit of utility from the players in mid, but mostly they're just hoping that Heretics are going to re-clear ramp and they can kill them. But Heretics are not playing super aggro at the moment. The only people that are playing really aggressive to re-clear are Mini Boo. Like, anywhere that the raise is, they might re-clear. But if the raise isn't there, they're not going for it.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been quite interesting.
Yeah, Magnum is
Sure,
IGL and Karmine Corp.
Quite a lot of the utility from, say, Paditech and a few smokes from Boo. Like, that's mostly been the mid-hold. It's been a snake bite, the poison orb, or a smoke.
Yeah, if you're execing on site with less than 30 seconds left and you haven't cleared the utility or drawn rotates away,
the problem is,
you're in for a rough time. There were plenty of ways that Team Heretics could have won that.
Really bait out that much, because that's something that normally flies out the second there's any
Heretics
pressure.
has a player with
Either
visa issues.
I want to see them pressure a little bit more and force that.
Rienz is stuck at home.
Or do what they did again, where it's at least a little bit later. And I think in this round it's going to be a bit different, because they have so many high-impact ultimates online. Like, just on information alone, you can talk about Martin and Magnum being able to find something.
Maybe going for the same kind of setup where they take ramp control, and this time Heretics are fighting B main.
Stacked towards KC. We wanted to see a faster round.
So
it looks like we might
Heretics going deep out B main.
And it's going to be Jordan running it through.
This is just to rotate the map on each other. You should be able to pick out that other trip as well. Martin almost ran into the other kill trip. No one's broken it. Oh, he pinged it. Martin pinged it.
Any sort of combat in that early fight. I love this setup now for the retake.
Okay, this is nice from Martin. Look, Magnum has a fake Yoru clone to play off. Ooh, Shin wasn't aware. Oh, I guess he was aware, he just didn't win the fight. That didn't get damage. Boo's weak. Rienz has just farmed them. God, this fell to pieces so quickly. I liked what Karmine Corp had done with their setup there, but Shin losing that duel on the flank forced them to accelerate.
Bargain for, but in a good way. 2 quick kills, following up with the third, and a gorgeous farming round for him.
Yeah, Shin's watching for it, but
the thing is, like, Shin there, even clearing that angle to begin with is kind of like, okay, you're really doing your due diligence. But
how are they not able to get anything with the raise ult? That's brutal.
We were really impressed with in their first matchup. Mini Boo and Boo, especially Boo, outdid expectations by a country mile. Like, Boo played an unreal game.
26 kills back to back. I mean, it's just unreal from a guy IGLing a younger team. Should have more responsibilities. The work with KC don't have a lot. I was going to disrespect.
Nice try from Narrate going in with the judge. He just gets spammed down.
No shields. So there's some damage already done, but
so many phantoms being used in EMEA.
The judge on Shin perhaps stands a chance, but it's not like they've got the ideal.
They use breach ult here.
Oh
my God, Karmine Corp. He was in, and they haven't cleared Shin. Shin can win this round for them. Oh, he's only got 1 bullet though, man. Magnum from heaven. Nice, he knows they're not on. You don't need to commit to that, Magnum. You just need to jiggle and oh, dude, Magnum's committed so heavily. No. Just play the pull and then let the judge be the distraction. What? Magnum, you can just stay alive for longer.
Top of the board right now, and without that 4K, it's not even close.
Shin can literally walk up as Magnum's jiggling after the pull happens. Oh.
Every single one of these was a massively high impact kill. The man above, and then the final one as well.
They're literally jiggling while the pull is active.
It really shows the danger of this KC roster.
Mixwell's not even watching the game, he's watching the chat. It's too easy for Heretics right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they've had such a...
Did Mixwell look like he's about to give a TED talk? Like, just with the... It's the mic across the face. I don't know why.
Good from Karmine Corp. There we go.
I'm sure he's got plenty to teach
But they've just given away that everybody is playing in A main.
Gets to sit back and watch the squad play it out.
I think Benji should be rotating here.
For Team Heretics, that's a ton of control. They're stacked up on B.
Patty's already got really good control over B.
So that side of the map is secure. It's Miniboo that has to do a lot of work.
Okay, Miniboo gets 2. Oh, all right. Norate gets the trade kill onto Rien somehow as well. That was looking really good for Team Heretics there for a moment. Karmine Corp is struggling just a little bit at stopping these people flooding out onto A. And Miniboo just walking out through Heaven.
In a great spot for Heretics.
The whole of Heretics walking out through screens.
In the last round, so whether they go for this or not,
this is a must-win round for KC. Must win. How do they fight this? Nade?
The nade is going to put them in such an awkward spot. Now Benji left, 82 HP, 3 players to find, and not a lot of time to do it. Would need to hit something pretty quickly. Does manage the first. But
KC giving up there.
Behind him together. He's actually predicted it for the trade. Is good.
KC gave up their crossfires so that they could double walk, flank around, which isn't a terrible idea because I mean, they're double walking. They're going to be able to trade out Benji. But these decisions they're making look a little antsy. Oh, they got the C's onto Miniboo as well, actually. Nice C's. That's a really good idea.
It has put them now in a spot that 6-2 down. They're able to fight. They should be back to 6-3, and Team Heretics could very quickly.
I'm just a bit worried about KC when they call audibles like that. But overall, yeah, I mean, they found the opening pick. Got a punish onto Miniboo with that C's that I missed in the moment. And they're finally close to making something happen. Karmine Corp are not taking mid at any point. Miniboo was fighting this at the beginning of the rounds, and now he just realizes he doesn't need to. They've got a fucking trip in mid. KC, you can't just go for sight bursts over and over. The C is Heaven, though, is really nice from Magnum. Oh, you don't have Heaven control? Alright. Nobody from Heretics is... Oh. What? That's so early. That just indicates completely that you're going up ramp. Brothers, please, no. I like the idea to refight ramp, but you're supposed to try to... You're supposed to try to wait until the retaking team is committed to some degree. Oh, Karmine Corp looked so nice last time we saw them on this map, and now they are just flustered.
My God.
I did, maybe it should have been. Honestly, that was so
utterly
impressive, and for KC a little bit unlucky.
They're actually just making the decision-making so simple for Heretics. Heretics are on the retake, and they're like, all right, boys, where should we go? Oh, they just fade ulted to try to take ramp control. Well, I guess we should go over there then, should we? It'd be silly for us to commit to the retake and give them Heaven control, wouldn't it? Guess we'll fight them ramp.
The thing I loved about watching this team in their first match.
Oh, what's that? None of us got caught by the fade ult because they used it 2 milliseconds after they planted. Oh, cool.
Like, it can be hard to get that attack side going, but that
oh no.
Like wide open door. They just had to step right through it, but the door now shut in their face. And they're left.
Is this the first round where Karmine Corp are going mid? Round 10.
For that again, only a couple of rounds left to play with here in this half. Attack down to 40.
They haven't split into a site once on split.
KC, time to get going was last round. How is that?
What is that? Yeah, legit, how is that a headshot?
Players mid, and you've got players coming up right into A Heaven. They know at this point that what we're looking
hello,
at
Rob
is
the
an
Bobster.
That's the intention. So you see that third player rotate around. Rien's now backing them up with this utility. And
round 3, they went mid. No, round 3 they pushed back the B main player. They pushed back the B Heaven player Miniboo into B, and then they 5-exec'd B main. That's not the same as going mid. This is the first round where they've actually pathed through mid.
2 players within it, a third waiting to try and catch them on the cross. They haven't even seen Benji, who's just got a firing range in front of him. Tomzy down to just
Fortnite
1
aim.
HP. There's not really much chance for him in this round. They got 15 seconds. At this point, you almost have to die just to get that extra
There's no time. You just got to run in. Dude. They're making Heretics look like gods. And Heretics are not really doing that much.
Banging their head against a wall, the different walls every single time, but there's no weaknesses to be found, regardless of where they go, how they try it. Even here, like having a player break the trip while somebody's holding heaven, that's a good idea. I like it. Trying to bait out a gunfight, something that Heretics have been avoiding every step of the way. If they can avoid a gunfight and use utility to keep you back, they will do it.
Right. So what is the game plan here, Common Core? You have Razor off the back of your Yoru ult.
And you'll take his head off. Unfortunately,
Team Heretics, they take mid control right at the beginning of the round. Do you want to clear them out of mid, or do you want to react B? They're going to try to clear them out of mid. Okay. This is different from KC. They're going to actually fight for map control. Boo's got an information in B main. They didn't leave anyone B main. Oh, dude. KC don't understand what's happening here. They think that they've taken B main control as well. And they didn't leave somebody B main, so now they have to go back and contact reclear it. And now they don't have the prowlers for mid control. They've taken 40 seconds and they're at the same starting positions in the round, but with no prowlers.
When they've got into the late round, there's still been plenty left for Heretics to use.
They're not taking mid again. They're still not taking mid at all. They just sat in market for 30 seconds, and now they're popping B. Now, they do actually have good ults to pop B this round at least, though. The Yoru ult clears everything out. The Raze ult can get popped if Martin sees anybody. And they've got Shin on a lurk. With a pull for the plant.
It's tough to get anything done, let alone this flank from Shin. That I mean, just a disgusting lurk. He's still able to have impact.
So this is going to be really difficult because Shin's not going to give his life away easily. He's not getting flanked. You've got to pull on the spike. Martin gets one. Narrate gets one. Oh my fucking god. Wait, these Heretics players are actually absolutely different. They knew that Shin was mid. Oh my god, they got him. The Heretics players are going nuclear. They're going utterly crazy. That should have been Common Core's round. I mean, yeah, I'm not a fan of how they played the macro game, but once they got into the site, they should have been fine in the post plan. They got the opening kills, Narrate got a pick, and then Mini Boo just killed two of them. Bang, bang, and then comes around and kills Shin.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday.
Before he can deny Rian's getting the defuse. Mini Boo is carrying right now.
He's happy to take a little bit of a back step.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't need to.
Holy fuck.
But not quite as positive as Mini Boo. Spray down from Rian's.
Sorry about the ad. I forgot to run one before the game began.
Of course, it's only going to be a decoy on its way through. There's the real
Benji gets caught. Rienz is about to ult, and he gets caught as well. So they finally find an exec onto A where two people are hard anchoring, where Common Core have enough time to be able to actually swarm them and kill them. Nobody tried to flood through heaven this round or flood through screens.
They've been able to pull off.
Well, I suppose Mini Boo actually did try to flood through screens. They just killed him. 9-3. Common Core need to win pistol and then have some extremely good setups on their defense to even make this one close to a reality.
I'm definitely intrigued to see how they're going to be playing this one on the defense.
Is the only problem with Common Core just their bad map control and wasting time, or is there more? Well,
in combination with Yoru, they do have a lot of setup. I feel like
if you don't have map control, you make it really easy for your opponents to make decisions, but also the Team Heretics players are popping in terms of the rifling. I thought Common Core was going to be able to outskill them. From what I've watched of these players in Tier 2, Mini Boo was good, but pretty over-aggressive in Tier 2, from what I saw. Rians and Wu are both very skilled, but like Paddy, Boo, not super skilled players from what I've watched before. And Common Core are stacked with rifling skill. So I thought Common Core would be able to outplay them, and Miniboo and Rians at times actually in this game they're just owning them. They're limiting the Common Core players to one in spots where they should be able to get multiple.
You almost feel like if
No, Boo was not this good last year. But also, Boo isn't playing that well in this game at the moment. It's Miniboo. Alright, trap play happening. Counter utility used.
Pretty much every single piece of utility bar the boombot and a flash, and they got nothing.
They're looking to see if
from what we've seen from Heretics, keeping their util till
they're
late
looking
round,
to see if there was a reaction over towards B
not
main, which would have made
individuals
sense.
dumping it, it's a team
But in
dump.
fact, it's a reaction over towards, or not a reaction, but a rotate over towards A, taking advantage of Paddytech's positioning. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Thankfully, we're not missing anything here because Common Core were playing retake A anyway.
Wide open. The poison orb up top, well, it's not there anymore, but
I would recommend never trying to be a content creator if you're in a hotel.
For KC. Now, having used up
It's
all
driving
of
me
their utility
nuts.
early on, they don't have a ton to clear these angles. Instead, have to rely on individual prowess, on winning aim duels. Miniboo goes down after one. That's a good sign. Benji still lurking around.
The crossfires here are really nice, and Boo's positioning is super strong. Benji!
Cannot even deal with the first man.
Benji!
Team Heretics, 10 rounds on the board.
It's over. It's 100% over.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those scenarios where I don't mind the ideas from KC at all. Like, they heard a lot of players around mid, they go for something aggressive. If the players are a little bit further forward and that C's catches
That
them
Viper
alongside the
orb
Paranoia
is
and an
disgusting
Age,
in
they are all
heaven
dead.
as well.
You played a perfect round.
The timing on that was
Unfortunately, they're a little bit
great
further
to
back,
stop
a
the
little
first
bit
people from
more
being able
tentative on
to
Heretics' side.
trade each other. Like, they
Because
have to
there's
drop.
absolutely nothing, and as I said, you're running in, I
When-
think they had a Haunt and a
When
single
Paddy's
flash.
got
That
his
was for the whole
orb
retake
in
of
heaven
5v5.
like that, when it's bloomed, you just gotta drop, and you're falling into crossfires from Heretics.
It has not worked out. Now, the blue side's going to hope to move into A and find it open again, and Team Heretics are very much.
And if Heretics players are shooting
it's
like
wide
this,
open. For KC, how do we
they
get
can
that
actually beat
with, classics?
tons of teams
Very little
in
in
EU.
terms of the hard-hitting util combos. No ultimates to play with.
Sees
Well, let's see.
nade? No.
Reveal nade.
Sorry.
Not much to be found. And once they see these rifles, Tom, I expect that this retake will crumble. Really, it's all about that next round and how much damage.
Boo's staying in really
But yeah, the main
good,
thing I'm looking at as
safe
well is
positions here.
Rians, because you've got those
I say
three
as he
rifles,
wide
they need to be
swings.
saved. But if he can maybe farm up some orbs,
Boo
spray
gets
down
two
free.
there.
Boo, but that is one
Good
of the
spray
guys.
control.
And that's the thing. Narrate can either opt to throw this out of the map, die to the spike, or just keep
Common
it
Core
and run it in the
Bros,
next round
it's
himself.
over
So
for
that is
us.
definitely gonna make things that little
It's
bit more
over. We got our
costly
one
than
match
would have been
win
like for the side of
in order
Heretics.
for
They'll
us to
still
feel
probably
happiness in our
solid
hearts,
fight.
and now it's
Benji
misery for the
going
rest of
back
the
in with
year.
rifle, so not really the end of the world, but probably a little bit frustrating for Heretics.
What color
Then
is
again,
it?
They are winning 11-3,
Fucking
so
whatever
I
color Heretics are.
I think they'll be okay with it.
Yeah,
Like
you
a
know,
weird
giving a gun to
purple.
your opponent with this much of a lead, there's no way that'll come back to bite them. It would be beautiful.
Oh,
it would be
tragic.
poetic, but well, let's see if it does.
Heretics
11-3.
ceiling is very
Team
high
Heretics,
now.
2 more to go, and this buy round is pretty
Heretics
much all that
ceiling
stands
is
between them
high
and
if
victory.
when they get
KC are gonna
Woot
have
back.
nothing left.
If
they
Woot
lose
and
this one,
Riens
and Ult
go
aren't gonna be online to
crazy,
bounce them back
and
into a
Boo's
tie, this
IGLing is really
where
good,
if they've been feeling pressure
they've got
so
a
far,
decent
it just got a
ceiling
lot
on the
worse.
team, yeah.
18, 12, 11, 11, 10, 10, 9, 8.
I'm just surprised they're playing with this level of coordination, and I'm also surprised that Miniboo is being able to diff a bunch of the players on Common Core.
On your team is the bottom on the other.
The beautiful sadness. Oh, I like this paranoia.
Woot
through,
replaces
playing
Paddy
from the
Tech.
raid. He's not used the nade. Luckily, that
Paddy's
player
in
had
just
to be
temporarily
on the
while
corner, so
Woot
would've just been a
turns
waste piece of
18.
Utility. And keeping it in for later in the round, it could be essential for them. With another orb farmed up as well, he's still very far away from getting that showstopper, but it could help get it online before this game teeters out.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Similarly to Vitality when they played yesterday versus
Look how much mid control Heretics have. They have so much map control compared to what Karmicor were doing. Everybody from Karmicor is fucking bunkered back B site. They don't know anything about Heaven. They don't know anything about this. They don't know. Oh well, I suppose they do know A ramp a little bit because Magnum's trying to keep track of it.
Things like that, small piece of information. Okay, you had an
But
aggressive
Jesus
pass,
Christ.
with the cam, you have to fall back. You don't have that information anymore.
Magnum
Yeah, you're gonna have to use
is
some
just trying to watch
some of your
Vent and A ramp at the same time. He's got way too much on his plate. Magnum's probably going to get timinged and overwhelmed here just because he's having to clear too many angles. Monkey Meatloaf, thank you for the gifted.
Looking to make their way through to this A site. Heaven is theirs for free. Aftershock is down. It's going to force them towards the site. We saw this from KC.
It's a good flash, but the rifling looks so limp. What happened today with KC's rifling? The nade's good. Oh, Benji is one-tapping people today. Look at the difference in the rifling, man. Benji just taps two heads like that. He's got so much like confidence in his aim because he's just been owning the whole game. And on the other side of things, Martin and Magnum swing with the flash and they can't find a kill off the back of it. Oh, Christ.
Right now, second of the board, he's had a fantastic game, and he's been popping heads.
Benji's been playing Pro Valorant for a while now. He's been playing on some tier 2 rosters and then got picked up for this squad. He's been playing all right. I don't think he's been playing incredibly, but I mean, this map he's owning. He's fucking owning this map.
It would just be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. In other words, I don't believe in the comeback.
Nilzinho might just take the dub over Aang. The better coach, confirmed on paper.
Rosters get locked before Madrid begins.
I once heard a phrase.
So I don't think it's even possible that Woot can play Madrid.
It could just be leaning.
You're not even going to wait till the end of the best of 3. You're just this map.
The rosters get locked because you need to be able to make sure that all of the players have their visas and are attending, etc. And because there isn't a mid-season window, because you can change players out whenever, they don't want people changing in the middle of a big tournament.
That map was pain. That map was pain, especially if you were a G2 fan at the time.
But he's on the roster. He's not on the active roster because he's not 18.
They had a golden age at the...
So I believe you would have to submit your active starting roster, and I think that would mean that they couldn't play with Woot. He's on the reserve roster right now because he's not 18.
This could be the last round of KC's map pick. A quick kickoff to the day. Not the one that the French fans expected for sure. Team Heretics now on their way through already, avoiding the damage. The flashes were good, but Tamazi spotted in the corner.
A brief glimmer of hope, unless Miniboo kills both of these players. He's still clean with the first one. Go on, Paddy, just 1v2, close us out.
Even the decoy to start off. He's not falling for it. He knows you're not running through a snake bite like that. Not even vulnerable. And with him not shooting it, maybe they don't check this corner. That's his best chance.
What a
Great
shot.
From Patatek. One more needed, but not this time. A lifeline for Karmicor as they go 12-4.
Ay, 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 ay.
A nice try, and again, it's going to put the economy of KC on the brink, as it has been throughout most of this game.
They only get 12? Okay. Okay. Keep up the cope. Keep up the cope.
Some numbers in this game. He's been sort of the one shining light throughout. Miniboo, though,
those are the best kind of Nostradamus predictions. The weed-fueled... the weed-fueled dreams.
That's the real worry, is you might be able to bring back a couple of these rounds, but eventually there's going to be a Rolling Thunder, a Viper's Pit.
This is just
very, very difficult.
All right, which round do you reckon it happens, chat? Which round do you reckon Team Heretics get the win? I think it's the next one. I think Karmicor wins this one, and then Heretics wins the next. This is looking like a 13-5 kind of game. 13-7? Yeah, I could see that. Oh wait, no, it's 13-4. Miniboo's gonna ace to close it out because he's actually the greatest player in Valorant.
KC with 3 kills already. It looks like Miniboo's just booked them. A
Come on.
1-0 start to the series. Martin's
Oh,
gonna
Benji, you
Good
stole
night,
the
sunshine to
ace.
Mazzy, the last man standing, 1 versus 4. The world
They
against him.
can't stop
Let's see if he
Miniboo.
can stand strong. I'm not feeling it with that bulldog.
Dude, if
with the
Miniboo keeps
full
playing
HP
like this
on
and Common Core
everybody
can't shoot back,
other than
the
Miniboo.
game's already
From
over.
what we've seen, he certainly doesn't need it. Just delaying the inevitable.
It doesn't even necessarily matter how badly Common Core played their attack side map control. If you can't win the gunfights in the game, and Team Heretics are playing to neutralize the utility fairly well, it's a GG. Oh god, they need a pep talk during that break. They need a fucking pep talk. Dude, I severely underestimated this Team Heretics squad. I did not think they had this kind of firepower.
Absolutely am. So excited, I don't want to wait around. Let's get
I was much more excited for Martine, for Narrate, than I was for Miniboo. Way more excited. Dude, they left Benji hanging. Benji couldn't get a fucking he couldn't get a dap to save his life. They're not playing online, it's only Rians that's playing online. The players that are going crazy are all the players on stage for Heretics.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
Last year, Common Core lost 13-2. This year, they lost 13-4. Oh, they're twice as better as they were last year then. No, they're twice as good. Good work, Common Core. Fantastic improvement during the off-season. Fuck, dude.
It occurs to you to visit
How many years of improvement would they need? If they got twice as good every year, next year they'll win 8 rounds, and that'll be really close. And then the year after they'll win 13. They'll get to 13. So yeah, they're 2 years away.
You're going to be able to fight this.
Unless, you know, we might have got it wrong. They might not be twice as good. They might only be 2 rounds additionally as good. So next year they might just get 13-6, then 13-8, then 13-10, then it goes to OT and they still lose. We might be fucking 5-6 years away from a Common Core beating Heretics on Split.
Red Bull gives you
Tragic.
wings.
Tragic. Oh, they're actually squaring their rounds 2-4, so next year they get 16. Crazy, crazy. Okay, I think. All right, I had 2 big thoughts going into this game. Right, one was Common Core looked really solid. I liked what they were putting together. They just struggled on the defense side because teams were getting caught by their traps. The other part was I thought Common Core would outskill Heretics. I thought Heretics' performance in the foot game was a bit of a one-off and that they would drop down a little. Okay, Common Core did not look good in their macro, and Heretics has beaten the piss out of them in the gunfights. And also, because Heretics looked really good in the game against Foot, and now they've looked really good in the first map against Common Core, I'm struggling to cling on to the cope that Heretics are just having a fluky good rifling run right now. I mean, maybe they're just having a really hot tournament, but this is so much better than I was expecting Heretics to be shooting. If Heretics, even if the macro game ends up being even, Heretics look like they're gonna out-rifle Common Core, which there was no way that was on my bingo card today. How are Heretics playing? From Heretics' perspective, great. They got all the map control in the world for free. They were rotating their defensive setups. They were finding good timings to be able to get Miniboo into aggressive positions. Their rifling was dominating Common Core. winning rounds they shouldn't be winning and winning rounds they should be winning. They were neutralizing the when Karmine Corp were going for like heavy executes, they always had good defensive utility coming through. The snake bites were clean, the orbs were useful, the Cypher setups made sense, the breach utility was on point, and Miniboo was running around killing people. The post-plant positioning was good as well. Like, Team Heretics are playing a tight game right now, and they're also outskilling them with the guns. But also, Team Heretics aren't getting pressured. Like, Team Heretics' defensive setups never got pressured because Karmine Corp just ignored mid entirely. They had one round where they passed through mid. 1 out of 12 on their attack sides where they went through mid and split into a site. Every other round, they burst 5 people through a choke point or 4 people through a choke point and then 1 like lurking. So Team Heretics are just never getting pressured in multiple areas. Every time they have heaven control, every time they can flood people into the site whenever they want, every time their players can just throw defensive utility without being worried, every time they know when to throw the defensive utility because Karmine Corp are making it obvious when they're going to exec. It's like, this is why, by the way, it's impossible to say in Valorant one team is just playing well or one team is just playing badly, because when you play badly, you make it easier for the other team.
Maybe Kakuka did think that it was going to be this one-sided. I thought Karmine
you don't get tested, so
one of these rounds I want to pull up is
you don't know how good Heretics would have been if Karmine Corp had really tested their defensive setups. Maybe they would have still been incredible. But holy fuck, let's listen to the Scream analysis. Sorry, Steel analysis. Fucking hell.
Right after they won a round, they reset the economy of Team Heretics. They're going to be on low buy right now, so they have 4 shares basically on the board. But what we're seeing here is we're seeing a bunch of them grouping up into lower. They are going to go straight onto the site. They're going to end up using a smoke onto screens. They're going to use a fade tether onto heaven. They're going to get stalled out a tiny bit, but here come the smokes and here comes the approach onto site. But what we're not seeing is any control over towards ramp. We're seeing everyone basically coming straight into the site. And what that's going to mean is that when the retake comes in, once they've cleared all of the site here, there's going to be no stabilization. So here we're seeing all of this retake coming in together from Team Heretics. They're moving together. They've got the rocket. They've got a vandal. They've got a bunch
He skipped past them using the Nightfall in this round as well.
They have no contest. There's no one really stalling them out here. And here we see K-Core trying to finally come into the action at heaven, but it's too little too late. We have Team Heretics moving together. They have the ulti. They're able to get the first 2 kills because the Omen Flash missed, and now everyone is basically stuck on the site here. This is where everyone else for KC is.
Yeah,
so Heretics moves together.
This was the round that I was molding about, but I think one of the really important things that's additional to this, right, is that
right here the round's over.
The best way of playing retake in the the best way of playing post plant in these kind of spots is to have like at least one player over towards ramp to control that space at the beginning, and then once the retakers start to pressure screens or start to come heaven or ramp or whatever, then you hit them with the Nightfall. You have to wait until the retake is about to happen to hit them with the Nightfall and then fight up ramp so that you have heaven control. If you just send the Nightfall at the beginning, you've wasted your biggest piece of utility, and all you're doing is running into them. They're not hit by the Nightfall, they're not hit by the paranoia, you're just running at them. It doesn't make any sense. And the other thing to notice about that round from the POV that Steel grabbed is that they got the tether on heaven, and the 2 duelists got stalled out by the aftershock, and Magnum just ran in. and they were all 5 together in main.
First in the aim labs, a warm
Like
up
they
here.
look uncoordinated and rushed.
Need to warm up after what we saw.
They're grouping up
last
too
time, but
much
Lotus
instead of trusting that they're going to be able to get the job done with like 3 or 4 people instead of all 5.
But again, it was close.
And they're not thinking about what they want to do in the second part. They're just all doing the same job. Really rushed calling from Magnum, I think. Not a good performance from Carmen Core at all.
Heretics got their number into what they did wanted to do on Split and countered it.
I'll make a YouTube video about it, Swap Briar, but you could go back and take a look at the Twitch VOD from yesterday if you want.
I'm very happy with that, so let's see if we have some changes in the agent select moving into Lotus.
Yeah, I don't think we will see that, right? I know it was a very close match between Heretics and Foot. It could have easily gone the other way, and maybe we would have had a different team sitting here. But again, they both felt very comfortable. It looked like they were willing to play the newer Lotus, and as you guys can see in the agent select, pretty much what we expected.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, the main differences are the duelists. Miniboo and Martin are going to be playing significant.
Miniboo is either going to dominate this game or be a point that Carmen Core can try to punish. The Neon is really difficult to play super effectively on both sides of the map, actually, at this point. But there are some things that it really succeeds at. It provides you a very good stun for rubble control at the start of the round. Carmen Core should not be trying to fight super aggressive over rubble control. They should be trying to default towards C at the start of most of these rounds, I think.
A honeymoon side of things.
It's also got
this level of getting smashed on a map. So I'm looking forward to the redemption.
It's also got an ability to really turn up the tempo, and the wall engages into C and B are pretty good. But if Miniboo is trying to fight ahead of the rest of his team and they can face him with multiple people and shut him down, they might be able to catch Miniboo being too confident, too aggressive after how much he dominated map 1. Do Carmen Core still believe in themselves? Do Carmen Core still believe?
This especially feeding off the rivalry between a KC, a Heretics, a Spain, a France.
Yeah, you can eat cookies for breakfast. Go crazy, Devon. Go crazy.
Coming out ahead in that rivalry. We'll see if KC.
No, I haven't done the sneaker word into VCT yet. I need to try one actually.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's actually.
I need to write them down. That's the problem. I forget about them.
Both teams have played it, so we actually have a little bit of data to go on. And KC were dominant, winning 13-4. So I think they'll be fairly happy going into this map. It's something that has clearly been.
Heretics are looking to try to fight B at the start of this round. So I like the idea that Carmen Core are going to fight over C to begin the pistol. They have double sheriffs. Martin and Magnum both bought sheriffs.
As time progresses, because we've already got those
really
up, and you can see an orb being tapped away at. But no presence from Heretics. They're pushing up on B instead, taking a lot.
Heretics did not. Oh, they're going to go for like a re-exploration towards Mound.
They've rotated. They've decided to move.
Now's a good time to react A.
The A side, perhaps, if you're Heretics, that's what you're thinking. And
Thomasy's taking some space.
And a little bit of a lurk left late in.
Good read already here from Miniboo. He's rotating. Oh no, he came back to B. They're going to go through the door. Wait, this is crazy. Look at this from Heretics. They go through the door to try to catch them. Heretics really trying to force the fights here. That is wild behavior. Leaping through the Viper wall to try to force the fight rubble? Oh my lord. Well, that's a gimme for Carmen Core.
That's how it ends. Very nice.
I like the round from Carmen Core. Sensible, slow map control.
But there's plenty more to play for. They've got to keep it together.
And Team Heretics fucking ran at them through the Viper wall.
When it comes to a comp that has neon in it,
I don't know what they were thinking there.
The extremities of the map a lot. Like it's very difficult to use that kit without basically pressuring towards Mound or pushing up on the A site at the same time. It's one of those things where
that's a bonkers call.
And the supportive utility.
The only way that works is if Carmen Core are running away and don't have their, like, if they've got their backs turned.
Mitch, are you a fan of the gun? Do you like the Outlaw?
Well, you know, I'm kind of reserving my judgment.
Oh, okay, cool.
I haven't thought about it.
So another another
No,
mount take. I think this is good as the default for Common Core.
Is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, but when you look at the map in play, there's a lot of long range angles, especially if you're going to scrap for that A site.
I like how close Common Core are getting to the choke point before they commit.
Strikes me as a little bit strange, but it is
They
just
punish
so
Miniboo.
goddamn powerful.
So they've punished Miniboo's aggression twice now in 2 rounds. That's a really big win condition. Really big. When you're playing against Neon in particular, but especially when someone's dropped like fucking 40 frags on you in the previous map.
Two teammates who, if they happen to hit one of their 2 quickly discharged
Unfortunately, this is another one of those rounds though, where Common Core have grouped up with 5 players in one area of the map.
I think it's more
So they don't know if anyone's over towards B, they've just opened the door to check that. But they also don't have any ability to go back to A. They're just having to walk into this stack. They're doing a good job though of baiting out the Heretics players and facing them with many people. Alright, they actually navigated that fairly well. Considering they were running into a stack, they made sure that they were really tight with each other, and the spacing did not allow Heretics to pick off one at a time.
Get into an angle and get out of an angle. It works for people in ranked. You know, if you're in Diamond Ascendant, you can pull it out. When you look at pro players, their reaction times are insane, and being able to connect a quick 140 shot to the body is just insane.
Yeah, Magnum's the caller for Common Core, yeah. I am fucking starving. I need to order some food.
See how much impact is found in the next round.
Yeah, that would be the interesting thing. The fact that they've not actually lost anything, because that's the one risk. Like, again, you compare to the Na'Vi strategy that we see where they buy 2 pistols, 3 rifles, then you buy up the extra rifles to make sure that you can have a loss. I think the risk with doing this is if you lose either of the guns, it is expensive. Like,
get Rice and hit it with your hands again. It was really good, actually. It was really good.
With the rifles that basically cost you the max. So it's
if I order food though,
it's gonna cause you some problems.
Nicely done by Boo. Opens the door. So that's really good, actually. Making sure that he dies to the spike there. That's a great ult orb denial.
From Boo, he probably just quickly tapped tab and realized someone's 2 away from an ultimate, especially one like Fades. All right, you don't want to mess with that. So it's a much
what should I get, chat? What should I get?
See what I mean about the fire speed there? Like that is just outrageously quick.
I think I'm gonna get a breakfast burrito.
In a low buy round, it's huge. In a full buy round,
to note just quickly. There are a couple of players who've gone with the light shield, so make sure to take that in mind. They are 1 shot to the Outlaws. I noticed originally everybody actually bought up 4 shields.
Now there's 3 people 1 shot. Oh no, there isn't. Sorry, Rian's just went through the wall.
But they managed to actually invest into it this time, so there's a chance those 2 players will go down to a hit.
Dude, Chipotle. I haven't had Chipotle in so long.
Later on in the round,
I don't think I'm going to get that, though.
Tamazi for now, wielding those Outlaws.
I'm going to go for a breakfast burrito.
This, right? We're again seeing some pressure being put on parts of the map. We've seen this on C.
Croissant for the French?
Where they push up, take a little bit of
Let me see if I can find a place that does that.
Especially on C. And then pull back. They're attempting to make Heretics
the Croissant
over
Club.
rotations, overplay their hand to grab information. So far, that hasn't really come through.
Is this place actually going to be good, though? I've no idea. 30-minute delivery time? That'll probably be timed quite nicely. Alright, so Martin gets popped there. They know that they're playing aggressively over A main. So they're going to try to react into C. They're using the Viper Orb to get through. They've found a nice timing to get through there. Good work lurking in. Oh, they missed the kill, though, onto Benji. And Benji kills too.
Again, the headshots being connected and Shin left in.
Alright, what should we go for then?
No heroics from the Outlaw this time, Mitch.
They've all got meat in them, these croissants. Surely they have one that isn't meat, right?
And his
nope.
is a little different.
They actually don't.
If he had his ult, maybe
10 seconds left.
That's fucked up.
As we can see, quite far away from that. Instead, it's just going to be the idea to save this rifle through to the next round.
That's fucked up.
Avoid giving away anything.
Every one of these American croissants has meat in it.
It's a good fight back for Heretics, though. This is the sign of life we wanted to see from this squad, but thanks to KC not losing anyone.
What the fuck? This is the second place I'm looking at. It says croissants, ham and cheese, okay. I don't want it because it's ham, but then spinach or raisin custard. What the fuck is a spinach croissant? And what is a raisin custard?
individually, they're already showing up.
They would have given him footsteps.
Interestingly,
Jethin.
they actually did incredibly well on the defensive side, which is rare. A lot of the time,
Spinach croissant? What? I don't understand it. Are they just going to shove a bunch of spinach in a croissant?
For Heretics, taking that A control away, it's a fast-paced.
What is? I don't understand the concept.
With a lot of utility available, ready and waiting to try and slow them down. And
Oh, the teleport in. Holy shit. What a play from Shin. They pinned them in the corner with the raise and fade utility, and then they paranoiaed them, and Shin teleported on top of their heads to get the double kill.
Going up top, even avoiding. Oh, nice spam.
Magnum's planted in the open, and they don't control that corner. See, on Lotus, it's sometimes good not to smoke this so that you can actually control the corner back here and get the proper plant down. Oh my god, Martine accidentally killed both. Martine was 1 HP and accidentally killed both of them.
Despite 9 and 1 HP, respectively, for Tamazi and Martine. This round is somehow not only winnable, it seems to be won.
That's bizarre. That's bizarre. The first couple of kills that Shin got, nice setup. The Martine kills? Don't know whether Karmikor will be getting those again. I do like the way that they're playing around the attack side orb, though. Using it to lurk in and burst onto Heretics before they were ready for it.
For Heretics, not going to be a massive amount invested into this one. And Magnum, and actually Rians are going to invest into the
so Rians used his ult in the previous round, and Heretics on a broken bye for maybe the first time in this entire match.
Anybody on that defensive side, light shields is the best they've been able to muster. No shields in some cases.
So there's the lineup for the Sea Orb.
For this Killjoy to potentially pick off some defenders. And then you got to be worried, you know, if you're going to peek out for information.
That's pretty cool.
There's a good chance he's going to be waiting on the other side.
The thing that means, though, is that you don't have the orb here, so it's not as easy to push back these people with just the Viper setup.
On that Neon, there's a very high percentage chance that there's going to be aggression. They've spotted it in the majority of rounds. But interestingly, they haven't challenged too much.
Now they know there's an outlaw here on B. To be honest, you could smoke him off and just pop with Martine's ult.
It allows you rotations back to B through
I really don't mind that.
But also just to fake out sound over on A. Instead, it leaves
oh, they're going to group back up over towards C. The Dizzy.
CMB,
They do break it, and they decide to exec.
3 players from Heretics waiting, Snakebite down, and Martine not finding
They do a great job of punishing Patty, but then Benji manages to pick off Martine before the Razel comes through, and they can't plant on that corner again. Wow. Tamazi's punished.
Is a big blow to the
so it's a passive plant position, safe plant position. Oh, Benji is just... Benji's dominating all of the angles here on defense of Lotus C. He's just finding these nerdy little headshot angles. Oh my god, Narrate's fighting them.
1 second on the clock before he's detained, but he's bought enough time, perhaps, for Shin to clutch this out. Benji's just now retrieved a rifle, and the clock is still ticking away.
Shin should be able to clutch.
Shin, and he needs to find him soon, tapping to try and draw him out into the open. But Shin is patient. He doesn't think it's being... Oh, nice shot. He didn't think it was being stuck, but he swung just to Shin. Nice round from KC, and another big one.
Benji's aim has been so good that I did believe Benji was going to get that.
I think as well, the rate within the site, just some real heroics, just turning on a dime.
Yeah, Martine got caught there by the vulnerable.
I'm just liking the fact of how direct KC...
Look at that!
Even though there was a lot of damage done, and I think, again, Benji has been lights out.
Benji's kills there are extraordinary.
It's just the fact that they're just working on...
Yeah, Narrate definitely won the round there for them. If they had to play fully off-site because of the lockdown, I don't think they're able to fight their way back in. I think Heretics wins. Narrate made the play at the right time. It was a risk, obviously, but you know, you got to weigh it up against the situation you would be in otherwise. How come you've never heard of raisin custard? To me, those two things don't go together. Is that a common thing? Raisin custard. That doesn't make any sense to me. What are the raisins doing in the custard?
It's not like we expect them to slow down that much, so I think the alarm bells are definitely ringing inside of Nilzinho and Weber's heads.
American, and I've never heard of it? Yeah, I mean, I've lived in America for 5 years, I've never heard of it.
When we spoke to Magnum was he said the narrate is very, very vocal. Like he's someone who's always going to give his feedback.
Maybe should I order one?
Time when you watch, but in these pauses, he is being very vocal.
Neither Seek God is currently winning.
Something that Magnum himself said that he really likes coming over from Americas is that they're going to tell him how he feels very quickly.
Yeah.
Riot announced their new fighting game? Oh, really? What, they announced Project L officially?
I think that Narrate's been doing quite a lot of work in the IGL sector, so that's definitely going to help.
2x KO. That's a very literal name, isn't it? Because that was the whole idea, is that it's like a doubles fighting game, right? 2x KO is extremely literal.
They managed it for now. That got a little bit risky.
Alright, so Common Core are putting... I like that the game plan that I came up with for Common Core of heavy mound control at the start of these rounds. I like that they're going for that. They just got caught by some random spam, so that's rough. I would like to see them have more of an aggressive lurk up here if they realize there's a stack C. Instead of going five here, go with like 3 people here. And then one can push up close here and one can try and get in on A if you realize that there's a big stack and it's the Killjoy on the other side of the map. They've made a footstep here, but they're already on them.
But they've opened the door, so they've already given away the
no smoke from Shin. He's trying to keep it open in case they need to pivot B. They're going for the pivot B. Thomasy's already in on B. Shin's going to have both of his smokes up in a second. Smoke out Heaven. Dude, smoke Heaven. He smoked tree for them to cross. Stairs for them to cross. Thomasy's overflanking. Dude, wow, holy fuck, guys. Thomasy's in such a great position. Just use him to surprise the retakers. He doesn't need to force a fight there. It's fucking over. Oh, man. The macro play is quite nice, but then the micro falls to pieces. I would have preferred to see Shin smoke Heaven on B as well. And then just have Thomasy play a non-committed position instead of just walking into Patty. Brother.
Wherever he's been, they've been going in that direction. But that early kill definitely helped with weathering.
How much are the croissants? I'm starving, but it's 6:20 and I want to live through you. How much are the croissants? They are $4.
Great. The one thing sort of padding things is, again, they've had that Nightfall. Now, bear in mind, last time they had Nightfall, they went for a fast play into the C site, completely direct, and put the pressure straight on to Benji.
You cheap bastard, get them both? They don't sound good. Should I get them just to see what the fuck they are? Spinach and raisin custard. Dude, it doesn't sound good.
How Heretics are this confident with essentially 4 players towards this seaside. Granted, Miniboo's a little closer to B.
I'm going to throw an apple fritter in there as well because I know that I'm going to enjoy the apple fritter.
They were right. The shift was coming towards that side of the map. But KC on the previous map and here, they're showing us they do not mind playing it slow. They do not mind shifting direction. And that's, I mean, by the looks of it, worked out perfectly.
Alright, I've ordered it. I've ordered a spinach croissant and a raisin custard croissant as well. Oh, dude. Dude, the Heretics players are fucking dominating the gunfights. How is Miniboo hitting that, and then they swing out and just delete Narrate as well?
The most difficult of the sites to hold on to. You really need to take some ground, get yourself into a position to play this after plan. And right now, it's
good
like
paranoia to allow the Neon to re-clear through Heaven. Martine, they're aware. They're so fucking aware.
He couldn't have done any better in that
oh my god.
Turned around at the exact moment he needed to.
Heretics have woken up. Carmine Core had some nice executes and decent post plants in the first, like in the beginning of this game.
I think he must be on what, 11 kills.
And now Miniboo and Benji are just tapping people. Benji's aim has looked so fucking good in this match.
Patitech's feeling it too. It's just Benji's game.
He's just running around one-tapping people.
11-4. Right now, he's pretty much put up 3 rounds for Heretics, and he's not
Next
showing any
patch chat's
signs
going to
of
be on
slowing.
Tuesday.
I've enjoyed that so far. Like every time we seem to cut to Patitech, he's just hyping up one of the members.
It's probably
of
a
the team.
panel
Crazy.
Riz
Definitely,
and they're
he's
describing
bringing
it
the good
weirdly.
vibes when it comes to Heretics, and especially with such a young squad. And I don't know.
No.
I see Boo as the master.
And they're calling it a raisin custard.
Yeah,
He's got a very chill guy. I think that Patitech is actually
I mean, maybe.
the perfect player to be standing in for the.
If I know anything about America from living here for 5 years, is that they love to take concepts, food or otherwise, and then call them something completely different because they think other Americans are too stupid to understand what it is.
That Nightfall still remaining because Narrate got boomed just by the headshot. I actually think that going back to something a little bit more direct works out for them, because so far they've been losing a lot of that A control. They haven't been able to fight towards rubble because every time it's been smoked off.
The American people need to have a little more faith in their own ability.
Quite close to, but that was the adaptation in the last round. Heretics went. They've got Nightfall again. Last time.
Sidewalk is so funny.
Pushing straight in.
Pavement? No, we can't call it that.
Let Boo have that control over on A, and if
It goes on the side and we walk on it. Call it the sidewalk.
Made the difference over the last couple. Now I'm looking at Carmine Corp. Okay, your opponent's adapted. What have you got?
I'm out of here.
Looks like the call is made. 1-1-3.
Spectacles. No, that sounds a little too fancy. The British call them glasses because they're made of glass, but what if people don't know where to put them on their face? We'll call them eyeglasses, just so that people really know where to put them.
KC have not been willing to retake that a lot of the time. We saw them avoid it.
To be honest, that's not even really what I was thinking about, those kind of words. I was thinking about when they do it in like culinary stuff, or where they have completely different words for concepts because they don't like the original way that they're phrased. Oh no. Oh no.
In this round, I think that should be good enough once nobody else goes down for nothing.
Yeah, if it's not good enough, I think he's going to have some serious questions to ask.
Really? You've never heard someone say eyeglasses? I've definitely heard that.
Now, there is a chance for
I thought it was standard.
That's something at least that Thomasy can try and play with in this round, but
yeah, they're just walking through the one-way. Even after Boo got the first kill. Nah, we'll just walk it.
Hold outside of B as well if they were to try and go back in that direction. And the fact is, throughout matchup so far, getting past Mini Boo has not been easy. So little time, they're just going to have to almost face into him, I assume. Oh no, never mind.
I used to like you until you started defending the great country of the USA. I'll never be a fan again. I'm actually here representing France.
They've got 7 seconds left. I don't think there's any chance for Shin. In fact, he almost just has to die. A nice shot, at least, onto the sliding Mini-Boo, but a good resurgence from Heretics after being 4-1 down.
Wait, there's no way. Americans say eye doctor? No, Americans surely still use the word optician.
Down in the dumps, one more buy, they'll get rifles out, and then they're left to try and scrape.
You guys are not going to the eye doctor. Are you 12? Are you fucking 12 years old?
And that's exactly why. Initially, 3 players there, full utility dumping, looking to scrap. It's not a fight.
Optometrist, yeah, that's fine. Optometrists,
Boo's got you every
very
time.
reasonable.
Boo's shifted up position. This is going to be a paranoia used right away.
We also call dentists teeth doctors. No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. Mini Boo is on maniac hours out here. He's just swung and deleted 2 of them. Mini Boo is having a fucking life game.
We can't use eyeglasses
I've already
as
got
an
2
insult,
kills, and
unlike
I'm already
Specky
dead.
Twat.
Said peek B. I didn't hear when. Lovely.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Specky really does work a lot better.
But I got 2 kills.
How Mini Boo is actually just having a fucking life game. It's ridiculous.
Taking is going to be at an all-time low for KC. Good luck to them getting through this setup. Still a pit, a thrash.
I think Narrate still has the Nightfall, by the way. He hasn't been able to use it because he keeps getting domed before he gets anywhere
Probably
near
the play there was to use it towards B, but they couldn't get the grass.
Oh, God.
Oh, insult to injury using the thrash here. Good info gathering too.
They didn't even get information about how many people were there. They're going to commit to B. Boo got a couple of kills through the one-way on the previous round. He kills Magnum and decides not to commit to it. They're going to wait to go with the ult. I like that. And it's over.
that's going to be a knife kill to close it out. Surely he just
all of these rounds have been going the way of Heretics. The Heretics players woke up and they've chosen violence.
It's the mind games, bro. It's the mind games.
The shooting from Miniboo and Benji has been so good.
Around because they're a few hundred credits short. There's going to be a TMV video about how this is where Team Heretics troll.
Dude, if Miniboo keeps shooting like this,
they just went from
they're gonna make Madrid, man.
To grabbing a knife kill.
He's
to
just
reclaim the lead. I mean,
that's like best player in the world kind of aim.
You can see that the morale
Not literally the best player in the world, but what I mean is like the best duelists in the world when they're playing incredibly hit shots like Benji, like Miniboo's doing today.
I feel like one of the things that has to be done for Heretics
Just bang, bang, 2 players dead
like you
immediately.
can't allow a defensive side to just hold onto the A side for the entirety of the map. It's normally where teams lean. That's normally the initial battle is to fight for rubble, and then you can go back to B. You have
It was always going to be Team Heretics and Fnatic. Yeah, of course. That's who everybody had in their predictions.
You know, you see again this sort of aggression around B, the noise being made, but I think the idea here is to get the push either on C or A, right? One player holding the extremity, waiting for over-aggression, but it's not.
So how do you deal with Boo's one-way here? You've got the Viper set up.
Just a risky play to go getting aggressive.
Viper wall goes up. They use a Prowler. Okay, nice. Now you know that they're not holding the one-way.
And even after they confirm,
You've pushed them back.
That the wall should keep
Martine's looking for a lurk.
Too scared of this setup.
I don't like that. I think your win condition in this round is to use ults. It's not to get a lurk pick. But I guess it could have worked. Martine with a Sheriff has got a chance to be able to win that.
Having the game of his life, and then the reinforcements come through from
Around the back, the trade. Can Magnum wait for somebody? No, he gets flashed.
Winning it for them. Benji's down to 16 HP. It's actually genuinely winnable, but there's only 20 seconds.
20 seconds left, but Boo's just going to cancel this round instantly.
Great flash. That's won them the round.
Never really that close to being won there.
One hell of a play.
Oi, oi, oi.
That's the thing. I feel like
Oi, oi, oi.
The script for the other team. He is so far in the heads of the opponent that he's able to take A control, have a player ready to rotate from B to see when they push it, and then when they try and rotate back, he's waiting on B going, fancy seeing you here. Oh wait.
I mean, the trade there is good from Thomasy, but
he's even still got the paranoia from
too many players over towards C to be able to hold that back, and no ults invested. They've got a big ult bank for this round. They've got to use it. KC have got to use the ults here to make sure that they don't get eco'd or put back down onto an eco. Heretics are definitely not looking like minimum match theory. I mean, they're guaranteed not minimum match theory. They've already won a game.
Which is insane.
How good has Boo's calling been?
Large part of this timeout is going to be that conversation. It's not necessarily that
they haven't really played an attack side.
You need to avoid Heretics having Rubble with one man for free with util. By the way, what he's using
they haven't had to play very much attack side. They've had rotating defensive setups that are really fairly strong, and then they've been calling aggression at the start of the rounds in a few of those moments. Holy shit.
With one all. And half of them have been online for 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
Now Raid's had his for ages.
Yeah,
do you still think 100 Thieves is minimum match theory? It's tough. It's tough because the problem with 100 Thieves is I think they're fairly. Okay, wait a second. This is a big fight. No, it's not. KC didn't take control. They're trying to get back in. Good reaction from Heretics to back up. Can you open tree? Can you take tree with this? They're trying to take sight with this. No, that's too aggro, Martin. Okay, alright. They open door. They hit 3. You can go B here. You can pivot B. Oh, Shin's used both of his smokes. They're calling the B pivot. In they go. As far as I can tell, no utility used there to clear the breakable door. That could have been dangerous for them. No smokes here as well. Shin's got the next one up in like 10 seconds. Is anyone watching for Paddy? No. No one was. Shin kinda was, but he didn't even try to counter spam.
Just because they know how quickly their opponents are going to be on them.
They've just busted a nut in B. They just threw everything. They just Viper ulted, lockdown. They've cleared heaven with the Haunt.
For Team Heretics to fight back in, wait for that Viper to get nice and low, and then here comes the challenge. Tamazi now on 1 health. A stray bullet enough to take him down.
Thomasy swinging outside of the pit as well. They're so scrambled. KC are so scrambled, man. They're so scrambled. They use everything in like 3 seconds because they're scared of Heretics going for the flood retake.
4-1. This was 4-1 in favor.
Oh my god.
KC. And since then, it's been 6 rounds in a row.
They already used their Haunt. Like, they didn't have any utility left to try to put pressure on these people retaking. Heretics have got them absolutely shook.
Every single ult, and it's not even like they were bad ults. You used a lockdown. They've
Oh,
used a Nightfall,
no.
a Showstopper, a Viper's Pit, and it wasn't even close.
There were 4 players on
They've
A.
got to be rattled at this point.
I mean, Heretics over-rotated, got stuck on A, wasted 10 to 15 seconds getting back towards the B site, and still, they make that retake look, it might as well have been a 5v1.
4 seconds left on the clock as well, so it wasn't even like it got down to
Don't know what the
wire.
fuck that was. Something made a noise in the room.
Oh dear.
Martin's not had the greatest
So they
there.
wanted to
Just
go for the B
last
pop.
certainly going to limit his approach
What?
range.
Dude,
Instead, they're
if
moving
you
towards B.
pressure C,
I don't
go
feel like
pressure
this is
somewhere
a
else and
change in
re-hit C.
direction, so much as it is just
You've got a
break
decent
speed
chance here.
as they look to make an actual decision on where they're going.
You need to actually
Players
pull
have
the
been
people
shown
away from A though. You
body
can't just pull them to.
language
Oh
definitely
my
suggests
god, they're in on B.
They're on their way. They're looking
They're
for a
in.
fight. The spike is miles
They're in.
away.
Magnum's
Is this a
so
fake?
deep.
It is. The door open, but it's
This
not
is quite
working.
nice though.
It
They
is
can
not
go
even
back to
close
re-hit
work.
C,
Fanatec's
and then
still
Magnum
onside.
can become the
Benji
lure.
is right there waiting for the cross.
Magnum versus
And the
Miniboo
scrap
though.
on the back, the wall bangs are coming through. Shin's already 1 HP. There's so much
Nice
to be done
trades,
on
but
this side
Miniboo
for
found
KC.
Magnum.
A lifeline. Martin and Narrate are low, but it's a 3v3 post plan.
Martin and Narrate are so weak.
They can find that round 7-5. Not a terrible
They're going
map
to
for them.
re-explore
Moving on to the
Waterfall.
defense.
Oh, they got rid of Benji. That's the
They
lockdown
made
goal.
footsteps.
Ultimates at least to deal with.
Miniboo has wall here. They have paranoia.
Little broken
They didn't plant for mound.
On the other side of things, there's nothing in terms of utility just yet.
Common Core are struggling here. The kill on Riens is good, but now Boo's coming around from behind. Boo can kill one here at least. Oh, he gets both of them, and he has paranoia. It's over. It's fucking over. Oh, Common Core don't get a good plant down, and then they don't have control of any area of the map. They take Waterfall, but then they leave Waterfall. They peek Mound, but then they leave Mound. They don't have info about where people are retaking from. Oh no, they all just end up stuck on site with their backs to Boo.
Bambino and big time.
Brother.
Looking at Bambino's Mario Kart skills, I'm not sure you're going to want him around.
Yeah, they're brothers. Boo and Miniboo are brothers. Miniboo is literally the mini version of Boo.
If you'd gone the other way, if you'd bullied big time, like dude's in Korea.
He's got a fly.
KC are better on defense? Yeah, no, they're not. KC are not better on defense.
I think I bought myself.
Unless Heretics runs into their traps. There is still a chance for Carmen Core to come back into this, and it's if Heretics didn't watch how Carmen Core played previously. Because KC were running a lot of like
That's what I said.
early round fight plays.
I'm 100% certain of that.
No, that's just what he had. I had a different thing. And a place that serves both. It's all right. KC and Team Heretics. 8-4.
Although, to be honest, I don't think they're going to
Heretics
do
are
that
now
on this
the
map.
attack. Somewhere they've looked comfortable, but with how KC stalled out so consistently, kicking this one off, we could see the same thing. I
think it's over, KC bros. I think it's over, and I think it's not even going to be close.
So, you know.
If KC win the pistol, maybe they can make the scoreline respectable.
But I'm giving you caveats. I'm giving you there's possibilities, but they really need to step up to the plate. And the thing is, this is probably the half where Miniboo's going to be even more deadly. This is where you saw that defensive round where he just slid out and shot 2.
They've got the stack here.
Try and do that every round.
Well, that smoke's going down towards
They've got
B.
paranoia. They could try to flood
Enough
this.
Players behind helping, but well, Team Heretics haven't left
You have
anyone
people
behind.
ready for
They're
this.
straight
No?
up
No
in
flood?
KC's face. In fact,
No nade to deny the plant? Oh, the timing. Oh, they didn't flood. They went for a set retake. And they just got pushed when they naded. It's over. It's over. They had 3 players on B, and they let them get the plant down and post-plant positions on B.
I feel bad for Martin. He pulls his nade out. He's holding that smoke.
You have a fucking nade, a paranoia, a boom bot. Fuck those motherfuckers, man. Nade, as soon as you hear the plant go down, before they're in position to push you, throw the paranoia. Double flood heaven, double flood from waterfall.
It's gone wrong. Rian still has a
Ah!
They've got a stand in, of course, as well.
Oh my god, that shot from Rian's is crispy.
Maybe he's alright playing from home.
Dude, this Heretic squad looks like they have the greatest aimers in the world assembled on one team. It's fucking crazy. And this was without Woot. What the fuck is going on here?
That's the only thing I can imagine that could do better than that. He just pops 3 people's heads like it was nothing. Sure, it's an eco round, but that's the thing. It's like,
holy shit.
We're at a scoreline point now where it doesn't matter if it's an eco. There needs to be some damage. There needs to be something from KC. It's been such a long time since they've got around on the board. That's it. This scoreline was 4-1 in their favor. Zach, can we count that as a kill just to give him something?
Sure. Yeah. Great kill by Tamazi.
The Andalusian flawless, maybe.
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, might be counting that out. And there he is, the man himself.
Oh yeah, the 100 Thieves problem. So the reason that we had 100 Thieves in the minimum match tier was because they had an insanely tough group in kickoff. And if you get knocked out 0-2 in kickoff, and you don't make either of the playoffs, you only play the minimum matches. 100 Thieves might make playoffs, but I think it's kind of close because the teams are really, really competitive in Americas. And if only top 6 makes playoffs each time, so like top 3 of each group, it's actually quite possible that 100 Thieves might not.
But each time Team Heretics have picked themselves right back up. Let's just recall a time, a simpler time for les Jeunes Françaises. It was 4-1 to KC. There were screams from the booth on my right.
Yeah.
There are no longer any noises from the booth on my right. That's where the French casters are. They're nice and quiet now, waiting for the return of KC. And it might just be now.
Okay.
Already found. Now Wright's got the info.
Mitch
he knows they're on their way.
Putting a bit of fire in the Carmine Corps fans.
Are in play. Martin with the first.
Just in time for them to get absolutely whacked by that ultimate. Alright, they did actually stop them though. But they managed to find a way into A. Look at how grouped up KC are on defense. Look how many holes there are to be able to get to the sites. Heretics did not have these kind of holes. The only hole in the way that Heretics was defending was the B site, and Carmine Corps could not hold in the post.
So desperately low, he almost has to go in as a sacrifice. Smoke available, but no flashes. So it's just going to have to be these dry peaks and with some aggressive positions.
Everyone on Team Heretics is very split apart here.
Blue is so far back. They're almost trying to
What is that smoke? Oh, what is that shot from Rians? Okay, Paddy dies, but there's very little time here. There's no time. There's no time. Oh.
Oh. He aimed for Shin and through the smoke took out Tamazi. Maybe could have just tapped that spike in time, but instead he ends up getting nothing for all their trouble. A fantastic attempt by KC that once again falls flat.
Dude.
And from 4 to 1, Team Heretics now sit 11 to 4. 10 in a row.
This is the thing though, it's like a Red Bull
Oh,
at this
Jesus.
point. For the side of Heretics, they didn't even need it.
I'm not saying the line. I'm not doing it. At the same time, though, man, KC have had some melony-looking rounds today.
Whichever side you're on, it was looking like a really competitive game. 2 young squads, some experienced leadership, coaches that have
Their
been
decisiveness
around for a long time
and their aggression just lacking
their
today
opponents at this point.
completely.
11 to 4. It's an
They had
investment.
plenty of rounds on attack side split where they were too late to hit the site. Some where they actually got away with it, but then they also they just weren't aggressive enough in terms of taking space. Get these ads off my screen. Oh, thank you for the resub. I forgot to run an ad again. Might be. Robbie, thank you for the 8 months.
Long talked about, and it may come into fruition
What
later. It
color
could be
is
too
IT?
early, and that was a conversation.
What color is it?
On the first day, seeing this KC.
Don't ask me. I can't tell you anymore. I don't know. I'm colorblind.
Fantastic. And Rian's more so than any. I mean, this guy is sensational. Another kill for Rian's.
Martin could have had 2 there. Oh, and Shin gets caught trying to teleport away instead of just running into the smoke holding his rifle out. Oh, God.
Some opponents low. Patatech and Rian's.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's going to be 13-4, 13-4.
2 big players. Also, Thrash. And he's on his way. He's caught a scent of Magnum, and he's hunted him down.
Can they get the knife kill? Are they there in time?
Oh, they're going to try, but the weapons come out. Unlucky, but in the end, 1 knife kill is enough for this game. 12-4. Team Heretics. Lights out performance. And if they win this round, from 4-1 down,
My boys. My boys.
Twice in a
Look
row.
what they're doing to my
Consistency.
boys. Oh, fuck.
I genuinely am flabbergasted by what Heretics have brought to the table this year.
Oh, I didn't even realize Magnum was 0-14.
LCQ.
Oh, what a disaster class today.
This team's about to get top 4 and kickoff. If they win 1 more round.
Oh, I didn't realize he was 0-14. Miniboo just takes the fight, gets the kill. Magnum dies, 0-15. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's over. He's had a 0-kill map. Oh no. It's not a record because I think Jim can set the record, but I mean, in VCT at tier 1, that might be a record.
It's a foregone conclusion at this stage. Realistically, Team Heretics need to make mistakes to give this one away, and there's one. No, Benji still gets the kill. It's just getting away with sheer murder. The snake.
They're gonna run out of time again.
Them some more, and now Decayed, they try to tap it, narrate, fire.
There's no time.
He'll do damage, but Patatech's in there, shorty in hand, and it's boom.
Oh, fuck.
13-4, twice in a row. No doubt about who was the better team here today.
And that's the thing. Coming into this season, Heretics as a top 4 bet was
definitely underestimated Heretics. Heretics' aim looked phenomenal in actually both of the games that they played, but especially today with Miniboo. Boo looked incredible in the game against Foot, but Miniboo today, and Benji as well, just going around tapping people. Rian's had some moments. Oh my god. Oh my god. Magnum went 8-30 over both maps, had 0 kills map 2, and called some horrendous attack sides on split. The thing is, I'm not sure I can be mad at Magnum's attack side calling because that must have been the coach's plan, to just 5-pop on sites. There's no way the coach is like fine with that, and sorry, I mean, there's no way the coach told them to play a different game and then Magnum just calls 5-pops. Oh my god. Holy shit. That was pretty terrible from Carmine Court today. But I think that shows you the inexperience on the roster. Now, unfortunately, they were playing against a fairly inexperienced roster as well. So that doesn't bode well. But Carmine Court can play so much better than that. I think they got their confidence knocked. And they didn't really understand what they were doing wrong.
I know a place that will break you into a
brother. Oh no.
Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca.
Oh no.
And Picasso. Don't ask about Lorca.
Heretics though, it actually looked unbeatable in the rifling today. You could have put Fnatic up against them, and in terms of like actual rifling head-to-head, I swear it would have been somewhat even. Like what Miniboo was doing, crazy. I think Fnatic would have outplayed them in other ways, or at least put more pressure on them with their macro. But like the actual rifling, fuck me, it was insane today from Heretics. Rien's tweet. 2-0 versus KFC. GG's. My coach is a goat, not even joking. Carmen Fraud Core. I mean, dude, Neil and Weber getting massive praise there. They played a much better macro game than Carmen Core did. But also, holy mother of God, they popped off individually. Fuck. Check the Woot tweet? What's Woot's Twitter? Magnum Frag Movie, TY for watching. You just don't need to clown on people when you beat them 13-4, 13-4. Like, you actually just don't need to do this, man. You don't need to do this. Holy shit. He didn't even play. He didn't even play. He didn't even play. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Who is Heretics playing against? I guess we don't know, but I'm worried for Carmen Core getting out of their group now, because KC are probably gonna have a rematch against a team that's woken up. Or maybe not a rematch. I say rematch, but that would only apply if it was Giants. But there is a pretty good chance that Foot wins this game, wakes up, and then beats KC as well. Oh. Uh-oh. Fucking hell. Alright, when is my food getting here? When does the food get here? Estimated arrival, another 35 minutes. For some pastries. Fuck. Fucking hell. Carmen Core couldn't even last as long as my Uber Eats order. I ordered some fucking croissants to eat while I was watching the French team play. And they got beaten before my food arrived. No. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Carmen Core played a terrible game today, but they're not always going to play like that. That was particularly bad. They played way better in the first game that they played. I think KC will play better than that in their game to make play-ins. I'm just worried because I think no matter who they're playing against, Giants or Foot, it's going to be more difficult than the first time they played Giants. Especially because people now know how they want to play. Ooh. Fuck. Goddamn. Okay. What is going on here?
EMEA kickoff. I'm kicking this off. I'm sorry. I wanted to.
Oh, it's Boo. It's a ghost.
Be a headshot machine
because
like
it's Boo and
Roberts,
Mini
but I'm
Boo.
Giving up, and instead I'm gonna talk to you and do my proper
actual
job and ask you about
Boo to the joke.
Like just wanted to constantly bait you into fights.
Fucking hell.
And it seemed like Mini Boo You were not gonna let
God.
them.
They were just on fire.
I mean, NT.
Yeah.
NT.
NT from
NT.
KC. For you,
It
Boo,
wasn't
how do
an
you keep your
NT.
team in check?
It
Because
literally
KC
wasn't
are a
an
team
NT.
That want to regress, that want to bait those rotations from you. But the team were able each time to deny them that. You chained together 12 rounds, I believe, in that map. It was 1-4, and suddenly it was 13-4.
We had a good preparation. We have our protocols, and then after we have good preparation, all we need to do in game is keep up our comps and play to our fundamentals. And when we do that, that's what happens.
So it's really that simple.
It's simple to say, it's really hard to do.
That's a great response from Boo. That is a great response from Boo.
This year,
The concepts are
fans from
simple,
Team
but
Heretics,
actually
they
doing
can't
them is
be
hard.
Anything but so happy with the performance and everything that you're doing with the team. What's been the difference maker?
I mean, compared to last year, I think we kept people who we thought are, have it in them. And then we tried to surround us with people with the same mindset, with the same work ethic. That's why we had like long time of trials. And at the same time, we're a young team and our off season was quite bad. But I mean, we need time. Even these performances, yeah, they're good, but it doesn't mean that we are done or anything. Like, this is a long process and we just keep working. We have a good training plan made with our game, with our coaches. And yeah, it's just like a process, and this is a result of that process.
And how do you feel about the process?
Absolutely
Because I
based
noticed that you
responses
did tweet
from
about
Boo.
the fact that your brother just needed the right people around him earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Last year when I was playing in other team, I watched Boo and it made me sad look at him, and when he was losing, it made me feel sad for him because I knew he was always a really good player, a really wise player, and mechanically he was always insane. It's not just that he woke up this season and he's completely insane. It was always there. And I always wanted to help my brother be the best in the world. I never wanted to compete with him. I wanted to compete against his side. So it makes me really happy that finally we as a team, not
So
only my
wholesome.
brother, like Enes, Patti, Weber, Neil, and Benji, they all deserve that. Last 2 months, we gave a lot of time and our effort into making this what is happening right now.
We have to get ready for the next game, but before we do go, there's not just 2 Boos and a woman who ridiculously dressed in a sheet right now. You also have Big Boo. Big Brother Boo is in the audience.
Wait, Big Brother Boo as well? Wait, there's Boo, Mini Boo, and Big Boo?
Big Boo, and also Daddy Boo as well.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to quickly say to Daddy Boo and Big Boo for some
Dude,
reason?
Daddy Boo looks so similar to Boo.
We're going to reunite you in a second. Really, really quickly before we get into
That's
that,
actually
anything
just
you'd like to say
Boo
to them?
when he's older.
Thank you for coming.
Mini Boo looks quite different, but man,
There we go. Achu, thank you for coming.
And thank you for supporting us.
I think I absolutely destroyed the way that you say thank you in Lithuanian, but I tried. Achu.
Can I say one thing?
Okay, very quickly.
I want to say thank you to Killers for always believing in me.
Oh, well, I believe in you.
That's
too.
pretty
Thank
sick.
you so much, boys. Thank you for being here.
Shout out to
Congratulations.
Keyless.
Just 1 win away from making it to
yo,
Masters.
that was
Let's head
one of the
back
most
to the
wholesome
desk.
interviews, and it's made me a fan of this team. It's made me a fan of this Heretics roster. I didn't give a fuck about this Heretics roster, really, in the off-season. I thought it was kind of cool that there was 2 brothers playing together, but the idea of Mini Boo watching Boo lose and being like, I can fix him, is fucking awesome. And then they've put in a bunch of time, and they've come out here and dominated.
The aggression, as Boo was saying, the protocols, everything was down to a T.
This is like the biggest upset story of the year so far, and we're only like a week in.
They looked good yesterday, but today they looked great. And it came in the form of a lot of like individuality just coming up. You saw them playing with a lot more confidence. They weren't
wholesome interview, toxic tweets. Yeah, that is the perfect combo.
And try to take matters into their own hands instead of just like waiting to do stuff together all the time. And that was a little bit of a contrast from yesterday, where they're always waiting for their team.
Yeah, and what a time to be on form. We spoke about how brutal this competition can be.
Buy their team skin to support them then? No.
Have any mistakes? Shout out to Mixwell as well. We have to say, as an organization, Heretics, they won First Strike back in 2020, and then it's just been a really tough time for them. They couldn't quite find the right recipes, and even for these 5 players, they have never
This is a very weird stat, but yeah, the org has been wank since First Strike. Yes, true.
May I remind everybody, we don't need to remind you, because a Spanish organization with a storyline like this, making it to
every time I cook a banger, Saichu isn't looking at chat. All right, what banger did you cook, man? What banger did you cook?
Because of the results that they had last year, because they also, won last chance qualifiers, so they felt that
the power of brotherhood is amazing. Carmen Core should try to sign some brothers to bolster the team.
We're seeing day after days from Heretics, the fact that they're actually getting better and feeling better in their own shoes. It feels like everybody's going to be cheering for Heretics because they're just one game away.
One best of 3 still, given that they only won.
Yeah, they finally managed to replace Nisao. They found somebody as good as Nisao, Miniboo, today.
It's basically like we have, you know, Boo. He's been a really good player. Even mechanically, people are like, oh, look, he's killing people now. But it's like, you know, people don't just overnight just flip a switch. It comes with everything that goes into a team. You need to have the macro, you need to have the micro, you need to have the right environment with the players. They need
Do I think Big Boo is cracked like his brothers?
Everything kind of needs
Don't know, we didn't see him. We didn't see him. If I could have seen his face, I could have looked into his eyes and assessed.
Or they could be like held back by it.
So the vibes are good?
It could be that the vibes are good.
Yeah,
it could be
it could be
it's everything. It's a culmination of everything coming together. So you have a player that is good enough to do something, but
what is the end
pieces,
tweet?
They don't perform, and in other
Anyone
pieces,
got a link?
they are able to shine.
Would you like to see Heretics?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Heretics.
Just check, because
the Heretics Classic is not bad, but the Heretics player card is really rough.
These days.
No, but hear me out. Do you remember when we were in Japan and the crowd was unreal, really?
Every defeat is on me.
It was super supportive, and I think that getting an org like Heretics to Madrid would have the same effect in the Spanish crowd.
And you, Josh, you got a horse in this race?
I don't. I'm sorry.
You will.
I'm very noble, but
you will. But
well,
with
I mean,
Team
I do think that their attack game plan on Split was really rough.
Got me here for the cringe joke. Sorry.
Of course it works.
But yeah, I'm not sure how much of that was the coach's game plan and how much of that is Magnum's calling too. I think some of it has to be the coach's game plan, because Magnum was doing it right from the beginning of the game.
Will be out of kickoff contention. They're not going to be making it to Madrid, and as we've seen from other regions,
how long for the
going out this
croissants?
early is just
26
really,
minutes.
Really brutal.
It's devastating. I think that some teams do not see this first part of the year as important as the rest of it. But especially when we talk about these two teams, right? When we were introducing Foot at the beginning of this week, we were talking about how surprising they were for the remaining of the region, how they were, you know, one of the teams to beat, and for Giants after winning that last chance qualifier.
It's not play-ins that I'm worried about, man. It's getting out this group.
Here, it
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
They need to beat the winner of this game.
Yeah, and when you
the longer you give Foot or Giants to like get back to their form, especially Foot.
Mindset on let's make champs, let's do well at champs. But
if Giants win this, maybe they'll be an inconsistent team and lose again. But
early on in the season, if you have a really good start and you're able to qualify for the international events, and then you get more reps in, especially tournament.
I think Foot are favored here,
reps,
and then I think Foot are favored against KC.
Do that. Yeah, all of it is going to matter because it's more experience, it's more reps, it's more time to gel as a team, and then start getting layers to everything. And if you miss out on that stuff, you're going to be sitting there questioning, like, what do we do wrong?
Need to order something Turkish to eat?
You might start going into overdrive, overthinking everything. Like, do we need to change roles? Do we need to change this? Do we need to change players? Do we need to... And when you start going down that path of just like, what went wrong? How do we kind of
What's some good Turkish veggie
food? That's not really a good conversation you want to have this early into a season.
Yeah, and let's not forget, you get 3 points if you win EMEA.
Turkish food was
3 points if you win
incredibly
Madrid.
good.
If you come back into Split 1 with 6 points,
when I went to
already,
Turkey,
I feel like
I just decided that you need
baklava.
baklava. Yeah, we could get some
We've
baklava.
spoken a lot about the rookies. I feel like, you know, Mini Boo giving us that show at the side of KC as well. But what about our veteran players? We've seen the return of CNED on a different team.
I mean, Halumi's very good.
as well, being kept on Giants. What did you think about that first match we saw between these two, Kakuga?
I mean, I think that, you know, the
Team Heretics are a Spanish org.
The challenge for
yeah,
them is going to be
do you
different.
think the Spanish fans would turn up?
Into, you know, fitting again into a different team.
I don't really know how active the Spanish fan base is. I know that they're really huge for Ibai.
And that is disruptive, right? Because as you're mentioning,
are they huge for Heretics?
For a very long time, and it had been actually a very long time since I saw Fidinho in the way that I saw him the other day. Lost, not being able to actually communicate. We could even see it on the player cams that he was not comfortable.
Also, for the only Spanish player to be knocked out this early in contention.
Spanish here, we are huge for whoever, to be honest.
Storylines, but yeah, what were
we have no affiliation. We're down to just go for any Spanish org.
One is that like CNED looked good, but he didn't look peak form. Yes, he's not on Jet, which is where he looked really just dominant. He's on Neon, he's on Yoru, and they're sometimes setting him up decently well.
Mixwell had 20k
on,
viewers.
Like, with Neon, he's
That's
gonna
pretty big.
Get able to take the deep lines.
It's
with
not
the
enormous like
well. When
General Mates, but
with the
it's
Yoru,
pretty big. Yeah.
With like a breach shot or something, he's gonna be able to perform well. But what we saw there in the stats page was that yes, overall with ACS and total kills, CNED looked pretty good. But then when we look at like the first blood, first death engagements and the trading, it actually went in the favor of Fit. So even though Fit had like a really poor performance, 20% of his deaths were traded, and then he was positive for first kills versus first deaths. So when you take everything into kind of account, you can't just say, oh, big number here, therefore better.
Yeah, the General Mates
it's a team
owner
game,
had
and
over
to be able to-
150k
I mean, it doesn't
at
matter
one
how many
point.
kills you get if your team loses, right? So it's one of those things where
There's more
both
Spanish than
teams
British
need to
orgs
do
in
more,
VCT?
and
Yeah.
While CNED's on
The
right
British fans
trajectory,
do not turn
he
up
still
for
has,
anything.
You know, a little bit more cleaning up to do, and even though Fit had a really poor performance, there was some
It's just
level
not
of
big in
teamwork behind
the
it.
UK.
It's not like he was dying in vain.
Yeah, and CNED looking good here in the AIM Labs warm
Ardis
up
called
going
it
into
months
the match
ago.
here.
What's
Would you
this?
agree with everything that Steel just said, Kakuga?
I expect
think
Team
that for
Heretics to
CNED
win it all
is,
this
like,
season.
This year looks tremendously different. I
In
agree
November.
with all that you said about the numbers and how
Why
seeing
did he
it from
tweet
the outside
that?
and not actually living
Was
it
that right when
round by
Woot got
round,
signed
it
or
might give you a
something?
different
'Cause they've
perspective. If
just
you
been
remember
dominated in
actually how we were
scrims
seeing
by
CNED on
those
stage,
guys.
we always make the kind of meme that he's not very expressive, but actually the other day we saw him getting pissed, getting mad, getting angry that maybe
was
he
based
was
on
not achieving what he
scrims,
wanted
yeah.
or the plan was not going in their favor.
Yeah,
And
I mean, they've managed to translate
again,
it to
both
match
teams were
performance.
not comfortable the other day, and it had nothing to do with the fact that they were losing.
Yeah, he was really vocal. It looked like at least he was talking a lot to his teammates as well. But for Fidinho, I feel like it wasn't his best performance, but you just don't have that many chances to redeem yourself. Still, if you lose today, if you don't show up today, you're out.
Yeah, this is definitely a really big
Yeah, I
match
think
for
there's
people.
three
You
Spanish
don't
orgs,
wanna be
Heretics,
going
Giants,
out
and
on,
Koi.
basically 0-2. That's like a horrible start to the season, especially in the fashion that they might
And then there's
lose to
three
if they
French
get
orgs as well,
upset in the
Vitality,
first
Koi,
game.
and General
And
Mates.
then what happens, instead of playing against, what people think is the easier of the two teams,
I said Koi twice? Sorry, I meant Carmen Core. The three French orgs are Vitality, Carmen Core, and General Mates. Fuck's sake, dude.
Okay,
Here
but
we
on the
go,
side
here we go.
Of Giants, keeping
back.
more of like standard compositions and not being able to find your comfort against something new is very disruptive.
This is the other thing. There's a lot of rookies.
Yeah,
that are
Vitality's a
performing.
French
Players that
org.
are performing. We need to see CNED and Fidinho step
Why
up
not
today.
Vitality?
Before, on Giants, a little
The
bit
next
about
plat
what
chat
went
is on
wrong
Tuesday.
On that first time around, I think looking towards
Tuesday,
maybe
the 27th.
roles that I know that still you were talking about behind the scenes of maybe just put.
Who do I think is going to win with
on a
NRG
different role
C9?
if they need to,
I think NRG is going to win,
Yeah,
but I'm not
looking at the
sure it's going to be convincing.
When I was doing the eye test of the game, I'm just thinking, what's going on here?
Yeah, it actually might be a fucking 5-hour
traditionally
episode.
Really good on Raze, you know, roll the years a few years back. He's looking really good on Raze, good movement, good aggression, good everything. But you put him on Sentinels like Cypher, like Sage, and what we're seeing is in these rounds or even
what an unusual out-of-pocket thing to pop in the chat and highlight.
He's overheating a little bit. He's pushing up, even though his team has space and everything. He's playing like he's a duelist, and he's kind of overcompensating for his team a little bit.
And you're also not just talking about random people. You're making a targeted insult at Yinsu.
Maybe his teammates
Gotcha.
that they're supposed to do. And
Gotcha.
like, well, I'll just do it. But the problem is when you put a player that's aggressive like this, that's as good on duelist as he is, onto a sentinel role, and the rest of the team's not doing their job, and then he feels the need to for whatever reason.
Me, when I'm so porn-pilled that I see someone dressed in frills and immediately think
could be
that they're a stripper.
There could be any number of reasons.
Fucking brain rot.
Really, like we've been seeing Giants for a very long time, and these players have been
brain rot detected.
Even longer. So seeing them not comfortable, not following the right calls, playing disjointed. I don't think that it has to do with.
Do you think there's any bad teams in EMEA at the moment? I haven't watched enough in EMEA. That's the problem. I haven't watched the BBL game, and I haven't watched the.
On the breach, he used to have a different side. He would be the one that you would.
Fuck, what was the other one where I was asleep when it happened?
I honestly think maybe just no Sage on Sunset. Maybe that's the way to go forward to.
Who's the other team? Koi, thank you. I didn't watch BBL, I didn't watch Koi, so I'm not sure how good they are.
What were the problems, and what is the fix going into this match?
Do you think Sen can make it out of that group? Yes.
Against the Heretics that was feeling very comfortable.
What is this Heretics tweet?
Look
at the frame I caught.
Became the we just witnessed. Heretics knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it, and they were also better at adapting. Like the early rounds, how they were.
I don't understand. I mean, I understand that it's Benji and they've put Fortnite overlays over the top, but I don't get.
Dinesh answer to the question.
Is that the whole joke? It's just Fortnite over the top of Benji Fishy?
Like the first 3 rounds, amazing. I can see it. But after round 6 or 7, I was like, is that it? Is that how far we get him? And I was surprised.
That's it.
Because when we hear
good joke.
having a timeout, he did not have the effect that he had last year when he was so impressive to see.
Primo comedy.
I don't see anything necessarily bad from them, especially
Fnatic news.
Side. It's not like they got blown out of the water on their first match, right? They lost double digits. They got their attacks look really good.
They extended Alpha's contract until 2026.
They had that good pistol round. They convert.
Damn. I mean, to be honest, why would you want to break apart this team?
Tempo and everything.
I hope Alpha got paid. That's all I'm saying. Because Fnatic.
This time my reaction time has lowered. My financials ruined. My VIP taken. My Valorant
very sloppy. So they'll start trickling out.
Thank you, Potante. Thank you for the 50 months. Alpha's straight up one of the best players in the world. He's on a super team. He should be getting paid for them to keep that super team until 2026.
2 days ago, they played really well as a team, but when we look at Foot, they just
as far as I'm aware, the Fnatic guys
instead of just putting your orb up,
are not making the Giga Bag despite being extremely good.
It's not just like the
most of the time, winning teams like that don't pay the most. People want to be on those teams because they're winning, so they don't have to pay the most.
It's not like they have a bad start of round plan. It's just that they need to let.
Especially when you build them like Fnatic, where they had Durka Alpha and Boaster like before when they weren't. Winning absolutely everything.
Prepared, it's easy for you to go off the rails, and it has to be someone.
Do you think your top players list from last year had a severe lack of EG players? Do you mean the one at the beginning of 2023? No. If I went back in time, I still wouldn't put any of the EG players at the top at the beginning of 2023 because there was no justification for it.
To carry his team. And Kukuka, I know I've been asking you guys what they should be fixing, but he was great.
Before champions.
I think that Cloud is
I can't remember what that list was.
What role you give me, not me, him.
We must have had them fairly high before champions because EG had just made the finals of Tokyo.
Crisp and all of that, but I need him to be also part of that ecosystem. And
I'm pretty sure we must have had Demon 1 and Ethan up there.
Team. Like, you don't have to get the frags and the initiation and
only Demon 1.
Yeah, he does. But you know,
no
I feel
Ethan?
like there's something in the ecosystem that is
really
not working. I don't know who to.
That surprises
me.
me.
You know, because I'm not in their heads and I'm not listening to what they're saying.
When I looked at Cloud yesterday, it looked like he was really consistent in his role, and he was like a really strong rock. It felt like he was always in the right spot.
I have actually worn the cow sweater before, Miles, on broadcast.
And then even like his team's
Bren had Ethan top 3 and you all said he was trolling? Yeah, I mean, I still think Ethan top 3 heading into Champions was... I think that was trolling. Considering that Fnatic looked so fucking good.
But I mean...
I remember that in order for Ethan to be top 3, other people have to not be in the top 3 who went utterly stupid crazy earlier on in the year.
I mean, that's the thing. We kind of know.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan should have been up there for sure.
Under that condition, he was doing well. It's actually the rest of the team that we need to step up if they want to not be eliminated so close.
So, I don't like that word, but this.
Yeah, Paper-X was also going nutty as well.
We see one of these teams.
Tens leaked one of the Sen comps on Twitter.
They gotta make it count.
I mean, weren't a lot of the... Oh no, it was the NRG comps that got leaked because the tracker was public. He's baiting. I mean, I'm not going to go and look on Twitter anyway.
These players are the absolute veterans of EMEA. They both had a fantastic year in 2023, but this
they had Zekken on Harbor.
The toughest challenge yet to face for them to face elimination.
Wait, what's the comp? What's the comp?
We've seen Foot on stage as well, and here is Giants. They've just made that one change, bringing in Redgar once again. Another veteran player, a player that's been to many lands as well in the past.
Zekken, Harbor, Zelsis, Phoenix.
Teams, but if you were one of these teams, this is not where you want to go, Kakuka. This could potentially set a tone for the rest
Phoenix,
of the
Harbor,
yeah,
Astra, Cypher, Sova.
The idea that this is not the entirety of the year. Of course, it is important how you start. It's going to set the tone for the rest of it, and you want
with the crazy comps that we've seen this year.
You know, devoted to the right.
I'm not writing that off. That could be real.
Yeah,
I don't fucking know. Where would you play that though? I don't think there is really a map where you would play that. Ascent?
Yeah, and I mean, when you're in the game, it's like a lot of things in life. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So
I don't know. I don't know where you would play that.
The rest of the year
Breeze?
is going to be the most important
Phoenix?
thing. Sure
Breeze?
Is also going to be something that these teams need to consider. Getting out 0-2 right off the rip.
Liquid used to run Phoenix Breeze, didn't they?
They're facing down that barrel.
Was that them?
After the long off season
that's a Pearl comp? Yeah, I mean, that comp would make sense on Pearl, but it's not in the map pool.
About Madrid has to come to fruition here
Sunset.
Today. We're talking about how important it is to get the reps. Maybe going through the lower bracket, you're going to get as many as you could. Yeah,
Sova, Cypher. Wait a second. Could be a Sunset comp.
They brought in a CNED.
It would be a bit weird, but it could be.
Now you're bringing these players to hope that you can
could be
not just domestically but internationally as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on those two players too. But let's talk about the maps, because we've seen a few maps from both of these teams already. Do we feel like this is the time?
Oh my God! Wait, Achilles sent me a Discord message. Jemkin was 0 and 14, which means Magnum going 0 and 15 actually could be,
especially when it comes to compositions, because again, maybe
a record.
A small change, but you should be confident in what you've been building and what you've been working on for so long. Bind is out, Breeze is out, and Split is going to be the first one. And after just seeing how K-pop lost,
Allez les Bleus, we set a world record today.
I'm not really sure because it was a close series yesterday. I think the end
oh fuck!
13-10. So
Split, Icebox,
like
Sunset.
On it, but K-Core getting destroyed.
Fuck! My croissants are about to arrive in
it's honestly interesting to see
6 minutes. 5-6 minutes. I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna run. Wait, let me run an advert so you guys don't get them in the middle of the game.
So right now, if you're asking me to give like a prediction or something like that, it could go either way. Both teams are able to do so much, and they have so much
between all of the regional leagues.
To see them develop that.
Yoru has been played on every map except Ascent.
That Icebox, it's been a hot minute since we saw
Yeah,
playing
that's
the Jet
fucking
there, so,
cool. Wait, who the hell played Yoru on Lotus?
Because as we said, he was, you know, he's been playing different agents. He was on the Neon, he was on the Euro. We still haven't seen CNED on that Jet, and maybe it happens on this first map.
I honestly
think Foot played it. Oh yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, they had the Yoru with the breach and the face.
They did lose on split, but a 13-11.
Yeah, forgot about that. Forgot about that.
It's just one or two things you need to fix. It's not like a complete rework.
Who do I think will win this game? I think Foot will win this game. I think that Foot have looked very solid. Giants also, though. Giants played a very good game up until they didn't. Giants were playing a really solid, slow-paced, EMEA-pilled, map control, contact, finish on a site kind of game. Punish people for getting defensive info. They played that, and then they decided just to send it, do some silly rounds.
Yeah, again, they've had
and it all kind of crumbled.
Little things they want to fix. They don't have to do too much
so,
into this. But what about Foot? Because
if Giants can play a really good game, I think we'll have a good match here. But I think either, like, best case scenario for Giants, they sneak out a close win. Worst case scenario, Foot kind of dominate them, I think. But I think it's more likely to be a close Foot victory.
What was happening here? Communication. Not to change about the composition, but actually,
would it be possible to lower the caster volume? I mean, I can.
We still have to see what they're going to be playing on split, but definitely.
This is where I normally have the volume.
What they did and what comp they're playing the other day.
Yeah, presumably if Giant X is picking split and then Foot has to start on defense, this is where Foot's not really great. They showed that they had really good attack plans, but they did show that their defense was something left to be desired. So it's all going to come down to what type of
Foot have always been a really unusual team on how they play their split defense. They have a strange approach to this map. I could see them getting punished pretty hard on their defense side for just kind of like jiggling, facing, that kind of thing.
They have to shut Giant X down, because if they don't, I'm worried that
yeah, Team Heretics also outskilled Foot, and I remember thinking, damn, I'm surprised by that. Team Heretics had a really good day, but maybe Foot are just not feeling it. But to be honest, with what Heretics just did to Carmen Corp, I'm not worried about Foot in terms of their individuals.
Maybe they go for something more aggressive, you know, a double duelist perhaps. If you
look at that Shark, Foot's winning it all. Any Sharkers in the chat? Oh, CNED Chamber. CNED Chamber, Solo Sky.
Of all people, is playing the race.
Cracks race?
I thought that it was even championship. Like, what is going on? Last year, Cracks was the KO professional, the specialist of the agent, and
dude, if Cracks has been practicing duelist and he has good decision making and util usage and spacing, his raw aim is fucking crazy.
It's alright. It's pretty good. So yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, but the other thing that I also
this is gonna be fun to watch, just from a pure like our Foot cooking perspective. If they can turn Cracks into a true flex player after he was basically a KO one trick last year, that's one of the biggest turns around. Oh fuck my croissants are here. Oh fuck my croissants are here. Fuck.
Combination name there, Sue. We're switching things up, but yeah, let's kind of, I guess, take stock here, because this has kind of subverted my expectations, seeing that agent select come in. But I want your thoughts, Ash. Has this changed your mind now, seeing this comp come out?
I was already concerned when I think we saw that map, Vito. Last year for Foot. Split was a difficult map for them. They went 1-4, and now seeing this shift onto the chamber here for CNED, historically he hasn't been great on this agent, but we've seen him innovating. He's tested out a couple other duelists. I guess after his time with Angel, he's more open to these new horizons.
I just need, you know, the run it back from CNED, really. I need him to find a little bit of that fire he once had. I think a lot of us are like that, though. It's like you see all that potential, that sleeping giant when it comes to that man, but hey, maybe this is the spark, or ignite the rest of the season or potentially be a very short elimination group. Now, as it stands though, if you're just tuning in, it will be Foot on the defending side. Of course, that means that Giant X are on the attack. So we're gonna have to wait and see how this one fares, but I already like this approach from Foot, taking some of that mid space away.
A lot of information found now, and you can see how Yetsuj is falling completely off that B site. They're looking to pressure initially off the plants here, just waiting for the timing, seeing if they can maybe cheeky hop up and over. It works.
All right.
Okay.
Spike plant.
Oh,
No.
Okay, a little style to that one too. But by now, surely the alarm bells will start to ring though, because they've felt no pressure, right? Giant X just walked to the side, got the plant. They're like, I'm sure there's meant to be an opponent around here somewhere. And the first real part of contact is coming towards Heaven, but you can see that 3-play crunch now coming through. Paranoia got sent, Dogs out and about, but Cloud, first and foremost, going to get one, but CNED on the trade back out. We're down to 2. CNED and Mr. Fallen going to have to put up some work, and they're, well, didn't get much done, did they, in the end? Giant X off to a great start.
No, I think that rotation coming from the A side a little bit too late there for Foot. The idea, though, was there. We saw the mid clear. It leaves very little options as far as that read goes, but I just don't think they were necessarily quick enough to try and get out of that B choke. Stalled out in that kind of sense. Now looking into the next round here, seeing a little bit of that FPX spy coming out with the 2 rifles on the side of Giant X. And for Foot, playing a lot more default-y into their eco.
And I think the Dex kind of touched on it a little bit, especially Josh when he was talking about kind of Foot's defensive side being a bit of an issue, so I want to see how that looks, at least at eye test. I mean, it's such a limited amount of tape that we've been able to see of these, newer teams coming back out, or even, remade old teams. So it's very hard to kind of get that full grasp on what they're going to look like when really all we've seen is one game from both sides.
What's happened? Oh fuck! For fuck's sake! Play.
There's further problems on the defending side, especially here on Split as a starter.
What happened in the first round?
They do have good tape on Giant X, so you should hope that they've got a good plan in mind. Now, Giant X just kind of going through the steps, going through the traditional approach. You're looking to try and maybe feel.
You missed an insane pistol. Foot had a flank. It failed. What? Did they do something similar to this, where they pushed out A main? Foot jumped over a trip and lost. On like a B retake or something.
For Foot this time around, Giant X, of course, a free site for the taking. Looking to what they have to work with here on this retake. Mr. Fallen doesn't.
Well, they pushed down mid and tried to flank B on the retake. Gotcha. I understand.
No, I want to see if
so they what? They just jumped into B main over the trip and got killed.
I wonder if he's going to get any more going. Okay.
What the hell is that? Okay.
More where that came from. It's like CT.
Oh, the trip is in market, right?
Approach, at least for the vast majority of Foot.
Oh, the backstab's incoming though towards mid.
Yeah, it does have a time limit on this. Again, there we go. That's going to be Nookie farming this one up. Should be pretty comfy. Cloud.
Chat, I hope all of the French people have left by now. Because when I show you these croissants, you're going to lose your fucking mind. Bear in mind that this place is called Croissants and Donuts.
Player to watch from yesterday.
That's the place that I ordered from.
As well. He was the saving grace for Giant X. One of the reasons why those maps were so
It's called Croissants and Donuts.
And the thing is, I think for this Giant X team too.
Can you see a fucking croissant in there?
Being a team that did so
I
well
ordered
last year, being that kind of dark
an apple strudel something.
4 of their players. So all eyes are also on
a raisin custard croissant
to see the leader
and a spinach croissant. What the fuck is that?
And the captain's going to hold on his play here. You can see the burst already coming towards him. Fatino wants to close that gap as best he can, or at least
what have I been given?
Second player to pick up, but he's now isolated. He's on his own. He's actually done very well. No punish from CNED.
Wait.
He only got a touch of damage. And a captain's
no custard raisin. Here's an extra on us. Oh, they put the donut in there because there was no custard raisin croissant. Okay, that makes sense.
Looking to regroup towards ramps, try and isolate the one player towards Heaven, good though. Still takes this A main control. Split up here on the side of Giant X.
If Cloud's standing, there's still a chance. Don't write this.
But they haven't given me an extra because there's still only 3 things in there.
They're being very cautious about it, playing a little bit of a deeper angle. They're going to pause for a second here, heal up, get themselves as best they can ready for this fight. Cloud still has a little bit of kit to play with. Creeping close, that's fantastic work from Foot. Held at the door and held away. Great response, 3 rifles remaining, they'll be happy with that.
And that's not a gift card. That's a business card.
Stop that push there towards A main. The drop
That's just a business card.
into plant, and to find 2 was everything.
That means, chat. Okay, so they gave me a free donut, right? That means this is their croissant.
And looking towards the alt economy right now. Not
What the fuck is going on in America?
Cloud 3 away from the Rolling Thunder. They're posturing towards B main, a much more comfortable orb here.
This is the spinach croissant.
Won't be a choice though. This walk down from
Love that. Love it.
In the UK, this would be called a spinach pasty. It's just not a croissant at all.
I don't mind if CNED wants to try and be more aggressive and try and get in their faces.
It's got a savory spinach filling.
In that fact, and it looks like Giant X putting a high priority
And it's fucking flat. And it's got like pie slices through it.
You would expect maybe to be paired up with Mr. Fallen in that kind of situation. Assistance from the Guiding Lights, but now rotation into vents. There's 2. And Giant X, they're
America's
so patiently towards mid.
a broken republic.
Afraid to let the clock tick down a little bit here. Further contact made, so Foot knows there's still presence.
Look at this rotation.
Is it good at least?
Nobody's home on the B site here. 4 foot. Giant X, they're pivoting over towards
It's
B
not
main
bad,
here
it's
as well.
mediocre.
It's all going to be up to Yetj to spot the cross onto site. A little bit of a jiggle action. Opportunity with a stake bite to try and divvy up the team here as well.
This is going to be so difficult, though. I think they have.
I would give it a 4 out of 10.
There's no chance they can challenge here. And now you look at this late lurk. This was something we were talking about, his timing and his capability in it.
Good awareness from our captain.
Stick the landing, so they've actually been able to even this back up to a 4.
4v4 retake, but no Sky utility available. This is where the solo Sky looks quite poo. And Mr. Fallen just walks through the CT smoke and kills Fortinio. So, guess you don't need any util.
Can they complement these positions together, create a crossfire? Cloud wants in and he doesn't get what
Cloud
he wants.
dies.
And a captain holding strong here.
Should be impossible for Hoodie to win this, because 2 people can hold B main. They're worried about the heaven. Okay, now they're not. They triple phase. They get off the defuse in order to fight that, but okay.
Very comfortable here. 4 foot. The coordination immense in that situation. Now
This is a 13-4 loss kind of croissant.
For Giant X, expecting a semi-eco to come through. There is still the Rolling Thunder that has cycled up here, though, for Cloud. And
who's casting?
I feel like in
Pansy
these
and Ash.
rounds, earlier this week, we saw Cloud getting 2 pieces, 3 Ks.
How much did you spend on all 3? $24.
For Giant X, looks like they're leaning more towards this death ball approach.
Unbelievable.
And CNED gonna be that first point of contact, likely early peek towards Orion.
Well, let's see if he's on the money now. A little bit of an uncomfortable
Unbelievable.
Outlaw
Yeah, including delivery and tip for the driver and stuff like that.
Again, they've had to give up the site here. Not
24
worth
bucks.
The risk, it seems like, which is great for Giant X. I'll take this every day of the week. Looks like a safer plant option, yes, rather than going for heaven. We saw a couple of issues before with some very unfavorable situations. That's just unfortunate, it feels. Fortinio falls blind through the wall. But they've got the plant. Can they cause any mayhem here?
I mean, there is a Rolling Thunder to look towards here into the post plant.
Whether or not you commit to it, though, that's the next question. Is it even worth the try? It's losing Redgar. It's making it feel less and less viable. Cloud and Nookie try and do something. Nookie, oh!
Oh my god, oh my god. Holy shit, Nookie almost made that happen. If Cloud had got 1, that round could have gone to Giants.
It's a round posted on the board. It looks like they want to try and get CNED on that ult as well, so he'll be taking the rest of the defuse. But Foot managing.
Yeah, I really don't understand.
You saw the danger, though.
Dude, they've actually fucking scammed me.
Yeah, the pacing changed.
Because they've written on the package, no raisin custard, we gave you this for free, it's on us. But they still charged me for the raisin custard. So what they mean is that they exchanged it for a donut. They didn't give me dick for free.
There, but now, again, Rolling Thunder.
Because I definitely didn't get charged 24 bucks for 2 croissants. I mean, dude, why do I keep saying croissants? There's no fucking croissant in sight.
Into their anti-eco now. Every round's been so close, but haven't even really been able to build up too great of an economy. So every round, extremely tight.
I didn't really want the raisin custard one anyway, to be honest with you. I'm happy with this. Alright, Yetj picks up the orb, backs up. He can now replace that over towards heaven.
You could probably hazard a guess considering the purchase. The economy was in play for it. Not all too
Cracks
surprising, but,
fighting an aggressive angle.
Timings, his ability to play these lurks, his late round presence. Because again, we saw the potential mechanically, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nuki was pretty off with those kind of timings in the previous game against Kamiko.
It's always that, and the timings were something that we noted in the previous games, especially on this match. So I want to see Nuki in full form.
So they're using the trademark there to trigger a trap play. That's cool. But Nuki breaks it, and they react because they know that there's 3 players over there. Oh, Yedajay. Played that perfectly. That Viper Orb is so good. If you can manage to reposition it from mid into B Heaven like that, so good. CNED missed the op shot. He didn't even need to take the op shot, and he missed it. He's just given them a route back into this.
Site free for the taking here for Giantex. At the very least, retake protocol here for Foot.
Yeah, waiting for those smokes towards CT just to ensure safety on the
Nuki
cross.
gets
Beautiful
one and
from
backs,
Nuki.
not even a
Bodyguard
trade.
GT holding them back does.
He knows they're both Heaven. Just makes it so easy to play this post plant now. Oh, the stun is devastating as well.
He was still standing for a whole second then. I thought maybe he was dead way earlier than that, but now just down to cracks.
Ooh, cracks.
There comes the ult, and actually no player goes down. Still standing, but he can't stand any longer.
If we're going to rate Crack's Raze play, that's not an amazing usage of the ult or the mid-air blast pack, is it?
Wow, Foot. Yedajay, the
That's
fact
no
that
Nuki ult.
Poison Orb meant so much there towards B Heaven. But Nuki, really the
I love
player
that little
to
zoom
watch
in
right
on the
now
replay.
on Giantex.
But yeah, what a mistake from Cena.
Yeah, that's got to be a ref.
If you're going to go for a play like that, you can't miss the shot. It's an unnecessary play to go for.
We were looking towards here, 4 to work with.
He didn't have the Raze ult before his teammate died. He was 1 away. He got it when he got the kill.
Towards Nuki that I'll come back to in a moment because Patino's actually already trying to take all of this space. Heaven left wide.
He was in a 1v3. He killed one player, got the ult, and then decided to try to win the 1v2 with it, which isn't a bad idea. Okay, Fallen and Cracks though. Fallen gets a kill in B Heaven. Cracks fights main with Ada Captain. This is good retake positioning from Foot, as long as CNED doesn't die.
So he decided to go for this plant instead. So this is feeling very claustrophobic.
It's a very awkward plant spot. Not really be able to spot it out here from Heaven, but
There's the kill from CNED. Redemption.
Leaves Hoodie down in
Impossible situation for Hoodie. He's surrounded, 2B main, an op.
Players on all fronts. Oh, there's not much you can do there. Crack's gonna put him to his grave.
There is so much sugar on this donut. It's got a really nice fluffy consistency, but I can feel it clogging my arteries.
And I love that little TP back from Ada Captain as well, kind of subverting expectation, putting another body towards the backside of Pillar, CNED punishing on the site as well. Again, in my mind, Yedajay is doing
It's not a Sainsbury's donut. It's a really nice donut.
An incredible anchor here for Foot.
If America does one thing well,
for the rest of the team
America does plenty of things well, but
I feel like on that
donuts are one of them.
timing was just
A lot of the things that America does well are fairly frivolous, but yeah, the donut is one of them.
If expended, should have been right off the back of that to assist in that showstopper. Now, tank empty. No, it's the outlaw for CNED once again. Seems like that's the move that Foot are going towards for that economy management to cycle that operator up.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend ordering their croissants, Battle Mage, but the donuts are good.
Very good position if they can keep control of this. Again, you look at the armor on the other side, it's light purchases.
America stays
so
on top.
Very well for them.
Yes.
But he's been a little...
America was in the #1 position, absolutely. And me eating that donut puts them straight on top. I mean, it keeps them on top. Of course, yes.
Chance here. Off-angle position to play with, and didn't get it when he wanted. Looked a little close.
Could have been a collab.
Quite on the money.
So CNED's now like 1 for 3, I guess, in terms of ob shots.
It's very possible.
Not that this is not, but you know.
Over towards ramps.
Flash with the paranoia puts a lot of pressure on CNED. Are they going to try and get in? They read that play for Redgar.
Dead to rights. He got put in a corner and he got put down. And now they're going to get a plant, and now they've got CT control. Yeah, I mean, it's an outlaw. It's not maybe the ideal weapon. You'll take what you're given here, right? And then make something with this. Yeah, going to be sticking on the sheriff.
This flash timing could be huge.
Corner.
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. Oh, I thought they were going to do it off the footsteps and just pick a timing. You can't do that kind of play off contact because it fails if your player loses the duel.
The timing not going to be there.
There was a bit of danger in this round, and CNED certainly looks like a vulnerable point in the foot defense.
They're doing quite well here.
Giant X, though, on those thrifty rounds,
they're dangerous.
They are. They're making it really scrappy once they get that spike planted. But
I can walk to 3 different local bakeries within a mile, and my rent is 900.
5-round wins that they've found have been off the success.
That's an extraordinarily rare thing for an American to be able to say.
The early rounds. And now heading into this one,
Very Euro-pilled of you, actually.
Online current positioning doesn't really.
Why is Hypoc not casting? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Might see it pop out of vents to just completely deny that mid control over to Giant X right off the gate.
We'll see. Yeah, the Jay and Cena are the ones gonna have to handle a little bit of this.
That's a good spot.
Opting.
Nice trademark inside the pit there that allows Yedajay to play a more passive position whilst maintaining control of his pit. Now, CNED's going to try to get posted up B main here, but he needs a bit of help. Here comes the flash. Nobody in B main, so now CNED could play a more aggressive angle, but he wants to play inside his rendezvous. I don't think CNED's picked the best position to play here.
The Viper's pit in towards mid, like we can see with the trademark.
Fallen's playing rotate based off his sky flash info, but he's used both of his flashes in the first 30 seconds.
Haven't actually poked their heads in to see if that space has been claimed with a threat of the operator on CNED on
This is really slow from Giants. They're expecting some kind of aggression. But the thing is, I don't know why Foot would be aggressive in this round. Because when they have the pit in mid, it keeps them, it gives them a ton of info.
You saw CNED lean away. You saw Mr. Fallen lean off this
Fallen's got to be good for it here.
It's going to be towards B.
Oh, CNED backs up instead of trying to fight back in, and Fallen doesn't win the duel on Fatinho. Huge entry from Fatinho while vulnerable. CNED, man. You can't... Oh, he gets spammed. Good awareness from Redgar there. But I think if CNED wanted to try to get aggressive before they were ready to set retake, he should have tried to help Fallen a bit more.
At the very least. Broken. Great protocol with the paranoia coming through as well.
I don't think CNED's getting very good value out of this chamber at all. He was on a super passive angle with the rendezvous. Oh, the flash. That's a team flash. Oh, Cloud kills both though. All right, fine.
It's not going to be enough to get across the line. Giant X playing that very well, and the smoke and mirrors, right? That little bit of utility coming out.
CNED's just not doing anything particularly with the chamber.
It pulled Mr. Fallen away from the side. Maybe because it wasn't Nookie over there. Maybe that was enough. It was like, oh, there's something going on. This has got to be where it is. Pulled the rotation. Giant X around back.
I guess I don't know enough about chamber. Can he not play? Can he not play on a B main angle whilst keeping that trip alive?
We're gonna see the timeout to be called now here. I believe it's on the side of Foot.
I guess maybe he couldn't play further away. Maybe he was on the furthest point of that trademark.
It's looking dire.
If that's the case, though, then it goes from being a good trademark to a bad trademark, right? It's as simple as that. If you can't hold properly around the map, just throw it at the beginning as the pit goes up, and then hold the B main angle, and just tell Yedajay that he has to hold his own pit.
I think a lot of the CNED fans will be looking at Icebox going, please just give us the jet, God, please. But for now, I don't think
it's a good trademark unless it limits your chamber completely to have no value in the round.
Main factor of getting them these rounds, but maybe able to bring something through here as coming into this round. I mean, there's not much
it is pretty difficult for him to not just get pushed off angles by the flashes, but
weird draw you have in the kitchen that's got
I think
and who knows what else. But on the other side, just
it's not going to be possible for him to play angles like the one that he just did. He tried to play like this kind of angle, right? But the raise is just going to get past him, and then he can't fight that.
They've got to weather this, they've got to handle this, and a pressure change, a pace change. It looks like A is...
I think part of your job as a chamber on this map is just to draw out that utility, is to be a constant threat with aggressive angles, and have the attackers waste their utility clearing you before they get to the site.
Heavy utility usage towards ramps there.
Split is kind of like... The entire split meta is that the defenders fight a rolling retreat, drawing utility out of the attackers, until they have none once they get to the site. Oh my god, CNED's gone for the push out B main and gets the headshot. Ult in. Oh my god. They're winning this round. Crack's committed to it and there's only 2 left alive. The shot's from heaven. Oh, Mr. Fallen couldn't get it, but he did set up Ada Captain. There's only 1 left on site. They know he's on site. CNED don't feed. No feed. Play together. You both have rifles. You don't need to swing that, CNED. Just relax, bro. You have Spike. Just make sure you play off each other. Oh my god.
That's the first fight. He waits for the response. He's not getting what he wants. Just teasing him now.
Nice. Okay. That was nice between them towards the end there. I thought it looked a bit dodgy, but they actually ended up holding some nice positions, and CNED was ready to swing off Ada Captain the whole time there. Good commitment to that. As soon as they realized they had a chance to win the round, big opening kill from CNED. And then the commitment of the ult is really nice. Kind of distracted for Ada Captain to be able to get the kill on Fatinho as well, I think. Maybe Ada Captain would have had that anyway.
They've got still that rolling thunder to work with. Cloud's been holding on to that for quite a while.
They have almost a full snowball round in hand, right? Like, you'd imagine that this is the key, but Ada Captain is just the immovable force. So hard to make, you know, him just move aside for free. He'll take 1 down with him. If he's going to go down, he's going down kicking. But Giant X opting for Heaven Control this time. We haven't seen
I like this Heaven Control take from Giants. And they're going to then pivot into site. Cracks didn't get caught. Cracks didn't get caught. The paranoia is good. Oh.
On the case, but here they are ready, and Ada Captain still not feeling the full pressure.
I'm really expecting huge moments from Cracks in some of these rounds. He's getting the one, but I've seen Cracks aim just be so good before that I'm expecting a little more from him. Still, good dodge of the breach ult and good paranoia from Ada Captain as well. That completely stopped Giants from following up on the breach ult.
Alone with the paranoia shut down.
And then they just flooded in, realizing that they'd neutralized it.
And we're seeing a lot more coordination coming out from Foot since the first couple of rounds of this game. I mean,
yeah, there is a very big difference playing Duelist compared to playing other support agents, and it's that you're expected to swing into people and force fights. And it just means that your timing of when you're going to be taking the fight is a little different. The like mechanics of how you take the fights are different as well. The defenders are going to be favored in quite a lot of spots because they know exactly when you're swinging them. Like, it's very different when you have to be the person that's taking the initiative. Entrying's tough. Or even if you're not entering, like, swinging onto somebody to force the fight can be pretty tough too.
Eventually get checked on, but it's fine. He's kept the rifle moving forward, so that's still in the hands of Giant.
Yeah, it's just different. It's not necessarily more difficult, especially if your team sets you up with really good utility. It can be easier depending on what kind of, you know, help you have, but I think it is a bit of a different skill set.
I mean, Foot have been really good at isolating those ultimate orbs as well, even though they're not necessarily farming them themselves.
Why is Omen lurking and not Cypher? Wouldn't the paranoia have value when pushing a site?
Has been pretty comfortable again with the very deep smokes towards B main.
Nookie will sometimes lurk. It kind of depends on whether they end A or end B. Like if they end A, Redguard's going to become the lurker because he's mostly playing to contain B at the start of the rounds, and if they end B, the Cypher's going to mostly become the lurker because Nookie's fighting A ramp. It's not always going to work like that, but you don't just... Pro teams don't tend to have just one person who is the lurker. They do sometimes, like if you play Astra on this map, the pull is just so good in the late round that Astra does become the lurker most of the time. Ooh, the nade with the paranoia had a chance of being able to catch the Giants players while they were blind. This looks really awkward for Giants. They're getting caught by all of the utility here, Giants, before they can... Like they're... When you play attack side on maps, you want to try to bait out defensive utility, stabilize, then hit again. And they are not really managing that. They're going and getting hit by the
They've been
first
investing so
phase
many
of defensive
resources
utility.
into those early engagements.
They need to
Once they
bait out that
decide
and
to
then
finally
go for a
take some of that
two-phase
space on
hit
the map.
into some of these
But
sites.
Foot, ever since they've livened up a little bit, being able to shut
Yeah,
that
the
down,
dog
hasn't
kill
even
is
given
a
Red Guard that
tragedy.
True opportunity to
I was
find
looking
those
at my
hooks,
clips
find those
recently because I was
timings.
trying to send some
And again,
new
leaving
shorts to
them on
my
island, just
editor.
like you had mentioned. We're swapping sides here.
I saw this clip again of me ultra whiffing on a guy on Icebox. I do 120 and then he dies to the trip that Sliggy's put up. Because Sliggy was playing Cypher on Icebox and got a trip kill because I whiffed on the guy so bad. It's fucking terrible.
Attacking side, right? When everything was hitting well for them, the confidence starting to get there, you started to see them kind of
That's the real rare kill. I suppose a blast pack kill might be even more rare now. Now that you have to wait for it to fully arm.
No slouches. They have every chance here, and Hoodie's seen a pixel out of place.
This is a big trap from Giants. They ran this against Karmin Core actually, but Karmin Core weren't in market. Good response from Foot.
Both sides willing to challenge on that.
Fully traded out here as well, back to a 3v3.
I do like that trap play.
Attackers all
Or not a
split
trap
up,
play, I
willing to
guess,
give
because
up.
they don't have anything to trigger it necessarily, but it's like a big crunch, a market crunch.
Look for a bit more information.
But yeah, I like
Over
it.
that sky.
I'm scared for Mr. Falling.
Oh, Fallen gets one and gets the info. They can react mid to B or mid to A. They go mid to B. Or the spacing's off, but Mr. Fallen's good for it again.
On fire this round.
Crazy big round from Mr. Fallen. He's just absolutely saved his team after some quite nice ideas from Giants.
1v2. If anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Nookie.
Fall damage kills are pretty rare too. Yeah.
Let's see. Creeping closer. Yeah, he's not got that one yet. A J on the case. This is looking great for Foot. Kicking things off well here.
I think-
in the second half.
For Mr. Fallen as
Are
well,
we like
off the back
5
of those
seconds
picks,
behind?
off the
I
back
swear the crowd is cheering for who's winning the round genuinely 5 seconds before we see it.
early into the second half.
The other regions are not that heavily delayed.
Pivotal for Giant X to try
They're
and
like
find
1
themselves
second,
back
2
into split.
seconds.
We have to
It
remember
feels like 5 in
this is Giant
EMEA.
X's map pick here.
Yep. And on the horizon is Icebox, and then you could be walking into CNED in Prime, right? Like that's...
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it happens, I feel like I'm just in like fan mentality where I'm just talking nonsense.
Oh,
But, like, the prospect
another
is
trap
like,
for
I've
Giants.
got a little pinch set up here. This is nice. This is... Oh, Fatinho's still
It's a cool one, but
CNED
gets the kill.
Wasn't as clean as it could have been, but I like that little crunch towards ramp coming
Now
out
they're
from Giants.
reacting on the other side of the map because they know that there had to be
First positioning.
a lot of players on A to make that work.
What are you meant to do?
Redgar has a
Oh, he
chance.
spotted out now though.
Add a captain, no, 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 baby, no. No, baby. No, baby, no. You know that there was a stack on A at the start of the round because they ran a trap play there. Do not try to walk into them like a fucking DoorDash Vandal delivery.
Smoke going to be invested. And it's just going to be very tough for...
Well, I guess he has a bull god, but
more
yeah.
value out of it, so potentially going down to the spike to try and deny any of that further progress. I mean, Mr. Fallen, chase if you fancy it, try and get in there. You've made fantastic work towards the Seekers already. Why not get a little bit more? Only a ghost if anything could go wrong. As it stands, you can see him
Will I be
starting to
watching the
move a little
Vitality
closer,
Fnatic
right?
again
He's
tomorrow?
like, well, you know,
Hell
I
yeah.
got 3 away. I can
It's at like 5 a.m. my
well.
time, I think.
Like Redgar's softened up. That's perfect. Okay, 2 away. This man's closing
Yeah, my
in.
plan is to go to bed at 9 p.m. tonight so that I can wake up at 5 a.m. to co-stream
And now Cloud,
EMEA.
it is a formality. And he will go down to the spike here, trying to keep that ultimate economy in the best place possible. But Ash, we got to say it, it's already 10 rounds for Foot. I mean,
If Sen rematch Loud, who wins?
that first cycle could be
Your
a
guess is as
snowball
good as
round,
mine.
so
I think I would still predict Loud, but I think, listen, if you want to go for Sen, I'm not mad about that. I think they got
Find that
chances.
orb, or even just a pick here towards B main, depending on how things do end up swinging. But this is getting scary here for Giant X. They really needed to find this first map for themselves again. This is an elimination match.
Yes.
I don't think they are going to rematch Loud though, because I think Loud beat Lev.
Yeah, I mean, it's map 1, but
it's
still.
their map pick. It's the map that they looked okay on. It was a close game. We kind of went, okay, you know, it's hard to tell pound for pound where people are, but you got to call it how you see it. 4 rounds ain't good enough from a team that's kept the core, that if anything has had either a sideways or a direct upgrade, depending how you see Redgar, right? That's dealer's choice, but
Sideways or
4 rounds is
direct
not good enough
upgrade.
here, and they're going to be feeling that pinch.
Holy.
They're going to lose all.
That's an optimistic way of thinking about it.
Into the, you know, unknown, and already Crack's going to start things off. Fitty's gone down. That was with the Sheriff.
That's rough. Rough looks into this round. I think Nuki has also had very passive Cypher setups over towards the
I'm in
side,
Los
so
Angeles
it's
right
not
now.
like they've had much space control from the Sentinel utility nonetheless. Foot, they continue this walk up towards mid. The two personal
This mid to A hit is so nicely timed. It's right as Giants have gone for a re-exploration of B main. Giants need to leave B main. You've just dogged out B main. You didn't see anybody. Why are you still 2B?
This was the combination that worked for them before. Cloud and Nuki. They were
There's 30 seconds left. They ain't hitting B, bros. They ain't hitting B.
The first issue coming through. They get to handle it early on, but it does allow a couple of steps in, right? YellowJ gets to challenge a little, looks towards CT, sees nothing.
There's very little time here, though, for Foot. This could still get really dangerous. Oh, Nuki. They get the plant down, though.
Not just yet, but the spike's got down.
Great work from Cloud, holding Nuki's back as he reloads.
These two are digging their heels in. That was exceptional work from them. CNED, a 1v3. You're going to roll back the years for us? Not right now. Hoodie going to extend the play here. 5 rounds.
A bit too slow there for Foot. A bit too slow.
Really can lock that side down.
Absolutely. I mean, just being able to buy as much time as possible for the rotation from B to come in.
How are you feeling about the relative strengths of the regions from our very limited sample?
But now, again, they still have that momentum.
I don't think it's fair to really say anything yet until we've seen Fnatic play.
But can they carry it forward?
And EG to some degree, but mostly Fnatic.
Calling. Nobody home really towards mid here, 4 foot, aside from CNED, who will have that opportunity to likely TP out. If
Of course, a region's going to look like it doesn't have the same peaks if you haven't seen the top team play. You know what I mean?
Okay. Into the corner, but he could still get caught out if it's an aggressive push from Male.
I just love this pinch. Cloud's going to try and set it up into motion. He's fortunate enough to not have been punished on this. Does get to keep himself standing, but that got quite dicey. I like the idea from GiantX to try and punish potentially that walk up. It's an early tester. And
good break from YellowJ. He's playing fairly aggressive on the A lurk here, just based off. Oh, and Hoodie peeks for info and gets punished. And this is going to open up the map. So this is going to be a fake pivot A. They didn't break the trip though over towards A ramp. This is something that YellowJ didn't do. Can he do it now? He's seen the trip. Yeah, it gets broken. Okay, when the smoke goes down, you need to double face Vitinho. No, they didn't. Well, they got the trade. Redgar's gonna try to get off site and dies. Ay. Cloud and Nuki are just miles away, man. I mean, you don't even want to save because you've got a fucking Guardian, but what are you going to do? Nuki's going to run at them to get his ult online or something? What's the point? Yeah, to revisit your topic, though, about the strength of the regions, if we assume that Fnatic are going to look incredible, because I think that's a fairly safe assumption, right? That's what people are assuming anyway. Then EMEA's got some really good-looking teams. Vitality, I'm big on. Fnatic, obviously, if they're incredible, looking good. I think Heretics are looking low-key, well, not even low-key, actually, high-key, cracked. We'll just have to see how much they're able to put together, but that's wild. I think EMEA then has some teams that people liked that are struggling a little bit, like Giants, but generally speaking, EMEA is looking pretty damn good. Liquid looking good, Na'Vi looking alright. Like, we don't know exactly how good Na'Vi and Liquid are going to be. We need to wait to see more of that as well. But I'm not down on EMEA. I think Heretics doing so well in their group actually just makes the whole region look a bit more dangerous. America's looks like it has a really high skill floor with a lot of parity, but
towards B very comfortably. And these
I haven't been mega
so
impressed with some of the teams I was hoping to be. For example, Leviathan, I was hoping for more from. I want to see Lev Loud, where Aspas doesn't just get like 50% of the kills. I want to see Lev
and going into this, we've got
when their ideas work, they don't just frag out.
Right? Like it can't be nothing. So what
and when King is playing well as well.
Coming in now, 10 more seconds until we're back.
And I also want to see NRG play against a team that isn't Furia, because Furia are not awful, but they're not great either. And Havoc had an outrageously bad performance. And NRG still struggled to put them away a little bit. They were so much better than them in the first half on Breeze. And then they struggled a bit. But I'm assuming that NRG have got more in the tank that they're going to bring out for bigger games. So I'm cautiously optimistic about Americas. I'm pretty positive on EMEA. And then Pacific.
They've drawn a little bit of kit out from the Giant X side. And they're going to pause.
I need to watch that Gen G game against, oh well, I suppose the Gen G game against Zeta, though. Zeta were already eliminated. But like, I haven't been crazy impressed. I need to watch DRX, actually. I haven't watched DRX yet.
But they look to pivot back over towards the same side.
I think T1 looks really good in Pacific. Paper X looked a bit dodgy, and I haven't seen DRX. So I'm not feeling super good about Pacific yet, but they could easily turn it around if Paper X ended up looking significantly better. Dude, Giants are getting planked here. Absolutely planked. Foot are taking all the map control against them and just splitting them apart. Dominating. Oh my god. You can't let him know when you're losing 12-5. Fucking hell.
12-5.
So
this one's looking done.
I mean, nothing in the tank here for Giant
yeah, if Paper X come out in their first game of the semis and they play really well against T1, then we'll be on the hope for Pacific as well. At the moment, though, it looks like the weaker region. Well, I mean, China's probably the weakest region overall, but yeah, Pacific is. Pacific's had the lowest floor, I think, from what I've seen. But I didn't watch Koi or BBL yet. It's so hard. It's really difficult to answer questions like that unless you've watched every single game. You just have missing like gaps in your knowledge that could completely change how you think about things. Good reactions to TP away from CNED. They weren't expecting Nucky to be in the corner. Oh, that's a really bad decision from Foot. They know that there's a player tucked around the corner, which means you know there's a second player there. If you're gonna make a reaction, burst onto site, because you know that they're fighting over ramp. Don't try to solo swing with a dog heaven. What are you doing? You could double swing with like cracks and Adder Captain off the back of the dog, but you can't just solo that.
Knowing that no information is to be had here towards mid here for Giant X. There's also that Vents trip to have to worry about here, so could be revealed if YetchJ does drop in and decide to shoot that one out. It will be uncontested for now, just seeing if they can find any information.
What's my favorite region to watch?
Subtlety to it, but they're trying to bait out so you can get a pick on the other side, right? It's like,
well,
will Hoodie actually push or no? Okay, still gonna use his utility. It's just testing, right? And so far, Giant X are
probably Americas.
They're not overstepping. They're not being caught out.
But there's certainly some dull games in Americas as well. I thought that MIBR Furia game was fucking snoozer. Oh my god. Oh my god, Fallon actually found the kill.
The backline support system. And all on the young gun himself, YetchJ. What can this man do in a 1v4? 10 seconds. Probably not much.
No, I thought it was a genuinely dull game. It wasn't that Furia MIBR wasn't clouted. It's that they were playing like old meta comps from 2023 and not really doing anything new. And Furia were just kind of disappointing. It picked up towards the end. The final map and like the the last half of the final map actually ended up being pretty good, but the first two maps were poop.
They did make that adjustment that you mentioned, Pansy, in the last round, playing a little bit more forward.
There've been quite a lot of games like that in Americas, actually, where map 1 and map 2 are very streaky, and then map 3 is a banger.
It strikes the fear of God in me, because you look at them having to try and juggle how they're going to play the utility out. I mean, I don't think Coutinho's going to be able to afford a great deal. You're going to be you're lacking.
Furia NRG was a snooze fest. I thought that was pretty interesting to see the way that NRG were playing. I found that interesting from just a learning about NRG point of view.
Scary. Now, do they pull the likes of Cloud over? I think that they do, but look at what
This pit is so cool.
causing them to over-rotate potentially.
I mean, if the Viper wall was not enough to sow chaos in the ranks of Giants.
Seekers come through here as well.
What? This is such an early ult from Krax. He beefed his movement as well. Definitely still getting used to playing Raze.
Giant X are on the site.
Oh, he didn't even use the ult. Doesn't matter, you can just aim at people instead, I guess, and then immediately swing. This is a cool round from Foot. In terms of the macro, this is a really cool round from Foot. In terms of the actual execution, leaves a little bit to be desired, but I'm sure Krax will get better at it the more he plays it.
The Sky Nerf's hurting right now here for Hoodie.
Timing. And a captain could just find the perfect timing.
Alright, Addy Captain dies. The plant is bad here as well. Actually, the plant isn't bad. Yedajay's got an orb on the spike and he can bounce shot mollies onto it. Oh, CNED is inside the orb for one. Oh my god, lovely idea from Foot. That round cooked. Foot brought out the asterisks in their strat book to be able to close that one down.
Again, Cloud was the one for Giant X trying to keep
you
them
see
alive
the hot mic clip?
well.
No?
But doing those numbers, Cloud, very consistently.
Who got hot mic'd?
Has been absolutely immaculate.
Absolutely. Let's get ready for map 2.
Yeah, I don't think they did need to show that. You did? Oh, was that where I said something like, that was a really good map? And then Brent said, our power rankings were correct. Or something like that. Yeah. Nothing particularly interesting.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
Held back on the slurs there. Yeah. Dude, I'm just dying to throw slurs out as soon as I finish my broadcast. Thank God I didn't do it that time.
To visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Fucking hell.
Andalusian crush.
Then you said I like foxes. I didn't
guys,
say. I didn't do that.
Lin,
I didn't do
former
that.
Professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs. Clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
I mean, the worst stuff that we say that could get hot mic'd is normally something like, "Wow, that was just dreadful." That's about as bad as it gets. Yeah, I think I should probably run an advert, shouldn't I? I'm thinking, should I run an advert now? Yeah, I should run an advert now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So that you guys don't get one during the game. I played a few CS2 matches last night and it was one slur a game, I swear. They gotta hit the quota though, Brent. They gotta hit the quota. Speaking of which, how can you separate your streaming persona, who intentionally makes everything very sexual then acts like you didn't, and your casting persona? Whoa. I don't do that. I don't horny bait. By the way, during the broadcast last week, I said it doesn't matter how small your utility is, it's about how you use it. I mean, I'm dropping them on the broadcast now. Alright, yeah, let me mute this because it's going to get the whole VOD audio struck. Oh. That was not the full clip, Red Blade. Hog and ball torture, a sensual delight? Yeah. Well, I guess the answer is I don't separate those personas. Well, today has been a somewhat boring day of EMEA games, but at the same time, even though Team Heretics are crushing, it can't be boring. It just can't be boring when Miniboo is running around fucking owning people and Benji's one-tapping people like he's about to drop tilted. It's pretty sick. The Team Heretics game against Karmine Corps was exciting to some degree, even though it was 13-4, 13-4. But yeah, so far, the games have been unusual in the EMEA. Is Koi that bad or is Liquid a beast? I gotta do my pick'ems for Koi BBL. I can't tell you at all. Tomorrow is good. Vitality Fnatic should be really good. Team Liquid Na'Vi should be really good as well. Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow's games in EMEA should be banging. Oh, you got your account back, Taylor. Awesome, awesome. How much of Heretics being nuts is because they're playing online opposed to LAN? I would say maybe 2%. If I had to give you a percentage of how much Rien's playing online is affecting the team, I would say 2%. Because the rest of the squad is popping off. They're all playing on LAN. It's not like Rien's is... Rien's is not carrying them. Rien's is not the IGL with fucking Stratbook on his second monitor or something. The rest of the team is going bonkers. Am I casting any NA finals games? No, I'm not working that week. I'm only doing play-ins. Yeah, Boo and Miniboo have both been playing fantastically. And that's quite cool. Having a little shot there of the like thing outside.
Streaming the matches to her audience of thousands, no pressure on me. And we've got Baki, the general manager, who's going to be translating this interview for us as well.
Yeah, okay. The co-streamer interviews, I'm not as bothered about. I'll engage with you guys instead. Why did you post this on your Facebook? What? I'm not going to open that link, Red Blade. I'm not going to open that link. You think Karmine Corps players need more IQ in game or experience? I think that their game plan coming into today was quite poor on split. I think they need more experience because they crumbled in some big moments. But I also think that Heretics got given some space and just wiped the floor with them. So you can talk about closer games. It's safe. I'm not. That does not look like a safe link. That's the kind of link where it's going to be like, why did you post this on your Facebook? And it's going to be somebody being like, stop the boats with a fucking racist cartoon or something. I had someone tell me I fell off. Ooh, I needed that. Oh, okay, you fucking cooked. You cooked. Okay. Yeah, you popped off. You popped off. You popped off with that one. If that was a player card in the game, I would get that. I would get that. 100%.
I mean, you can't really put it better than that, can you? Tessica, thank you so much for talking to me, guys. Let's head back to the desk, though, because we've got 1 or 2 maps to go.
Thank you very much. Frankie, yeah, Foot, they, I think, earned the crown of being the best Turkish team we have in the region.
Thinking Man's Valorant put the Heretics bundle in the S tier?
He's played the Chamber, he's played the Euro.
Is he blind?
Going on to Icebox, yes. Kukuka, we don't want to see any of this, do we?
I mean,
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that TMV had his eyes plucked out.
Split, and I was thinking, you know, I need to see the value. You need to explain to me why you decided to go from this. And I think that at some points it was too easy for them, so we didn't get to see the full potential, the full extent. Now, going into Icebox, there's only two chances. Either they keep it or they go with the Jet. And
my tier list was objective and true.
To see CNED go back on the Jet.
All I gotta say is a CNED, Jet, Icebox.
The C9 Classic is so good. I genuinely don't understand why people wouldn't like it. It's fucking sick.
A match made in heaven. Yeah, match made in heaven. And also, I mean, Foot just in general looks so much better than they were the match before.
Objective
so maybe
and blue.
Icebox, keep it simple.
TMV also put RRQ in the S tier?
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget that against Giants, we're the ones.
I can understand that more than Heretics, but I still don't think that's good.
Actually, Foot who decided that we were going.
The player card's so boring for RRQ.
So of course we expect. And he's
holy fuck! Phoenix Chamber. Phoenix Chamber.
What is going on?
Okay, so let's address quickly Giants playing
Raise Omen.
On Fiti, playing that
that's fine though. I think Giants' composition is pretty fine. It's pretty. It's not 100% standard, but it's fairly standard. Foot's comp is so far away from standard. Dude, I am so fucking down for people playing Phoenix on Icebox. This is my pick. Phoenix Icebox. Let's fucking go. It's my second most played agent on Icebox.
For 1 year, and then this happens when he goes to Foot.
There's no going back.
Oh my god, let's get it. Let's get it.
I'm not the biggest fan of this Omen Icebox pick. I like it. I like it.
You stole this from Victor? Yes. Yes. I stole it from Victor when I saw him doing it, and I was like, this actually cooks. You can jump onto pipes at the beginning of the round and flash peek. You can walk down tube, flash peek. You can play trap plays over towards yellow. You can use your flashes maybe sometimes to try to flash the upper back on angles. Dude, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this. I want YetaJ to cook. Krax is now playing Fade with YetaJ on Phoenix as well, guys. Holy shit.
You apologize for someone long enough and then they just really let you down in that one moment. This is it. Anyway, into the game we go. We'll see if it actually works, right? The proof's in the pudding, and maybe I don't know what they've been cooking up for dessert. This is a wild comp.
Foot are playing aggressive over towards B main.
I mean,
they're pushing out in front of the chamber, so that's kind of weird. They're now going to have to play retake A.
Try and flash through both Ada Captain's wall and YetaJ's wall of his own, but
they're fast on the flank here, Foot.
down to that toxic screen.
They flanked early in the pistol round on split, right? But they're going to hit Nuki's turret. They break the turret.
We see the value already cracks. I mean, man's not going to miss opportunities like that. Nice little line of sight down there.
So the pressure coming from behind here should allow the Foot players in from the front.
These Giants do have the time on their side, but look at the chip damage. Gotta be a little careful to not get
Here come YetaJ and Ada Captain. Everybody's fighting forwards. Now YetaJ and Ada Captain need to accelerate. 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 YetaJ got a fucking molly kill on Hoodie. And they got the play.
Just come from
it worked.
Flew down at them, but it will be Foot with the first.
How did the Phoenix molly get a kill?
I haven't quite seen the method to the madness yet, but I mean they made it through the pistol.
There. Well, with this composition, will there be a method? I don't know. No, I mean, I do think what is cool though is looking towards Giant X. Sure, they're running the double.
I think the molly must have gone towards Jenny. Oh no, it went towards default.
Is very good in just handling his own, going off and kind of doing
good
his own
Phoenix
thing.
molly position
so
actually.
I do see a lot of potential for him individually with those curveballs to just pop out.
The Phoenix molly is pretty good. It does a lot of damage.
I love.
It's just
trying to, like, theory craft
a little difficult to actually get into good
weird
positions.
Stuff, and I'm desperately trying here. But the problem for Giant X is this isn't the start they'd want, right? You end last game a bit of a low point.
CNED's gonna outlaw underneath the tube.
Let's get that building for ourselves.
YetaJ building up towards his ultimate.
So now we see the purchase coming out. Bulldogs are plenty.
Cloud and Hoodie are going to have to sync up some Snakebite Molly combos to stop YetaJ just farming ult on A. You got to make sure that he's not allowed to do that. Molly seems really good over towards Maze there. They're going to wait for the... This is what people can't do in my rank games. They literally cannot wait for the Viper wall to go down. Wait, I should wait until the Viper runs out of fuel? No, that's crazy. Here it comes.
To opt for the shorter fights here that you find on the A site here for Giant X. But now with the cut.
Wait, I'm surprised that they're cutting noise.
Tease this rotation away,
They've actually waited long enough for some of the fuel to come back for Ada Captain.
Just foot on allowing them any further forward. This is lovely from Mr. Fallen. That's going to be some great work.
I think they probably should have pulled the trigger a bit earlier there.
Nice and early. I mean, yeah, the Jay's going to have that on deck every single time, it feels like, right? That's going to be cycled through so often. So again, bigger picture. Having a
fade on Icebox. Some people have run fade here before. I remember Na'Vi ran fade. I think C9 ran fade here too.
Working towards it.
Like when it was first released, beginning of 2020.
Kind of getting a little bit more feisty about it. Seeing that come through, love a bit of it. Now, how much damage can they do, though, up against a full buy, right? A decent purchase coming in for Giant X, and they need to stick this.
Here comes the Phoenix. Where is the Shock Molly? Oh, nobody holding belts for Yedajay?
Giant X wise to it.
Oh,
okay, well.
That's not where that was supposed to go.
All good.
I heard laughter in the crowd. That's rough. That's, Here we go, CNED. Show me something. Make me a believer. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've read the pamphlet. I'm on. You know, I'm real close to signing up to this. You just gotta do something out there. Well, that's not really gonna help, is it? Gonna have to back away here.
Gotta reload the double pump too.
Yeah. Fatino can take the space by Yellow. Gorgeous catch from Hoodie as well. Out of Captain.
Oh, the shots are off today from CNED. The shots are off. He wasn't really hitting on split either, even though his team won. Honestly, get a rifle in his hand. He's not feeling it today with the off.
An easy post plants here for Giant X. Not too much to work with still. Just having this recon finally cycled back up here for Mr. Fallen.
Last player standing. Not gonna happen. This is nice. Once they get into that post plant, gonna be very difficult to break. Cracks, yes, we'll take down Redcar, but beyond that, a good round for Giant X and a necessary one, right? Come into the
I think Cracks was supposed to be holding belt here, by the way.
Forward. You want to keep as many of those rifles up as possible. Kind of got the feel of things. Again, I got to say that was the bonus for Foot, so they were being a little fast and loose with it. It looks like, yeah, the Jay took a bit of a risk.
I suppose CNED could also be holding belt.
A little bit of fumble from Mr. Fallen. It wasn't perfectly
in some of these later rounds where he actually gets an op online.
But we have to give credit there to Giant X to at
CNED's picked up the op.
Stabilize a bit because they've been struggling in the last couple of
Nonetheless, though,
op,
I feel
light
like
shields.
We'll still try to find that ult warp here for Yedajay. Now
no
still
trip.
Only one off of that running back, and nobody is home on Giant X to punish that towards the A site.
Yedajay gets his ult online. This time, Cracks was holding belt.
Corners that you can hide behind now as a defender.
Oh fuck!
Here.
My headphones are about to run out of battery, chat.
But also makes it a bit more comfortable to push in as an attacker. For that.
I've got 10% battery in my headphones.
This instantly rotated 4 players very, very quickly.
I mean,
I do have some secondary headphones actually.
Mid, right? Of course, you go, you cover your bases, you check back in.
Deploying drone.
But now the wall's up, the Owl drone comes through, but with that one way, Giant X still yet to push through.
Right here.
They definitely just caught a glimpse of Fatino underneath the one way. Using plugged in? Does that even work? Whoa, Yedajay's used this super early. Okay, they know that it's a full B. They must do. They see the Killjoy, they see the Omen, they saw the Raze earlier on as well. You can keep 4 towards B here.
Now, fortunately for Foot, they have already kind of hard rotated the 4 players here. Yes, leaving out a captain towards keeping check on middle, but this is going to be Giant X heading their way.
Alright, CNED hits the shot. The recon dart is good, the snake bite is good, good defensive utility being used here. They have C's as well. Although actually Cracks is too far away. Another shot from CNED, and then a miss that opens the door a bit. There is some time here actually.
The one bonus is that Cracks is late on rotation. They do have the
spike. Oh, Cracks is just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's messy. That is messy.
This man can be monstrous though in these scenarios, and that's what I mean. Nookie.
Oh, the lineup. 2 bullets, 2 headshots.
Even after seeing some heroics.
Oh, okay.
What a way to turn.
Okay, sure.
Back into the favor of Giant
He definitely didn't mean to do that. No.
Towards that B site, a bit of overextension. from Foot.
Those 2 kills really nice from CNED, but when he went for the peek back in, he wide peeked way too hard.
I do worry about the fact that
I mean, that is a completely accidental kill on the second player.
On that time, because it's not going to work in their favor every single time they try to push that kind of issue. But very forward information found here by Foot on their eco round towards that A site. See nobody.
I mean, Foot should have been able to win that. Again, CNED giving it away a little, but the problem is, he did get them the first 2 kills, so you can't be too mad about it. This Viper wall looks shite, by the way. I mean, look at how much space it gives people in top sight. Hoodie needs to be doing a better one than that. The observing is fucking me around here. They're swapping POVs in the middle of a fight, and I thought CNED had been killed.
In the end, they did get the plant down as well, so if anything, Giant X kind of walking away with a little bit of a benefit here, considering that they've only got Sheriff behind that. CNED was their one big factor.
You see how much space it gives the defenders, though, this version of the Viper wall? That's why I use a lineup for it. I think it's kind of important, too. Seize! Could this work for Foot? Ooh, Yedajay! What a tap! But he's got lineups.
Can't get that defused. There's nothing he can do about this one. He's made a damn good go.
Yeah, it's over.
But the post
Nice try, nice try.
Players, Hoodie and Cloud, are just going to play to the clock perfectly. There is no more to be said or done here. Time to fall to the spike. And a valiant fight, yes, from Foot, but a round for Giant X.
Keeping it tight on an eco there. Doing a lot of damage. Again,
it's on purpose so you can't hold on the wide edge. Xander does it this way too.
You would expect from them.
So you can't hold on the wide edge.
More rifles.
Isn't it more important to block the top so that people can't see you as you go for the plant? Oh, I guess the idea is that the attackers are going to actually hold that top angle.
Just deny that screen's control if they do manage to find that space. But
so it's dangerous when you first swing in, but then once you control it, they can't just spam you.
Early space and control. This time a different look towards B main, denying the pressure of that Viper's toxic screen.
Yeah, I kind of like that they're trying to play ahead of this and seeing or maybe even hearing some of that fade utility towards B should.
I'll have to look at it again, but that does make sense.
But I don't mind this. Start testing up tube, you know, have to deal with that chamber utility that will of course be in place. That's not a surprise. But will they
whoa, Mr. Fallen was not even thinking about people pushed up there. Nowhere near.
And now they've got middle control, right? Divide both of these players from either side of the map. It's going to be very difficult for them to handle now. You've basically put Ada Captain on an island here.
No charges.
I mean, just looking to play disruption, right? Try and find that pinch towards A and isolate Ada Captain like you had mentioned.
Hey, they're still going up middle though. That's the curious part. They didn't try and back around towards A.
Okay, so Hoodie dies. Ada Captain might be able to pick one off here.
He's heard all of this.
Yeah, they're just kind of stomping around. They're giving away their position, making it really easy for Ada Captain to isolate somebody.
Cloud get affected by this. A little bit on the way out, but mostly going to keep his HP in a decent position.
His belt timing.
And that's what I was about to talk about here. Yedajay, the timing on his flank. But look at this from Nookie. Heads up work here. Who sees who first? But again,
I don't think Yedajay is going to think about looking behind him.
But he's certainly not prey. CNED, another
yeah,
step towards the
Yedajay's
site
dead
now.
to rights here. No, there's no way. What? He heard the jump?
How are you winning?
What?
Did he make a step there on the hop up? That's the big question, but man.
He must have made some noise, because otherwise, why the fuck is he even thinking about that?
So diligent to know, okay.
Oh my
someone
god.
could have wrapped around. We didn't have that flank watch.
What a fumble.
3-3.
That was a 5v3, wasn't it, for Giants?
Cycled back up again. Second one for the half here for Yedajay. We saw it being
and they just gave them the 2 picks they needed to be able to get back into it, and then CNED and Yedajay with really big picks. How has Yedajay got that? Did he just catch a glimpse of him on the side of his screen? How has he got that?
Numbers advantage here for Giant X. They might be able to pump the gas and try and find a bit more success.
Uh-oh, CNED has an army against him. He's seen the TP, he's seen the L drone, the paranoia is coming, like, can he live? Fatinho on the hunt. He wants to gap close, he wants to get in their face, but for now he's got to respect it. Look at the utility.
It's nice from Fallen. They're just throwing a couple of shots in there.
He's done his job. Now
making Fatinho pause for thought.
This is the problem. You heard it. He's got the tag.
Bye-bye, Redgar. Bye-bye, Fatinho. What a great one onto Fatinho. They're using huge ultimates here.
They're trying to make a damn good go of this. Can they do anything in this post plant?
Trying to break the nanoswarms.
Hoodie's still there. They've got opportunity to stall this.
These snake bites have been
The retake came through so quickly. I don't think these... Oh my god, Hoodie's killed 2 of them. I was going to say, I don't think the snake bites are going to buy enough time, but now that they've killed a couple, Cloud might actually be able to win this with his ult. Fallen's got half. Oh, and then they kill... Oh, he's got it though. He's got it. Hello? He waited for so long that Cloud could get the shot.
Incredible.
Maybe he wouldn't have been able to stick anyway. Was he just expecting shock dart lineups? So he was trying to wait until the very end?
Well, actually, no, that's the other way around. I mean, that was the thrifty round. I was thinking about the fact that, okay, they expend that showstopper, and they also force out so many of those ultimates from Foot when they were on that eco. Now Foot to be the ones on the back foot.
I feel like the most normal decision to make there is to try to take advantage of the fact that Cloud's miles away.
I like it though. Use at a captain, right?
Big eco round though for Giants to be able to win.
The timing here.
Yeah, the Jay gonna creep ahead of this. He's gonna hit the Vandal. He's just takes
That's
the
not a great swing, is it?
But
add a captain.
Position to frag out. He does the best he can. They had their rifle. They made something of it. It's
that
down
wall
to
is so
2v2
useful.
here. Still gonna have the headhunter. Couldn't land it. Hoodie and Nookie keep cool, keep calm, and keep composure.
Yeah, Hoodie being able to get 2 kills there is back-breaking, actually. When he's on the eco and Hoodie's the only player with a rifle and he just backs up and domes 2 players on top of 410, that's a difference maker. That is a difference maker.
Lockdown available here for Giantex. Last time we saw it, it was that B main control that we looked.
Yeah, the Jay's aim is spicy, but I don't think they're really using the Phoenix as a Phoenix.
Different approach this time around.
They're just using him as a ult bot, basically.
Yeah, and Nookie with that lockdown is just
and CNED's not looking amazing on Chamber.
Investment from the Viper's pit, right? That's just
The peaks that he's taking are
go elsewhere.
pretty ill-advised, I think, a lot of the time.
That B long side, they're going to leave Mr. Fallen towards top middle.
Like there again, he's like walking around left to right. He's not just waiting for somebody to walk into his crosshair. Just relax. There goes Mr. Fallen. It didn't anticipate the extremely unusual mid to A strategy being pulled out here by Giants.
And he's got the wrap coming in from CT. Mr. Fallen really made a mistake on that one. Good attempt.
Almost able to pick them both up.
This round is absolutely looking Giant X's way.
No, CNED never was an amazing chamber player.
Nookie low though at the very
I think it's because he's too active.
Has all of his utility available.
When you watch him play Jet, he's like moving constantly, trying to get the better angle, like constantly staying active with what he's doing. Just small movements all the time. Like the best chamber players in the world, literally, you'd think they were asleep at the wheel sometimes. The patience that they had on just holding an angle forever and a day.
Look at the damage. Just get towards the site. CNED with a valiant attempt, but it really feels all for naught. I just want to try and drift out of it. Cracks, yes, gonna make a go of it. Nookie's still standing, and you just can't break these final players. Cracks not gonna find him on the side.
NT, but Giants running away with this. I want to see what Foot have cooked,
why Mr.
but I'm not seeing it.
Like that after he lost sight on middle. Maybe he felt he had more time to play with. He certainly didn't.
No, I think after that initial tag on towards Redgar, I believe, who had to TP back down towards mid, didn't expect that walk up to have been so early underneath Boiler. It's expected maybe a bit more of that kitchen presence, but his positioning here, I mean, the proactivity that we saw coming out from Giantex and their usage of those mollies, not just saving them for the post plant, but just to completely deny that.
You think you lose too much of the stall when you pick Chamber over Killjoy?
Into the retake, but now a timeout to come
the thing is, again, you're supposed to be able to fight them in front of the Killjoy utility.
Not really much we're looking for, it's just about looking forward.
Like, yeah, the Chamber is, you are missing something. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the Chamber's perfect here, but you're supposed to play to the Chamber's strengths in order to minimize its weaknesses. And you're right, the weaknesses are, you have less plant denial on the defense. This is less plant denial, less information around the map, because you don't have a Lambot and the turret. And the way to try to solve that is to set your chamber up on a variety of aggressive angles to try and find early round picks. and that's gonna make Giants scared of peeking all over the map. If CNED is active and hitting his shots, they're going to end up just getting scared of him, and they're going to have to use so much utility to clear him, even if he isn't there. So that FUT are not really finding that level of success. They're not managing to get CNED into good spots, and he's also not hitting to cause that like psychological damage that gives you a util advantage or a map control advantage. So
that aggressive positioning, you talked about the flanks.
Giants can just kind of ignore the chamber. Oh my god, that's a ridiculous wide swing. CNED's now on 5 HP.
Still denying.
Is going for a fucking jump peak, but he almost... He looked like he was doing the long jump.
He was watching by the angle on ramp.
Oh, okay. YetaJ got one on the flank. They have to not die to Hoodie here. One, not enough probably.
YetaJ's got himself the rifle, right? Because that was
we'll see.
From, I imagine, Nookie. And he knows that. Look at this post plant though. They're just instantly going to the other side. They're like, right, we'll just sit on the other
don't know
side.
where YetaJ is. They think he's
right?
coming from A?
They've lost a little bit of a track on where he is. So
oh my god, he's exposing himself. YetaJ wasn't even thinking about that. YetaJ's got to get one and get out, and they're doubled up. So this is going to be really difficult.
They're double stacking this. There's the flash and the
oh, he actually caught them. He's going to ult in the 1v1.
He's running it down. Cloud up for it, trying to close the gap. Does he get back in time?
What a spot to use the ult as well. So you get two chances at it, and he knows that Cloud's too far away to punish. No opportunity to wrap around. Holy shit.
Clutch to come in off the back
wow.
of an eco. So not just the clutch, that was a 3-2 round
there's definitely ways that YetaJ could have died there, but once he did that small jiggle and realized that they were like double stacked, the flash found crazy good value. Look at that little shoulder peek from YetaJ. That's so good to just figure out what their hold looks like and if he can punish them.
But just taking a replay, a look back at this situation.
I wonder if Cloud should have just wide swung there as he was getting back into his ultimate.
It cycles up so quickly. The only ults have not gotten that nerf.
Just to try to get on the best angle possible.
The survivor. For now, it looks like Giant X kind of going back to what was their
ult. Here he comes.
That might be a dead cracks over there. Oh, has he got moves?
Okay, he's got moves. YetaJ gets one, but this is going to be tough for him to get out. How does he get out? What's the exit strategy? Nice.
Perfect work, big damage done.
Making sure that he didn't get traded. Throws out a molly to make sure he doesn't get pushed. And then he walls. All very sensible there.
Spring to the step.
Meanwhile, CNED is just holding on top of B. I don't mind this position though for the op.
And Viper's Pit is available to cut off half of this A side at the very least. Font gives information that Giant X have not backed off.
Oh, that's a little too far for me. Maybe didn't need to go for that by himself. Because now they've got massive opportunity to get towards the site, get that spike down. You don't want to get into the post plants again. That's the biggest issue. Mr. Fallen not allowing them to do it. It's Nookie.
Mr. Fallen kills
too. Try and trailblaze further forward. 30 seconds left. Players close to the site though, they haven't dipped away from this. There is still
Adacaptain can win this.
Oh,
good timing from Adacaptain and pretty greedy, I think, from Giants to try to get the plant down.
No.
Oh my god. Without their teammates helping them.
Travesty
a bit dodgy from Hoodie there towards the end as well.
I have no words. I mean, a pixel off, I think, on the timing there for Hoodie, but something that you really can't.
Oh, that second shot.
As Giant X, you need every round you can.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of how Giants tried to get the plant down there. I think Nookie and Hoodie need to be playing together in case someone pushes the planter.
The desk was talking about it. We're not going to see one of these teams until after Masters Madrid.
And honestly, I wasn't that worried about this map until we've seen 2 rounds now strung together by FUT. I was thinking, you know what, Giant X look really competent here. They've got a good read on it. Oh, what am I seeing? I mean, for this one, we do have Mr. Fallen running with the operator. Maybe he's got a rifle by as well, but
on the op, and CNED's got his op.
Cracks maybe trying to bait this in.
Mr. Fallen thinks that they're heavily over towards A because Cracks got denied his ult orb. So he sends the ult at the beginning, so pretty easily navigated here early on for Giants. They've got bad economy, but they've denied the Nightfall. They've dodged the Hunter's Fury. And the two ops, neither of which are on A.
Facilitating the plant. Looks like Nuki's going to hop up.
They have tools to deal with.
There we go. Cross and sorted. Do need to be careful of that corner. It can be covered if they want to do it, but I don't think Foot are going to sit around for that anyway, so they're going to have to respect it.
They throw the paranoia for the corner.
It's a retake in this situation, right? You do have that backup SMG there.
Yeah, it's Ash who's casting.
Krax has his entire
yeah, she's good.
to work with as well, plus a flash there from Yedajay. But still looking to delay here.
Yedajay's in trouble. Yeah, that paint shot was fantastic. It's going to be tricky to kind of make this work, actually, considering Foot are working with 2 SMGs. It's not exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh, that kill from Fatinho. Nobody there. Foot kind of indecisive on which side they wanted to push out from on top of Rafters, but now that Crack's got the kill, Nightfall is online.
Now we're down to the final few, but time is
and all of the post-plant utilities already been used. Very different. Oh! Oh! Mr. Fallen whiffed!
To every single rule. This kid's nuts.
There's no way he won that, man. They've used all of their utilities in a 1v3, only has a Sheriff.
2 days ago. I keep saying yesterday because these days have been going by so quickly.
The shot onto CNED was really nice. Unfortunate that Fallen whiffed.
We're seeing him pull it off once again. It is maddening how good he is.
It's also just a bad decision from CNED to try to trade that with the op, though. But yeah, unfortunate scenes from Fallen at the end.
I mean, I think we've all seen it before. I think a lot of people, even in the previous game, were saying, you know, Cloud.
Cloud's extraordinarily good. He really is. He's a very good player.
Every now and then you catch those glimpses of it so clearly.
He's the kind of player that if you put him on a better team, he would perform better as well, I think.
Foot managed 5.
I don't think he's hit his potential.
Giants managed to scrape through with 7 in the end. As though they snagged that one away just at the very end, thanks to.
But also, this Giants team,
they do have a lead.
The player quality is not the issue.
A little bit of scouting there towards
They've got the player quality.
TP up there from CNED. Now Hoodie. Nice timing to fall off the site as Foot look to creep up. Not making a peep thus far. But Hoodie actually pushes back on.
Standing ahead.
It's a flash. There's a swing. Good connection, but didn't actually catch the body off the back of it. Hoodie going to try and punish CNED. The response in kind is actually very, very strong from Foot, who've taken over a large portion of the site.
Oh, Nuki's screwed here.
Couldn't actually convert the kill either. So working as a pack.
I like how decisive Foot are there to capitalize and push Nuki.
Pick it off. Fatinho, red guard. Look at the kit on Fatinho. Still
don't think they've got this. They seem to know everybody's here. It's because Ada Captain's got mid. They know that there's no rotators coming from B. They know that they're flanked.
There's the pain shot, but I mean, not gonna get
Recon lights them up. There's 4 people here already. Oh, that paranoia caught all 3.
2 or 3, it doesn't matter.
It was only Mr. Fallen that didn't get caught by it. And a triple swing, 2 low, 1 high. Foot getting in. Foot tying it up.
Around a little too long there towards the back of A.
How silly is Red Garment today? Not very silly.
Now. Foot
Not very silly.
Looking towards this buy, CNED again. The Outlaw has been what he's been fancying on those ecos, or on those anti-ecos as well into the second round of a half for Giantex. Curious to see the method that they choose to approach this round with.
It hasn't been a very silly series, to be honest. You'd expect it to be because they're running the Phoenix and stuff, but
to try and get that Hunter's Fury.
It really hasn't.
Into the future.
That makes sense.
They're going for both of them. Okay, uncontested here from Foot.
You'll take that every day of the week. This round is not one that you're imagining you're getting away with much, so you can almost take what you're given. Yeah, the Jake looking to maybe farm up the opponents instead.
What do you think would take Giant X to the next level?
Guy's going to be ringing the dinner bell for him here.
From how they're playing at the moment, I think a lot of it is that
point to the good for him and that ult. He's secured basically the entire
they're an extremely
and they've left A.
slow, cautious team in general,
the spike is going to be
and they lack a bit of decisiveness.
Much towards that B site. they'll just stick together.
I think they struggle a little bit to
play those numbers, try and guarantee
group up and explosively push people. It's like we're only really Fatinho that wants to take aggro fights like that. Everybody else on the team is more comfortable letting the opponents come to
I
them.
want to see who goes hunting. I do imagine J will be on the case.
Having a variety of pace to your game is really important. I just don't feel like Giants are more comfortable with the higher tempo. And I also think that they tend to be... Giants tend to copy other teams a lot. At least that's how I feel about them. Instead of coming up with their own ideas. And one of the issues with doing that is that
I mean, I've got to imagine that the call to just have
you don't end up like you don't end up
save and
thinking
grind that
about
spike
creative
later on
solutions.
probably to try
You
and
just end up
avoid
kind of going through the
J.
motions.
Just
And unless you have
cycling
perfect
back up
responses to
into that
everything,
run it back.
which I don't think Giants really
Halfway
do,
there,
it's
again,
going to be pretty difficult to
and
beat the
end
top
of
teams
Lucia
who are better
Flawless
at
coming out here,
improvising.
4 foot, 7-7. Giant X anti-eco coming through. The foot, very comfortable bonus.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is a foot timeout as well, so maybe wanted to come up with some sort of concept for this, considering they are on that
I think they're a little bit like, you know how 100 Thieves talks about
really, if anything, so why not pump the brakes for
2023, where they say we were trying to play perfectly, so we ended up playing terribly.
I don't know how these two teams
I think that's a
fare at this
bit
point.
of what Giants have got going on.
The Giant X, it's a little scary because they are the ones who are going to be facing elimination here at this point, because Foot do have that map under the belt, so they get a little more respite and a very quick challenge up middle, and intent behind it.
But they're not terribly passive, like scared in the same way that 100 Thieves were on their attack sides. They still do things on their attack sides. They're still slow, but they're not scared. Oh my god, what a shot.
That's ahead of Ada Captain. Sight, free for the taking. No cover
And
available,
another big
though,
punish from
no longer
Nucky
on
as
this
well.
B-site. Great paranoia to push off that spike plant as well. But they just have to revisit over towards A.
These rounds are kind of dull because the winning team is just kind of controlling the tempo from very early on in the round.
That's still feeling safe.
Giants have shut this one down super early.
The one to start leaning back towards that A site, but he will be behind the curve slightly, I think, as Mr. Fallen should be able to get, if you wanted to, straight.
They're a flowchart team? Yeah, a little bit. But if you're a flowchart team, you have to be like so tight with all of your protocols, I think.
We'll find out very soon. He's free to plant.
As expected, I mean, you're up 5-3 here for Giant X. You're going to play for that retake protocol. Cloud has the recon to work with. And you also have the maze toxic screen.
I want to see
Giant X as well.
Fallen pop off, gets his ult online, backs up, wins the clutch with his ult.
He ain't gonna get it, Hoodie. Quick.
Zenith goes to try to peek into everybody. I mean, he did have his rendezvous set up.
Taking down Cracks and Mr.
Alright,
Fallen
well.
swept aside clean stuff from
Easy,
Giant X.
clean.
Love that, love what I'm seeing.
Dunzo.
Considering the pressure that Ada Captain was willing to put by just flying up tube, getting towards middle, putting Redgar really on a platter right next to
I think
Coutinho,
if
but
you're a low-level
handle it
team,
perfectly.
copying
If you were missing it, it wasn't
is
as
pretty
flawless, so they'll
important
be happy with
to
that.
understand
Stabilize
why
the
it's
money,
good.
Keep those rifles up. Answer back after what was a
But if you don't
start.
understand why it's good, and you're just
Captain,
copying
the
it for
one
the
that
sake
we're
of
looking
copying
towards
it,
as well. I mean, those lurk
then
timings, very
it's
strong
gonna-
the
it's
positioning,
not
the
gonna work.
disruption, but again, if that Viper is the first to fall in a composition like Foot is running with, and you're leaning towards that B site, you are gonna have to pivot continuously.
if you're trying to,
cover to be
you know,
provided
get better
in
in your
that kind
Premier
of
games or
sense.
something,
See how they decide
find
to
some
look up
teams
into
and
this
steal some
round.
strats.
Your standard drone
Like, take some
coming
pro
out,
teams
no one spotted
that
thus
you
far.
like what they're
Cena
doing,
walking
steal
up
some strats, but
towards
try and
A.
also think about
Cloud
why
right
they're
on the
doing the
other
things they're
side, but
doing.
he's gonna play a bit more
Or
passive,
what
just
they
trying
would
to
do
keep
if
the
X
space in
happened.
case Foot do need
Like,
to
our
move
game
themselves.
plan is to,
I mean, you've got Mr. Fallen
you
one
know,
away.
we're gonna dart yellow and try and clear out
Coutinho just
Fatinho.
handing out fades
Okay,
on
what
Mr.
happens if the
Fallen's
dart gets
gone, so
broken?
that's the ult
Or
out
what
of this
happens if he
round
peeked
potentially
before
for
the
Mr.
dart?
Fallen. That
Or,
could have
you
been an
know,
opportunity for him, but
those kind of things.
See that spotted out there too.
so they've lost
If you're just going
all
through the
surprise in
motions,
this
then
round.
that's not really,
And
you're not
the
playing
does have
Valorant
the
at
ult
that
ready to
point.
go, so they could depend upon that to clear that B site a little more if they fancy it, but this is scary times now, losing out.
Don't
Mr.
bother
Fallen.
stealing from the Plat Premier team. We put in about 2 seconds worth of work.
Out by Redgar as well. Just
Alright, here comes the Phoenix. I'll come on,
more
Yedajay.
difficult
Let's
and
see something
forces
from
out
it.
the
Are they
run
gonna
back
push?
from Yedajay to clear
They're gonna
out
push
these
Solo
angles,
through
push
into
past these
Snowman.
smokes.
got a lot of information off that, though.
I mean, compared to the way that like Gen G syncing up the Gecko KO in order to put serious pressure onto those players, YetaJ running through with one flash is like tragic. Seeing it just randomly one-taps Redgar through.
Just a shot in the dark and it works. Look at YetaJ, this guy is so confident. He's such a nasty little player. Look at him. They had no idea. He was so ready for the follow-up.
They're trying to follow up. They don't have good post-plant util. It's also not... Oh, okay. They get the kills.
Still enough for them to tie this scoreline even closer.
Neck and neck here on the second map of this best of 3.
Yeah, it did allow them to get the plant down.
With how close every single round has been, though, since we've swapped sides, despite the fact that it has been foot for 3 rounds into the second half, Giant X have made it uncomfortable.
God, I fucking hate these rounds on Icebox.
Haven't been able to get quite comfortable in building up that economy for either
Is Redgar one-tricking Omen this year?
Coutinho, though,
I think he'll probably end up playing a lot of it, yeah. That's his role in this team.
Massive.
Holy fuck, this
you
is
can see him just running
very aggressive, but this is where... I mean, Mr. Fallen is in spawn.
It is Mr. Fallen.
Why wasn't Mr. Fallen trying to fight that?
The fatal blow towards Ada Captain. That was down middle, if I'm not mistaken.
There's no way that Mr. Fallen was going to die to a raise rocket there.
No, they are very
Oh my
much
god,
aware of you now.
YetaJ. Dude, what is going on here? What is going
He is being
on?
just hunted out, Cloud. Nothing about this Chief. And losing out on Ada Captain.
There's no pressure for YetaJ to walk forwards on that. Foot are not trying to clear B.
watching underneath.
They're not pulling people away from A at all. How is YetaJ gonna just walk up on A alone? What's going on, man? Both of these teams are struggling a bit. This is not great Valorant we're watching here. Hobbs, thank you for the prime.
Leaning back towards this.
How is this Foot's map pick? I mean, the Phoenix chamber was probably going crazy for them in scrims. Anytime you're like, why did they do this? It's probably because it worked in a scrim. That's probably the reason.
It will need something monumental from these two.
Carmen Core could do it. I have hope now.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
mean, Foot have not showcased anything that seems unbeatable by Carmen Core.
Maybe CNED to be playing a bit further up in this 2v5.
They got to be clean on this. They need at least a freebie. They're not getting it. Cracks. He didn't take much damage, so that is one benefit. But again, look at this utility, forcing him deeper.
The Euro and Lotus look better than this, I think.
Difference maker now. Diffuse is inevitable. He admits that now. It's time to back off.
I see what you mean in terms of like cooking them just a little bit more. It's the beginning of the year though, and I think the Euro Lotus play is pretty fine. What the fuck is this? Hello? Okay. They're getting bored down there with the handheld cameras.
Semi-eco to come through. Just try and bolster that by just a little bit alongside the hero rifle.
Yeah. So he said he would let teams win if they came into a scrim with a silly comp. Yeah. Why are they doing a replay of the player react? What the fuck?
One away also from
EMEA is getting a bit silly today. The production's getting a bit silly.
I mean, we're clutching at straws, right? You're just like, maybe, but in my mind, it's
Cracks can get up his Nightfall here.
Cracks having masses of impact. Something going almost kind of beyond expectation.
Broke your ankles, Cloud?
Also very close to a couple of ults. Cloud's almost there, Hoodie's almost there, Nookie's very nearby. So they've just rang the dinner bell, right? And Cloud so clean, seen it, falling to his death.
Anytime someone says ring the dinner bell, I think about that horrendous video of the guy who's got a large metal pole strapped to his groin and is just whacking that. Do you guys know what video I'm talking about? Where they're all on a stage. It's from like a play, I think. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do, unfortunately. How would you describe that? He's got like a 4-foot metal rod attached to his groin, and he's like pelvic thrusting to whack the dinner bell.
their defense has looked
on like
very
a steel
solid thus far
frame.
here
It's
for
fucking
Giant X.
wild.
Foot, though, massive snowball round coming in for them.
I
The
don't know what
ultimate
it's from, but I think it's some kind of like
The
theater
execution,
piece.
deny any of that.
I don't know what it is though. They're all on a stage. It's all dark and well lit.
That is
It's not pornography. It's not pornography. I'm not into that stuff, chat. But it's infected my brain because it's what I think of every time someone says dinner bell. Oh, Yedajay's really deep there. Here comes the defender lockdown. Broken by Mr. Fallen. And CNED continues to take space and kills Hoodie. Oh, what? Oh my god, what is that from Fatinho? Turned around on its head so quickly. CNED's gonna have to come out with magic. And he can't. What a round from Fatinho, man. Holy shit.
4K for him and already got that showstopper back in hand here as well.
Yeah, it's like he's playing
All the ideas.
a triangle with a pelvic rod, yeah.
On the back of the
Yeah.
duelist to turn the tide there. It was looking a little bit dodgy. We saw the lockdown came out very early. Giant X wanted to fight forward, not even give that opportunity for Foot to find the plant instead of playing a bit more of a clean retake protocol, but absolute heroics.
Yeah, CNED was on Na'Vi for a while. He's gone to Foot
Icebox.
this year.
And things are not looking good. One until you're on match point, then in that case, Foot have 4 rounds to go to try and take it overtime.
I don't know why I've seen the video either. It's just one of those things that you encounter on the internet.
Yes, it was a good start for Foot, right? They got those, the pistol round going, followed up with a second, that's fine. But once we go into the gun rounds, once we go into the buy rounds,
Mola.
it has been
What
Giant
language
X
is Mola?
really in control. It's been very well handled.
Mola.
A lot of the strengths of Icebox, really.
Yeah.
It's
a fun
nice
word
see,
to say.
It's a reminder of how good these teams are, these players are. On
Is
a
it
map like
Turkish?
this, right? It sounds almost silly, but it's been a moment since we got to enjoy Icebox, and there is still very much.
Do you think the level of play from all regions is better at the
diligence
start
here
of
for
this
Giant X. The
year
way
than
they've
it
been
was when
approaching it is
Champs
just
was on last
fantastic.
year?
Again, for Fatinho in that
No.
last round, just threading the needle. As soon as that spike wasn't down early, he was
No, a more
finding
fair
other ways.
comparison
That
would
was
be
just perfect for
kickoff
him.
to lock-in
But
of
now it
last
comes
year.
through, yes, still ults to play with for Foot, but the problem is they don't have the finances to really back up much beyond that. And then they're going to be against 12 rounds, right? It's just that snowball effect in practice. Let's see if they've got anything up their sleeve here. This has been Giant X running away with this half.
The thing is, at the beginning of last year, there were some really fucking awful teams, like genuinely dreadful. And there aren't genuinely dreadful teams this year. But there was also some fucking sick teams too.
Be up in there in yellow.
Fnatic, Loud, NRG,
Like breaks my heart, but Hoodie has to give away the game.
Na'Vi actually last year at lock-in. All of those teams looked really solid.
NT, any more information? Oh, risky. Yeah, the J. Well, he knows where it's coming from, but Fatinho
Nice,
is always going to
Fatinho.
find some impact here. Mr. Fallen's
Foot
gone down.
are getting scattered a little bit in these moments where they are up.
And I say that Fatinho couldn't find out a captain. This guy is just immovable in this. And this is gonna
and a
be,
big
again,
tag onto
another
CNED
problem.
again.
Yellow J's gone down. Now it's really on CNED, who has the rifle, maybe cracks with that advanced
I feel like
positioning,
Foot are
but
getting into
Fatinho
advantage
is on
situations
fire.
and
He
then
is
just
running alive for this side,
losing
exactly when they needed
the
him
plot.
most.
They just assume that they're going to be able to convert the round or get a plant down or something, and they don't anticipate the Giants are going to fight them for it.
Spike drops so
Like the previous
far
round where Fatinho just comes out over towards
B-side
rafters
as
when
well.
they're down players. This round again, Mr. Fallen is just kind of running ahead of the rest of his team,
Contact and then
while a
the
pick
swing
goes
from
out
the
behind him.
others. And he knows it. He's trying, and he's failing.
With
It's
4
Nuki.
seconds delayed, I can hear the fucking
icing
cheers
on the cake here,
4
but I've gotta say,
seconds
am I right?
earlier.
Fatinho is finding form, and it is wondrous. to
There's
see.
something weird
Match
going on
point here
there.
for Giants
There's something
X,
really
and
weird going on there.
So much invested into that round by Foot. No ultimates to work
Fat
with
Mellow,
now.
thank you for the
Last
6
three
months.
remaining for
It's
them
like
now.
America's. I think
What's
America's
interesting
is
also
less
comparing
than 2
these
seconds.
compositions a little bit.
I think it's
Giant X,
twice
they're
the
a little
delay.
bit more measured in their utility usage. Foot, it feels like they're really relying on Adacaptain being able to find those positionings on the lurk, and then Yedajay just being so scrappy and just throwing off some of those timings. But if they're not
Obviously,
winning on those
I'm not
engagements,
100% because I don't watch
really have
America's
much more to work off.
live. But when I've watched some VODs of America's, I didn't think it was this
We're
bad.
seeing some vintage Nuki, some classic Fatinho.
Arise, thank you for the 33
Nice to
months.
see, 'cause it has been the cloud show for a while, right? When you're talking about Giant X, but we're seeing some of those pillars of strength this side used to depend on. Yeah, the J unable to
Can
really
they
get to that
punish
high level gear.
Redgar
He's
for
been
playing
great,
yellow?
To be fair, but not quite enough to secure the rounds. And it looks like again this BP is going to be coming through.
They have recon. Fallen is not using the recon to clear yellow. Oh yes, he is. They're using hold for it.
He wants that first one. Yeah, he's going to get it. Redgar unable to escape, and that should at least allow access towards yellow, but there's the response.
That molly's quite good actually to lock Hoodie in a small area of his. You can cancel this, by the way. You don't need to try to get the. You don't. You can rotate, guys. You're allowed access. You're allowed to leave.
Completely dialed in towards where Nookie was, looking to maybe, I don't know, get a trade on
What the hell are you doing? You've used all of your initiator utility already. There's no way you can contest that pit. Why did you just let 2 players die before you rotated?
Numbers here, but look at Captain looking to find something on the rotation. Alarm bot to give away his location, though. The Ruse is given up.
Gone.
Why is Captain looking for kills down mid, which is where they're going to be rotating through, instead of just controlling space for his team to be able to get plant down?
Ah! It would be now. That's not the show he wanted to clip. A tag, but it's not enough. Look at them surrounded, swarmed near on. Giant X trying to stay alive more than anything, trying the best they can.
Okay, wait a second. No.
But it's not going to be enough.
Nice try at the end there, but so much stuff that was going wrong there for Foot.
The distance now. We're going all the way.
Hey, heading over to Sunset as our decider.
That's a
pretty appropriate.
That's a kind of sad way for that interesting composition to lose. Just they didn't do anything interesting with it. They had a comp that looked really fun, and then they just didn't do anything with it. I believe in Foot on Sunset. I believe. Let's go and find an America's VOD and see what the delay is like. 4 seconds is a lot. Where's the most recent America's VOD? We'll just go for this one. Why not? No, actually, I don't like it. Let's go for this one. Actually, this one. Fuck, wait, I'm stupid. This one had no crowd. That's dumb. A bad idea. Alright, let's go for this.
Moment to look at what Lev brings to the table with so much switching up. The Gecko in there, the Harbor, the Viper. With
Alright, let's pick a random round. Do Oxy's ace.
And on the other end,
tech pause. I forgot there was a tech pause.
Waiting to crash here on A.
The HOD's being used on the A side for the showers, but yeah, here comes the crash.
What the hell? I'm doing the up arrow
Back towards showers.
to increase the volume. What the hell is it doing?
Going through teleporter.
There to greet them.
Hours.
Good for that first one. Almost lined up the second, but at least the information's there. Big flash for a double swing.
Yeah, it's.
The second, but at least the information's there. Big flash for a double swing.
You hear the delay there? It's about 1 second.
Up the second, but at least the information's there.
You just heard it from the players there. Oh.
Big flash for a double swing.
Hey, is that 2 seconds maybe?
Good for that first one. Almost lined up the second, but at least the information's there. Big flash for a double swing.
It's under 2 seconds. It's way longer in EMEA. It's twice the length at least. I don't know why. What the fuck has happened here? I clicked the unmute button and it's just frozen. My stream's just frozen. Page unresponsive. Why is my setup just dying? Oh, fucking hell. Come on. There we go. Very good, very good. All right, I'm going to run another commercial so that you guys don't get one during the game. Yeah, I usually use the YouTube stream, but the compression is just so bad. The quality is rough. Rough. TMV said some shit to you while you were checking that, by the way? What do you mean? What, in the chat? Is he talking in his talk? I'm being DDoSed by Carmine Core. Tragedy. Leo, when we did an interview with Leo, he said that Vandals and Phantoms were going to be used primarily for the champs skins. So I would assume that we are getting a Vandal or Phantom this year. Just reading between the lines of what Leo was saying. Yeah, they've done multiple Vandals. I would assume it's a Phantom. I don't know for sure, but yeah. Is it really worse than 1440p? I mean, the resolution is a different thing. And I don't think my PC could even fucking handle 1440p on YouTube. Also, I'm not sure it would... Does it even make any difference trying to watch something in 1440p when you have a 1080p resolution on your monitor?
What a response that was from Giant X. They keep themselves in this elimination match with a win on Icebox. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here on the desk with Kakuka and
1440p on YouTube does help with the compression and the bitrate. Ah, right.
What was that? Why was that? How was that? All of that. Yes.
That was a game. It was a game of ours.
A game.
It was a game. Yeah. It was a, you know, one
that
of
was some
games of all the
poopy,
games.
yeah, that was some poopy performance on
That was
Icebox.
a very interesting thing. Now, Foot starting on defensive Icebox, choosing that comp. Really want to know, like, kind of a few things. One, what led them to that, you know, composition? Why not?
Did they game too hard?
You can go and ask them.
They,
do you think?
We could ask them. I was just like, I can understand if they have like some sort of like specific game plan for it, but we've seen Foot is way better.
Yeah,
on attack
it was so
than they are
fucking
on
boring.
defense. And
They didn't do anything with the Phoenix.
chose defensive Icebox with the Phoenix comp. So I want to know kind of like what made them go for the Phoenix. Why not CNED, for example, Jet? I know that you were talking about it. Why, like, how do they end up here? And then also, it's looking like there's two versions of Foot. You have the Foot that has the really well-oiled game plan that looks really strong in the first 5 rounds of attack and are able to close out games. And you have this version of Foot, which is just like, okay, you're just bleeding out, one player dying every second, and then like it's just one by one, and everything is falling apart. Giant X, on the other hand, looking really solid together. It's not just one person. It's not just Cloud shooting back now. It's everyone is really contributing to the win, except for maybe right there.
I gotta say, Coutinho too. We spoke about how he hasn't had the greatest start so far this year, but that was.
You were cursing him.
I appreciate the little jab at the end of Redgar.
The best of the performances.
F2M. Coutinho too.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely.
No, I am enjoying Steel on the Desk for sure. I am very much enjoying Steel on the Desk.
Online, he understood perfectly, like the pacing of the game and how the Phoenix was going to be utilized.
I think he's spitting though. It just doesn't make any sense watching them play this composition when they don't have ideas for it. Because there are things you can do with the Phoenix on the defense side, but it looked like a half-baked comp. And if your comp is half-baked, why would you go for it? Why wouldn't you just go for a more standard standard setup that you understand how to play a bit better. It must have been because they did well in scrims, I think. But listen, looking forward to the next map, I think Foot have been comfortable on Sunset in the past. Mr. Fallen has a decent idea of how he wants to play on that map. So I think they should still be fine.
Really have a lot of options. They did end up winning their map, right? It's not like they lost the game. It was a 13-10
I'm eating Indian tomorrow for the first time. What do I get? For the first time? Welcome to a new world of culinary, exquisite, delectable dancing on your taste bud. It's so good.
I think that people are looking at this composition and thinking it's not what you put in the composition, it's actually what you take out. It's not.
I don't know what you should get. I mean, when I ate meat, Lamb Rogan Josh was one of my favorites. But there is so much good stuff. It's hard to even narrow it down.
I think that we need to keep our minds open into
Indian food is garbage. That's just so wrong. You've literally just been timed out for 10 minutes for having a wrong opinion. First time chat, terrible opinion, gone immediately.
I mean, I like the double control. I think that there is a lot that can be done.
Ravioli, thank you for the thank you for the sub. Dude, it's just a bad opinion. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules, but my mods do enforce them. How have you never tried Indian food? Oh my god. I mean, if you've got a place near you that's highly rated for Indian food, give it a try. If you've never tried it before, I mean, if you're not big into spicy food, you'll find stuff that's mild enough for you. It's just really flavorful.
And you're putting down the wall right when the round starts. That's when a team like Foot and how they approach their attacks, that's gonna do really well, because once that wall drops.
Wait, sorry, I didn't look what their comp was. I did not pay attention to the compositions. I was thinking about eating Indian food.
Where can they be? What do we do in response to where?
I'm gonna end the stream after EMEA is on today because I have some other jobs that I need to do.
This is it. No more chances. The losers will be eliminated for the last time today. Pansy and Ash, take it away.
Almost got you there, Sue, didn't we? Almost had you. Almost through to the wrong casters. Could have been Tom and Mitch. They're still outside, actually, sticking around. Mitch, who are you going for in this game? Oh, he hates both of them. That's crazy. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. That's actually insane. Cancelled on Twitter.
I mean, I don't think he's even on Twitter anymore, if I'm honest. Now, quickly, I want your thoughts here, because we've seen both teams winning on each other's maps, which is already a bit bizarre, but that aside, where do you put this now? Because we're coming into that third and final map, right?
I have big question marks. Giant X, they're following through with the comp that we saw them play the other day up against Carmine Core, and Nikki on the Sage was questionable. We didn't really see that much value, I don't think, coming out from that Sage wall. And again, starting out on the defense first, especially, you're lacking in a lot of that information that the Cypher, the more meta pick here on Sunset, would be providing you instead. Yeah.
On the other side, I think Des put it perfectly. CNED will play literally anything other than Jet to just, you know, upset me. It truly.
Okay.
But if we look at what we've got here, they've completely isolated Nookie.
Let me focus in. What's cracking here?
It'd be free.
So they're playing. Okay, yeah. So we've seen Giants play this composition before, with Nookie playing the Sage. This is really similar to what Foot have run in the past themselves.
I think B sounds better.
Yeah, I mean, and Nookie can hear this run.
And here they go with this wall that goes up through mid.
So the cavalry will be shifting over.
We were watching teams use this before, this same Viper wall on the attack side. I don't think it's good to use in every round. Who was doing that, where they were using this wall every round?
Here for Giant X on the retake.
But also just not having a lurk as well after having those positions is wild to
me.
Who
was it? I don't think it was Foot.
Look at that.
Oh, the one way.
That's
can't remember.
Gorgeous. Mr. Fallen just bought them a lot of time while forcing them to invest their utility. Just
good paranoia as well. Really nicely done. That's such a great position. I didn't know you could throw a one-way there, but that's extremely powerful from Mr. Fallen.
It would be great to do something here, but at the present moment, CNET had a belting round, but credit to that one little smoke from Mr. Fallen. That was wild.
But
was it Carmine Core?
Time, just the space that Foot were able to find.
That sounds reasonable.
That was also, they just had nearly gone into that full setup.
No, it wasn't KC, because KC were doing that double flash jump onto people in mid.
Man. This was
Fuck,
such
who
a
was
clean
it?
round here.
I can't remember. I thought it was one of the APAC teams.
Ego abounds
Anyway,
here.
not sure. Not sure.
CNED,
But yeah, this is a more standard B wall. It's not completely standard. Normally you would run it a little deeper into the site. But just for B main control, helping you lurk out into B a little bit.
Not really testing things out there. It's just going to be that pressure.
Gentle mates.
Captain has been so
Oh, maybe it
good
was
at
gentle
putting
mates.
on Giant
Fuck.
X. We saw it on
It's so
Xbox,
difficult
we saw it on
to
Split.
get them all straight in my head.
Speaking of pressure, it's going to be towards Nuki very soon, and he's got a classic to try and dissuade the approach. Otherwise, oh, Redgar's on a platter, and he can't do much about this. So Redgar,
oh,
well, that's about as far
poor
as you
Redgar.
get, to be fair. Almost got a little bit dangerous, right? Just to fall in, took a boatload of damage, but that was as best he could achieve. Now we look to see if there's anything further. Now I like this from Captain. Love that late round
Little
presence.
peak,
Just
but
beautiful.
he's got to be a bit cautious when he leaves.
Still good for one.
Hoodie gets traded, and Foot are going to be fine converting this round. No
Right now,
problem.
just about maybe trying to deny some of the ult orbs here on the side of Foot. Otherwise, Nikki here's one around the corner. Right click, trying to do some damage. A nice paint shell to just close things out and guarantee the pick. It's all down to Fatinho. But again, maybe try and get a weapon out of the hands of someone on the side of Foot. But a clean round nonetheless. Won't be in the cards, and Captain with the Ghost alone, the one to find the 3K for Foot.
Well, it's almost
Part of the problem here as well with the EMEA player reacts is that by the time the round finishes, because they're 4 seconds delayed, we're never actually catching player reactions when we go to their POV. Like when we're on these cams where you can see the players, the round's already been over for 5 seconds. So they're not still reacting. They're thinking about the next round already.
We wait and see.
That's one of the other problems with the delay being so large. Alright, so early paranoia up the gut. They've got a cam there as well so that they know if Giants go back and take this space later on. When you hear this cam, I think you should be pretty confident they're not committing. Whoa, this is fast though. This is really fast.
Nuki, basically. I mean, Nuki's great, but this is so much
A good adaptation with that wall. Now that makes Market weaker though. Oh, Nuki's just gonna fight it. He's kind of stuck here. Yeah. To be honest, he might have done well there, just even getting one.
No delay available.
And that's B completely gone.
Looked like a good start here on the defense for
Cool
Giants.
round from Foot on the bonus. Oh, you got to double up. Good team play to double up with Cracks there for a moment. Mr. Fallen's dead, so there's no smoke. But Redgar's dead, so there's no smoke on the spike either. There's still quite a bit of initiator utility to put pressure on these Foot players.
They want to try and go find something here, but look at them sitting super deep, making this
They haven't thought about Cracks. They're not ready for Cracks.
Who want to commit on the swing? He's only 15 HP, so why not? J does make that lurk work in the end. And now it's Hoodie on a platter. Foot are putting on a show.
That's not amazing.
Really nice work from them. This is the best sunset I've seen from them so far, and it's only 3 rounds.
I mean, it's calculated right now. Cracks even so low, knowing not to overpeak in that situation, playing so patiently, while the remainder
Lovely shots from
of the
Cracks
team
there.
plays disruption towards B main. Push back, of course,
Yeah.
from Hoodie's
That is a really nice round from Foot though. They put pressure just to pull. They put pressure over towards A just to make 3 players stay towards A, and then they're instantly going mid all the way deep into spawn to B.
Giant X
Very cool round.
pistols to work with.
I think that kind of tempo is so good at the pro level. The defending team is still trying to figure out
Time to talk about these toxic screens too, because
what's going on
he's been
before
shifting them
you
around the map. It hasn't
commit.
really been conditioning on one extremity or another. It's been all about, okay, if we break these walls, if we have a smoke that we can maybe creep past.
Again, Foot do a great job in the early round breaking Nuki's wall,
drawing so much attention.
making it threaten like they could be trying to lurk into A.
No one playing close here, so they've
Paranoia,
been all the
they
way
get
through.
pushed
They
back.
eat the paranoia, so that allows Redgar to re-clear this space. But they're being quite careful.
Vic, thank you for the 3 months.
But it is a pistol.
Yeah, the
Yes, there's,
846p.
like, behind him. You can already see the adjustments,
It's
right?
important.
You've got Nuki on the other side. But this is open
Cloud
up
gets
space.
caught.
J's
J's just walked in B
That's not a
main.
normal player. It's Redgar traditionally, and they knew paranoia just put through
Abusing
there, so
them for the lack of the cipher here.
Big information game, and he's going to see the full picture very shortly. Redgar gonna find CNED. And that should be a rifle to hand, potentially.
Oh, the Giants composition wants to use its initiator utility to throw defensive util at you in the round. And if you disguise where you're going like Foot is doing right now, it's so difficult for Giants to play the game. I think Foot are currently calling a masterclass, which is incredible because Icebox was so bad from them. But this is really good.
Giants X have to start making that move back towards
Name one other player who's played Phoenix and Cypher in the same match.
Now, big investment here with the operator.
Phoenix and Cypher.
I want to see how that looks. Is that enough to maybe change things up? I don't know. But in my mind, when I'm looking back at, let's say, comparisons, when Steel was talking about some of the timings on Nookie's lurks being a little off here and there, so the lurks coming out from
Is there one?
Before where it just wasn't quite well timed to taking contact.
Maybe Forsaken would have done it at some point.
I've got to say, out of captains is near on to the second of
Victor hasn't done it because he played his first Cypher game this year.
Oh, what? No.
Yeah, it's a pretty unusual agent pool, isn't it?
It does get somewhat nullified by at least a trade coming out. But Nookie, I mean, this guy's having to work for his dinner.
Yeah, Nookie's
He's getting pressure everywhere.
just asked to do way too much here.
From out of captain, just behind me at some point. When are the two players in front of me?
Oh, he timed the boombot, but they were ready for it.
Through the smoke.
And that's it. It's over. It's over. I mean, if Nookie doesn't make that play, they could try to go for the 4v5 retake, but it's probably better to try to just go 4v5 on the retake with double initiator utility.
They need this round.
Hello. There he is, like a
but I mean,
every time you think, no,
Giants can't hold on here at all. This looks absolutely destructive.
I think he's died yet, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I'll have a little check on that in a moment, but that is maybe his first death. Cloud gonna gift that over to him.
100 Thieves is ranked too high on the Platchat VCT America's power rankings and should be ranked last as they've not won a BO3 since May against Fury, over 9 months ago. Yeah, I can't remember where the fuck we ranked them though, Motivate. I remember thinking they were ranked too high myself, but I don't think we ranked them. We wouldn't be ranking them dead last anyway. They just don't look like the worst team in Americas after this.
I mentioned, okay, there wasn't that much conditioning for it because the first two rounds, they were more for those set
Put them 6th. I mean, I think that is overrating them. I was arguing for them to be lower.
It seems like he's looking to condition that more towards that A site.
But yeah, 100 Thieves don't look like the worst team. They could easily end 6th.
Just a bit, but I believe there was a dark cover that cut off elbow as well. So again, just no information in that kind of regard. I'd like to see Giant X try to continue to be a bit more proactive, I think, on the defense there, because they really are
Fnatic,
up so
Na'Vi.
much of that early map space for
I think I had Vitality, then Foot, then
swamped, right?
KC, then Liquid, something like that.
Literally, Nookie, Cloud,
I mean,
all stuck on 2 kills here.
massively wrong about Heretics so far.
After having an outstanding performance, right? Icebox was, almost the icing on the cake.
I might have had Giants in there somewhere.
Fatino would be loving that. That felt fantastic.
I can't remember. I think I had Giants in the middle of the pack though. I think I had them under Liquid, but maybe not. Maybe I had Giants above Liquid.
And it's very hard to pick
Can't
yourself
recall.
up and be confident, play aggressive.
Heretics game worth watching? Yeah, just to watch Heretics. It's a quick game.
Like a 50-50.
It only had 34 rounds.
Every single round, but we digress. We put our attention back where it should be. Couple of ults
absolutely dominated them, but it's worth watching just to see how Heretics played so well.
But the rest are not a million miles
From
away.
like a rifling perspective, they were on fire.
Right? I mean, Foot not particularly far away themselves either, though. So similar scenes on either side.
Oh, I did forget. Sorry, yeah, I forgot NRG existed with the. Well, no, what are you talking about?
Someone left their notes out on the table. What's happened? They are
We weren't talking about America's rankings there. I was talking about EMEA.
They hadn't really toyed with A too much, right? There was a couple of looks towards it, but they went, nah, not for us. This time, yeah, as near on 5, of course, leaving one lurk in the hands of Yellow Jay. This time, they got the side for free.
I mean, it's really a masterclass set. The difference, I think, in these compositions as well.
It's so difficult for Giants to keep up.
Of the fact that you're not running a Cypher
Foot are playing
on the side of Giant X makes it so much
default into a site hit, and they just can't tell where Foot are going.
And he strikes so
This is lovely calling by Foot, abusing the fact that Giants don't have the Cypher completely.
Captain, it's YellowJ. What are we meant to do? That wasn't the full purchase there. Yes, they did go for a stack, but this is an oppressive.
Carmen Core is not very bad. I think they played pretty badly today in a macro sense and got out rifled, but they're not a very bad team.
Coming through exceptional. Wait, so do they?
You know, it's
Heretics were just on fire today as well.
Use them in any sort of regard, right? Just
Call it Sideshow, do it.
I think Giant X as well.
I mean, if Foot win this round and they still look really good, yeah, it's over.
I mean, I think the idea is there, but for Giant X, with their composition, they do look towards trying to set up some of those trap plays in the fade, in the breach there for Hoodie to help Vitinho.
Again, really difficult for Giants to know where people are. Here comes the Prowler into market, and now they realize that it's looking like a B split.
They might have worked this out, though.
And as soon as Giants get the read that it's a B split, Foot go A. I mean, just phenomenal calling here by Mr. Farlin. Phenomenal calling. You need to go quickly here, though, before they realize that it's not a B split. But yeah, they're committing.
So yeah, they've read this really well and they've responded.
Really, really good calling from Foot.
Limited amounts of information they've been given. Oh, that was quite close. But they've got themselves a plant here. This is... I'd be terrified to play against this team.
Yeah, this is over. This game is over. Giants got the one on Icebox when Foot played Phoenix and Fade, but it is done.
Here we go. I mean, the wall's gone up, so it's given them avenue. They've given a little bit of access here, but this is so
Chat, I'm not worried about it. It's done. Chat, I'm not worried about the fact that Nuki and Vitinho have just killed people on the retake. It's done.
Captain gonna pull the trigger. Down to YellowJ and down to Cracks. It's a 2v2. There's a chance in this, the first chance in what feels like a lifetime. Oh, Nuki's found Cracks. There we go. Just about.
It's fine that Giants won this round. That's fine, actually. That's fine. That's completely fine that they won that round and got in through a Viper's Pit and won a 2v2, even though they had no idea where they were going to get peeked from.
Just fully cutting YellowJ off from the play.
It's fine.
Towards A short. And the explosiveness that they were able to find to flood back onto site as well when they were only given that singular avenue to really work with.
It's fine.
The Nightfall had been used, so still looking towards Showstopper. Rolling Thunder available here. Resurrection if somebody goes down early here for Giant X.
My brain got really confused when you said Resurrection, because I think when I hear it is just Res, and I was like, oh, that's the full name. No, yeah. Vitinho. There we go. Starting to maybe warm up a bit.
First time, I think, that Giants have been able to get an early pick like that and actually punish somebody for defaulting.
That gives them a really nice bit more freedom. And this switch up here, right? You look at the complete...
And Giants have really good retake ultimates here, too.
Over towards almost a link side,
now, of course, I'm not worried because I haven't cursed it.
Around that market area. So, again,
I'm not worried.
Switch up in positioning, playing very deep towards A, almost allowing them the side control, but I'm curious to see how far they're willing to take this.
Oh, they know exactly where the Omen is. What a punish onto Redgar.
There, and that's a big opportunity lost.
Just had no idea that Foot were that close. He's ulting to try to see if they're, like, you know, about to enter A. They're already on top of it. So no smoke for the retake. You can play elbow. You can play spread. Oh, he's in front of it. No, he's not in front of it. Wait, he got pushed to the side of it. Oh. Addy Captain kills one. Oh my god, Mr. Fallen got caught by the haunt over the top. Yeah, I mean, big retake ultimates here were used. Vitinho and Hoodie both used ult.
They've been unable to get past until now, and actually he's buying time really nicely here. This is such a tall task for him, though. There we go. Dealt with, diffuse.
Alright, so Giants have won 2 rounds based on using their ults. Now we go back to Foot winning.
Previously,
now we're just going to go back to Foot winning.
Play pretty passive in
Don't
a lot
worry.
of the early rounds there, but in positions where they were able to be swarmed around now, a bit more careful to that, just warming up to the lurks that they were expecting.
Redgar's smelling the enemies. Yeah, he's very, very close to the monitor, isn't he? But he has improved.
Like the monitor.
Whoa, okay. How do you even...
It's so funny. He does. He has improved his
If
posture.
it's anything outside of that, good luck.
He's improved his
There's some
posture.
players that, like blow my mind, like your Kinder does it, and some others, it's just like, what the hell?
So they're making it feel like a B split again, making sure that they break the Prowler in B main, and now they're immediately going back into A. So it's the same call coming out from Foot. Fake it as a B split, head into A. Oh, Nuki's worried about this. He's thinking that Mr. Fallen might have ulted into spawn. They're literally clearing spawn for this Omen ult that was just a clear elbow. Alright, and they're in, onto the site. Plant in an open area for A link.
On the other side of things, it's not necessarily CT, it's not.
But there's still full breach utility available here. Are they going to try to push in front? They're worried about getting retaked on, so they're trying to fight them aggressively. It did work. It was close, though.
What is going on here?
Hoodie just thought he would have an opportunity to use retake util, and oh my god, wow, the capitalization there from Fatinho is really nice, actually.
That's fine, that's perfectly fine.
Do they have lineups for it?
It just seems so messy. It seems like,
Wow.
okay, what the hell are we witnessing?
Wow.
That was just like so messy.
Hoodie didn't die in the midst of all of that, and he still had his stun, he still had his aftershock.
And then you have just like, what was it?
Now,
Fatinho flying in, just like literally
I'm surprised that Foot are not being able to win these post plants. Because I think Foot's calling is really good here. Giants are just holding their util though, or at least holding their breach util. And yeah, these swings in the post plant are all being held for. Now, remind me, chat, when did I say it was over? Was that at 6-0? And now it's 6-3.
I like this shift here for Foot, though. We were lacking on that mid pressure. The past few rounds they had been losing. There had been, I believe, the Sage Wall had gone up towards top.
It's crazy.
Mid rounds, giving Giantex a lot of comfort to flex a bit more towards either extremity, towards either site. So a bit of that pressure was put down, keeping that attention of Giantex. 3 towards B.
Like this.
Scale up.
If YettaJ is able to play passive, and they so here's the conditions of it being interesting. They win the fight, right? And this is the difference. So they have a judge here, and they also have the additional body. They actually have kept Fatinho here as well, so that's a little bit of a switch up. I was liking the idea of keeping YettaJ there because maybe he could catch and punish Hoodie and Nuki coming over, who've been really deadly in those retakes. But now with that not being the case, they might be trying to scramble.
Uh-oh.
So wise to it.
Uh-oh, chat. I think it's happening again.
Oh, it's not pretty, is
Oh,
it?
they're getting eaten by Redgar's judge, and they're getting caught on the lurks as well. Hudder, thank you for the prime. Oh no.
I mean, this has been a fantastic adjustment, though.
How does it happen like this every time?
In all actuality, we have to give credit to that pause that they hit earlier.
How does it?
Because the
How does it
adjustments they made,
happen?
changing out where Nuki was, putting Hoodie in a new position, and again, you kind of left Redgar to solo A for quite some time.
Fnatic, sorry, not Fnatic, Foot are still getting, in the previous 3 rounds, into good post-plant situations. They just didn't have enough utility or ultimates to be able to hold on. Oh, okay, they go 1 for 1 after Hoodie was boosted on top of the wall. I don't think that was on purpose.
Player you just mentioned, being able to use that utility to assist Giant X in a lot of those fights. Now, regroup here, 4 Foot. Nuki just looking to delay a little bit longer. Nice start cover to cut off the left side, but little do they know Redgar is around the corner, so Giant X are not worried about that creep up.
Where is everyone hiding?
Bald head now for YettaJ.
Yep. I thought that was, you know...
Huh. So again, they're making it look like it could be a market push, and instead they're going into A. YettaJ gets caught in the look again, and nobody's with Mr. Fallen. Why aren't they pathing together? And why is Mr. Fallen running?
If it was on Jet,
Oh.
he's not, because he likes upsetting.
Oh, no, 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 no.
In the nicest way,
They're
I
falling
really
to
thought this was
pieces.
wrapped. Those first 6 was so clean.
They're falling to
But
pieces.
haven't found an answer at all to this adjustment.
Honestly, they're not even doing anything that great here, Giants. In this
To
round,
be fair, was completely different, right? They had that double stack towards
Redguard just walks through the smoke. If Mr. Fallen had anybody behind, he either goes 1 for 1 or Redguard dies.
They should have been able to come back into this game.
No. I mean, you're down
Oh.
6 to start now 5 rounds in a row to find that momentum. But I hope we see maybe a change in pacing here. You do have the Nightfall, you have that Showstopper, but at the same time, looking towards that, if you're Giant X, you would read into that as well. Maybe expect them to pump the gas in that kind of regard.
They've been doing fake B splits constantly. Now they do a real B split, but they don't make it look the same as the previous ones. You missed by a country fucking mile, CNED.
Wonky though, isn't it? 'Cause Cloud's still here. I thought that was on the money. It might have gone the tag.
Cracks is filling in the gaps.
Oh, and out of captain. They should never have let go into that
Holy
B side.
shit.
This is theirs, isn't it? What can Fatinho do
Oh
now?
my god.
A 1v4, CNED, yeah, a little lower in HP, but certainly still breathing. He's got the pain shell.
Good finish to the half there from Foot.
That's about it.
I thought, I mean,
Go.
they should really be trying to make it look like the previous rounds,
Viper pit on the other
but
side.
alright.
Obscuring vision.
They just sent it.
Oh.
And then
Trying, and here we go.
the CNED ultimate was just so far away.
End of this half here, but
So far
I've gotta
away.
say, the life that Giant X showed was so impressive.
It's pretty incredible the way that they were able to come back in this matchup. Now, the question is, if after Foot found their way back into that first half, continue forward, try and find this pistol here for Giant X. We saw them struggling a bit towards that attacking side here for Giant X in their matchup.
It's not over?
Big questions
No,
about how that
it's not
wall
over
will be
anymore.
utilized. We saw it.
If Giants wins pistol, or if they have some good ideas on their attack side, Foot have been struggling a bit with their defense.
But oh, look at this pace though.
Already quick.
Yep. Making no.
We use a mixture of the metric system and the imperial system. We use imperial for long distances, like
No
miles.
flank watch. That's the issue.
Yeah, you've just seen, I think, Redguard drift back through. But as long as they don't lose life on CT,
The British
this
don't
is
use a very good system as well.
Okay, that's not
Don't ever
clean.
let British
So
people
Redguard's
tell you
gonna
that
see a lot
Americans
more
use
than
stupid, like,
maybe they would have wanted here for
you
Foot,
know,
but they are going to be able
imperial
to get
system
the wrap on the side of
measurements.
space. Giant X
The British
uncomfortable. Nuki
have
already tagged
such a
up, put
silly
down a
mixture
little,
of both.
waiting on that heal to come through. The boombot going to be sent in, but no one going to be able to close the gap. You've got to wait. They've got to try and clear as they go out of captain, waiting to move in.
How
as
do they
well.
get Nuki
Time's
out
starting
of
to
this
tick. They've
spot?
got to get moving on this.
Wall for that flank as well. Full sight here.
But he dies. Oh, and
God,
Nuki
they're
just went down.
crumbling around them. They couldn't hold on to it. That
Dude, it's so annoying hearing the players spoil the result of every round.
down middle, 3 of them getting the wrap. Yes, it got noted by Redguard, but then there was no safety in the post plant.
I think the difficulty there as well here for
Yeah,
Giant
exactly.
X. Nikki, throw that
We
barrier
weigh
or
stuff
the
in
safe
stone.
wall over
If you
towards
buy milk that's dairy, you get it in
spawn
pints,
of
but if you buy milk that's non-dairy, you get it in
Giants
liters.
with no other options. It was 3 players stuck over in alley. No opportunity to try and wrap back around towards short.
Yeah.
And fully alone
UK's
now.
pretty
Anti-eco
fucked.
here for Foot. And looking towards Giant X again, looking for that death ball method. You can see pings going out for the defenders, though. Foot looking to fight forward.
Oop. Haunt.
Careful.
Nade.
Yeah, they're chasing them too. They're taking that space. They're not allowing any sort of freedom, but a quick
I
response
swear
coming
all
in
my
kind.
milk is in
Look at that
liters.
bars.
Yeah, it says like 2.72 liters, which is 4 pints.
They're trying to find a way
They
through
just-
here, right? But where are you meant to go? Being herded around.
Oh yes, let me pick up my 2.72 liters.
Down a hoodie and Redguard. Try and work out some of the utility they're going to be coming up against. Oh. And I've got to say as well, Yeta J, to me, has one of the best LAN nices that I've heard in a while.
Or is it 2.27?
You know,
It's something like
when
that
around you
anyway.
Start yelling nice.
Yeah.
He's got exceptionally solid nice there. So, you know, I put a lot of credit towards that. But but what are these two meant to do? If they can get the plant, cool. Very unlikely considering you still have
Either way,
quite a bit of
yeah.
LJ
They say
here.
liters on it, but it's 4 pints, and it's just they've just converted the they've just converted the volume into just a silly amount of liters and kept it the same.
30 seconds left.
See what else they can do. 30 seconds on the clock. They're just walking back, taking their time. They know that this round is done and dusted.
Okay.
Still wait. No charge.
Not bad. But I can't call this game yet, right? Like, after seeing them string, how many rounds was it? 5?
Five, yeah.
5 on the trot for Giant X. I can't be like, well, you know, they're almost double digits for Foot. Because Giant X proved that they have some gear shift they can get into that is absolutely wild. So
The LEC has the same delay, but the players rarely shout in that game.
Gonna try and get that focus back in, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's because of the format of this, where it's like each round is its own distinct thing.
Into this series. Can it do the same again? Because this is elimination now, right? This is the real core.
How to measure like a Brit?
Very, very difficult because the weight of this half.
Flowchart for British
I think
measurements.
what's tough too, though, is for Foot, their team composition lends very nicely to defense. Right now, you've got the double controller, you've got additional smokes if you want to look at those Cypher cages coming out from Yeta J. Plus
What are you
those
measuring?
and
Speed, miles per hour. Yep.
they've been playing more
Volume.
of that
Is it
death
beer?
ball, maybe
Yes. Pints. Is it beer? No. Is it milk? Yes. Cow milk? Yes. Pints. No. Vegan milk liters. Is it milk? No. Liters. Some people will still talk about gallons a little bit, but only the old people. Mass. Are you weighing people? Yes. Stones and pounds. Fucking stupid. Are you weighing people? No. Kilos, grams, tons, and tons. An imperial ton and a metric ton are pretty much the same though, so you don't really need that distinction. Distance. Is it a long distance? No. Meters, feet, and inches. Oh, that's a little bit odd. People do still use feet and inches in like trade work quite a lot, but most people would measure things, I think, in centimeters and meters. Are you jogging? Yes. Kilometers, otherwise miles. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Trying to clear through the utility, and there's the mid swing.
Oh, Foot have just boomed them in there. Foot have just egoed the smoke with a horn.
Eating them alive on that
And it's over again, chat.
Patino.
It's over again.
Got to face the music. It's Patino now. That's not how you want.
I don't know how many people my age use stone. Well, what is your age? People my age definitely think about things in stone, but maybe not the like gym going generation.
Regard on their bonus. Now Giant X. Eco situation, but with double digits so early on here for Foot. Every round counts.
You're 29 and you do things in kilograms?
On
do you go to the gym though?
To really have some sort of
I feel like most people your age use stone.
To bring that momentum, that energy back into Giant X.
I think the American system of just using pounds is
that's a hard one to recover.
pretty bad though. We should all just be using kilos.
They're fighting for their life here. Giant X.
It's almost weirder that Americans don't go up to the larger denominator, not denominator, but do you know what I mean? Like you guys just keep going, pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds, 400 pounds.
Time to come alive for you.
Like, good lord.
Sheriff ready. Potential victim. No, Mr. Fallen.
Use a bigger measurement.
For any of this sort of work, Hoodie, Cloud, great players, sure.
But yeah, everything should just be in kilos, really.
Now.
I mean, you just try and get that plant down, cycle.
Last player standing.
Into that rolling thunder. Oh. But nonetheless, clean rounds.
Yeah, that's the argument that people make in the UK. No, we don't want to change all the road signs. It would cost so much money. Let's just use miles and kilometers weirdly together. What do you mean all of the other European countries were able to change?
Okay, it's that kind of game now. It's that kind of game.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they're 11 rounds up. You got to hope the Giant X don't start doing that comeback again, right? But they have every right to be confident. they got past that first big buy round with some naughtiness, right? Some mischief being managed towards middle, and it was just perfect. Now they don't have any big ults.
Rainy Day Brew, thank you for the 3 months.
They have some right on the precipice.
This is the original measuring meter.
On the other side, you got
The original measuring meter.
I'll
I'll take a look at it maybe after this game. Ooh, on the light.
I gotta say it, Giant X is now.
Alright, come on, Giants. You've got serious pressure. Oh my god, they're starting their exec from the very beginning of the round.
Such a passive play from J, though, knowing that kind of oomph was gonna come.
That's because CNED used his ult, right? Down mid.
This little plant to come through.
I thought Fatino had used his ult. I got confused there for a second. CNED was the one that ulted, and he ran down mid. And Giants just ran into B, and they're having a fucking brawl at Boba.
Everyone scrambling to try and draw blood.
Cloud swinging into 2 of them. Oh, big from Hoodie. And now he has the breach ult as well. Shouldn't be winnable for CNED. Shouldn't be winnable. Oh, he got out of it though. Oh, he got out of it and he killed Hoodie. And now he knows where Redgar is. Oh my god, he missed the nade.
No, there's no way. There's no way. You don't have time for this. Oh, a fumble at the end there. That could have been beautiful for CNED. But a missed opportunity and a second chance for Giant X.
Regardless of the second chance, though, it was expensive. It was costly for them in that round. The Rolling Thunder expended into that post plant as well when it was a 1v2. Now, nothing as far as any incredibly impactful ultimates that you're going to see coming out from Giant X. Other than that resurrection, but again, that also requires
almost a bit of a toss from Hoodie there as well, though. They could have just waited completely until there was a tap on the spike. I don't think they know that Fatino's got past them.
Brute force and ignorance almost, right? Just run at them. Get in their faces. Let's stop playing
They spray down CNED though, despite all being paranoid.
And you can see already going to claim the scalp of CNED in this. But there's still
good patience from Fatino, waiting for the rest of his team to catch up, though.
Going on towards A, and with
he wouldn't have been able to force a fight at elbow.
This is big information.
Alright, this is a great read from Cloud and Hoodie. They seen this coming a fucking mile off. The angle, though, is not very good for them. Oh my god, they anticipated it so much. And Ada Captain fails to win his duel when he swings the other way.
Into this one, clinging onto it. Mr. Fallen, second bite of the cherry, not going to get it. Fatino still running, still gunning, leaving J a mile away. Bond should be coming in any second, and he's got an army to face.
My ultimate finds the first. You do have the neural theft, but he's just going to back off here. I mean, money situation, a bit rocky on the side of, but they'll be able to afford
now,
the full load
at what point do we start getting worried for Foot?
To each other to make that one happen. But again,
how many rounds can they buy here? So they can still buy for the next round.
From match point, though.
And they should be able to buy for the round after that as well.
I mean,
and then at that point,
there yet, but you know, sometimes you're on 12. That final round does always feel like the hardest to get for some.
Then it starts getting really dangerous if they lose the next 2 rounds in a row.
As it stands, though, I mean, the way they're approaching this Giant X, it feels like they've just been told.
If it gets to 11-9, then we've got some problems, because then it's an eco, then it's 11-10, and then you've only got a 1-round lead.
I mean, earlier rounds, where were they?
They were giving too much respect over towards, but after even the comeback they were able to make into that first half. Now, again, running it back towards this A site, looking for that elbow control, having Fatino consistently being that kind of distraction.
They're going for the paranoia play again, even though it didn't work previously. CNED just got sprayed down. There's the paranoia. Oh, and they get him this time. Okay. Even with the Sage slow, CNED's kind of stuck here, but they're trying to bail him out.
He's made it away and they've lost out.
Nuki already used the res in the previous round too, so he doesn't have access to that. This pick means so much more. Oh my god, they're going in again. Why are they going in again? Oh, Krax gets 2. How's he managed that? And he's done so much damage to Hoodie. Oh, I'm not sure about that decision from Foot to try to refight the choke point. It's really difficult to get away with stuff like that when you don't have util to throw to neutralize their breach util. But I think they've won it.
Oh,
Hoodie's taken a lot of damage there.
But Hoodie, a 1v2 ain't easy.
Where is everyone?
Oh, the ult.
Nail in the coffin right there with the information.
Couldn't close down in time though, but it is insult to injury like that. Just bullets through the heel. Brought into check, and that is the 12th round. The adjustment there was what we were waiting for.
The counter coming out from foot.
Yeah, this should be over.
Paranoia stalling the entire
They found that Fatinho this time. Fatinho also beefed his movement a little bit while he was blind, but I mean,
off the back of Fatinho's
that's not really his fault, is it?
Able to find now on match point tier 4 foot. Giant X, they've cycled up.
He's like, what the fuck? They did it again, and I hit the wall.
In hand. I mean, they're probably gonna rip them all right
I'd love to say it was over, but it's actually still not over because everyone on Giants has a massive ultimate to use here.
Could be. Won't say it.
Oh my god. Oh, Fatinho's gonna be so fucking boomed. CNED's just killed him twice at the beginning of these rounds. Both times blast packing. Both times hit with the paranoia.
Do they pivot? Do they rotate? Do they adjust? Or do they
Oh. Yeah, I mean, taking the orb is insanely greedy, but
top mid, very safe right
it's
now.
kind of it's worse for Giants,
so
man.
nicely. You have full vision of the A site with the camera. Foot stack fully towards B with all the information that Cypher Kit allowed.
Here comes the ult. It didn't catch on to Adacaptain. Adacaptain could get out. He's worried about the haunt though, so he doesn't bother for it.
So this should allow for a plant to come in. Look and see if anything dissuade that. Not really, unless someone gets caught off guard in a very silly position. The plant should be in.
Oh, Mr. Fallen caught one. This pit is interesting too. It's going to keep putting pressure onto Nuki. Yeah, Nuki tries to find a timing in onto Captain and dies. It's over. Even with all of the ults, they couldn't win this round.
Can he do it again for Giant
It's a GG.
He's got Mr. Fallen yet again.
Giants eliminated in 2. It wasn't catastrophic in the same way of like Liquid at lock-in was catastrophic, but this is not a good beginning to the year for Giants. They'll have much higher expectations than that. As it turns out though, this was a pretty tough group. The team that I thought was going to be the weakest ended up being the strongest. So this ended up being a really strong group.
For Giants X, unfortunately, goodbye. We're not going to see them until
yeah, Foot's a pretty good team. I mean, they didn't play very well on Icebox, but map 1 and map 3 Foot played really well.
That's the part that's going to be weighing heavily on Giant X's
side. Okay, I'm gonna stop my stream now because I've got some other things that I need to do, like I need to do some washing and stuff. I need to do some laundry.
But Sunset was something special. Great to see some of that capability really shining through on that. At a captain, his presence alone was absolutely
yeah, I've got some other things that I need to do. Need to do some laundry, need to ring my wife, that kind of thing. So I will be back tomorrow to co-stream EMEA. That's the next time I'm going to be doing a co-stream, is for Vitality Fnatic.
But they made the comeback. They are the stars that we expected to see.
That's absolutely the case. If you want to hear more from them, don't go too far
Wait,
away.
it isn't a 3-match day today, is it? No, this is the end of the day. Yeah. So, the other good games that are happening today, chat, this one, JDG playing against Titan, that one should be a good game. Ryan will be doing a co-stream of that. And that's pretty much it, because then... sorry, I'm waking up to do, 5 a.m. I'm doing Na'Vi Team Liquid. I thought that was the Fnatic Vitality game, but that's afterwards. But I think when I wake up, we'll do a bit of a red zone. I'm going to wake up and try and do this Na'Vi Liquid, but I'm going to try and red zone it at the same time as Billy Wolves. Because I think this Billy Wolves game is going to be good too. I think Wolves might surprise people. I was looking more at the roster. I think it's pretty decent. So, yeah, if that ends up being a decent game, then we'll pop in to watch Billy Wolves a little bit too. Doing a bit of red zoning like we're in 2021 again. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, 8-player roster. Very reasonable. Very normal, actually. Very normal. Okay. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm out. I will leave you in somebody else's hands, I suppose. Who shall we go to? So the games are over, so I assume Sliggy's going to be turning off his stream? Maybe not, though. I'm not 100%. Who is streaming? I mean, Pancada's streaming. He's already got 2K viewers, but it would be kind of nice to give him some more, considering he's just been fucked by Sen this season. Yeah, I don't know whether the others are going to continue. Like, is Ender continuing his stream? Jaws? What's Jaws streaming? I was just looking on VLR. I wasn't looking on Twitch. What's he streaming? Some Overwatch? Yeah, let's throw you into Jaws chat, huh? Let's throw you into Jaws. He's got a new haircut, apparently. New haircut. What's going on here? I forgot his name. Pancada, bro, have sympathy. Dude, Pancada's gonna be fine. Pancada's gonna be fine. All right, see ya. I'll be back in, yeah, like, what is that? 15 hours or something? I don't know. See you then. Bye.